Double helix. To the hungry soul, every bitter thing is sweet. Melinda M. Snodgrass. I find myself avoiding the passages about ashes and worms. The pages are thin, almost feathery beneath my fingers as I turn them, looking for another passage that won't fill my throat with bile. I know my father is dying. I don't have to read about it. Here's one. It reads more like a page out of Lord Dunsany than a collection of musings by long-dead Hebrews. Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the water? Who maketh the clouds his chariot? Who walketh upon the wings of the wind? I have a good voice, and I know how to use it. I use it now, softening and deepening the final words. I know he should sleep. I don't want him to sleep. I want to talk to him, hear his voice before it's silenced. That damn lump is back. I keep swallowing, trying to make it smaller. Through the mullioned panes, I can see a glint of sun on the sluggish waters of the Cam. It's August, and it feels like this endless summer will never end. The room is breathlessly warm, and the heavy air holds that sick, sweet scent of fatal illness. I can feel my shirt clinging to the skin of my back. Outside, there's the sputtering growl of a lawnmower somewhere on the street, and a dog carols his annoyance. I'll probably need to mow the lawn for my parents, or find a teenager. Through the open window, I can smell the green. The branches of the apple tree out back sag under the rosy burdens. Maybe that's what happens to every living thing when they have to breed. My father touches the back of my wrist. His skin feels just like the onion-thin pages of the Bible that now rests in my lap. Thank you. His blue eyes are surprisingly alert in a face reduced to harsh bone and stretched skin. There's wisdom between those covers, he adds, and transfers his hand to the Bible. Maybe by reading to me you'll find some of it. Fantasies and fairy tales is what I think, but I keep control of my features. So, you think I'm foolish? I grin at him. Thanks. No. His expression is serious. But I know that something is wrong. I raised you, Noelle. You can't hide things from me. He's smiling, but I still have that visceral gut clench that affects every child when their parents display that kind of preternatural omniscience. It passes quickly. After all, I'm 28, and I amuse myself for a moment wondering what he thinks I've done. No pregnant fans. I'm a hermaphrodite, so I'm sterile. I'm not in debt. Both my public job and my secret job pay me quite well. What could he imagine I had done? For a moment, I toy with the idea of telling him. You know I'm a member of the Silver Helix, Dad, a division of MI7. What you don't know is that I'm their designated assassin. I don't remember how many people I've killed. They say you never forget your first. His face is as blank as all the others. But of course I don't. Standing, I set aside the Bible and stretch. Tea? There's lemon tarts and some boiled tongue for sandwiches. Will you eat something? I'll try. Our kitchen is small and cluttered, and several days' worth of dishes form towers in the sink. A fat fly moves lazily between the trash can and the dirty dishes. The buzzing is almost hypnotic. No. A sharp headshake drives back the sleepiness. Looks like I'm going to have to hire a maid as well as a teenager. The tongue, sullenly red and pimpled with taste buds, gleams with congealed fat under the refrigerator light. American kitchens are almost obscene with their gigantic refrigerators crammed with food. We English are starting to go the same way. Who has time to shop for each day's meal that day? I wonder who had cooked the tongue. Certainly not my mother. She never cooked. My father took care of the house and the kid and prepared every meal, and he fit every cliché about English cooking. A spurt of anger flares in the center of my chest, but I back down from it. It isn't Mum's fault he's dying. She was the breadwinner, so I suppose she had the right to dodge the drudgery. But I suspect if she hadn't worked, she still wouldn't have cooked and cleaned. Her devotion to radical feminism has defined her life. Hell, she was so militant that she made damn sure I was raised as a boy. Now figure that one out. They may look funny, but I've got both sets of genitalia. I could have been raised as a girl and even kept the same name, just changed the pronunciation. My pager vibrates. I stand there juggling the tongue while I search through my pockets for the correct pager. I'm wearing a MedAlert pager since I am so often away from England, and I have the pager my manager uses to arrange my performances. I have one from the committee that summons Lilith, and another from Prince Siraj, the man that commands Bahir, and I have the one given to me by the Silver Helix. It's Siraj calling. "Fuck you," says that febrile part of my mind. But I pull out my mobile and call him. Naturally, he wants to see me. Naturally, it has to be now. Naturally, I'll go. The only reason it was the Premier of the United Arab Emirates who received a visit from Bahir and not the President was due to an infelicitous exchange Al Maktoum had had with Prince Siraj in a Paris restaurant. The Premier had mentioned how he liked to relax in a hot bath and watch the sunset through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Naked men are particularly vulnerable, and it's easy to locate bathrooms on building plans. Add to that west-facing windows, and it was a simple matter for me to use Google Earth and locate my target. The time of day was a little less felicitous. I can't use my powers at twilight or dawn, and Bahir cannot be summoned after dark. But Siraj's recollection of the conversation suggested Al Maktoum liked to read in the tub prior to sunset. And I was delivering a threat, and they rarely take long. The rippling water in the deep glass-tiled tub makes it hard to see clearly, but it appears the Premier's balls have retreated up into his belly. He stares up at me, and terror clouds his dark eyes. I risk a glance at the brace of mirrors on one wall of the marble-lined bathroom. I am a nicely terrifying figure, dressed in a black dish dasha with a pistol holstered on my hip. I had dispensed with the headdress. The trailing edges can interfere with peripheral vision, and in the desert heat my scalp sweats and itches. So my mane of red-gold hair shines under the lights. I use the tip of the scimitar to scratch at my beard. The Premier never takes his eyes off that blade. I really wish that genius in operations at Whitehall who conceived of using my male avatar as a Middle Eastern ace hadn't insisted on the sword as part of Bahir's persona. It's so absurdly Arabian Nights, but I'm stuck with it now. Bahir's blade has decapitated a lot of people, including the last Caliph. Prince Siraj sends greetings to his brother, and is saddened that his brother has chosen not to honor the price of oil set by the Caliph. It's just a few dollars. His voice holds a quaver and a whine. As I watch, goosebumps bloom across his shoulders and upper arms. $100. The $300 that the prince has set is too high. The European and American economies are staggering. How does it help us if we bankrupt them? If no one can buy our oil, where is the gain? You should have made these arguments to the prince, not sought to slip behind him like a thief. His Highness is not a fool. He will ease prices, but not until the Westerners have paid a mighty price. We were not part of that war in Egypt. Why should we exact vengeance? None of our soldiers were lost. He's becoming angry, beginning to wonder if he really stands in danger of his life. I glance toward the window. The sun is perilously close to the horizon. You say these words without shame, which shows you are a pawn of the West. When a blade swings quickly, it really does whistle, faintly, not like in the movies, but you have that split second of sound to let you know something awful is coming. The Premier flinches and flails.
Water droplets form prisms as they cascade past the window, and the rays of sunlight break apart blood fountains and glows in the dying light. I have taken off his right hand at the wrist. He is screaming, the sound echoing and reverberating off the hard surfaces. Outside the door there is the sound of pounding feet. The threat has been delivered. It's past time I was going. John Bruckner, the highwayman, is emerging from Flint's office as I arrive to report about my little mission for Siraj. Out of courtesy to our chief, Bruckner had removed his stained Andy Cap hat while in the office, but he's in the process of restoring it to its customary place and customary task, covering his nearly bald pate. I retreat to the wall because the highwayman has the build of a beer keg and about as much dexterity. An exuberant handshake later, he's offering me one of his foul black cigars while stuffing one into his own mouth. I wave him off and pull out a cigarette. The heat from his dented Zippo fans my face as I lean into the lighter. He transfers the fire to the tip of his cigar and sucks lustily on it until the tip of the stogie glows red. The rituals having been observed, we lean against opposite walls and study each other. Now, how is it that I'm a bloody lorry driver and you're a bloody magician? I'm prettier than you are. Right you are, and you dress better, he says, hitching the waistband of his baggy corduroy pants up over his paunch. What have you been up to? A jerk of the thumb at Flint's door, and he says, Old Granite Face has me running arms from Lagos to the troops out in the bush. When the highwayman gets his rig up to speed, he can move from London to Melbourne or Shanghai without passing through any of the territory in between. Effing roads are no better than goat tracks, he continues. They've beat the bloody hell out of my suspension. Bloody natives. It isn't just white man's burden rearing its head. Bruckner has seen strange and disturbing things while traveling his shortcuts, and he lives in fear of getting stranded in this strange, surreal no-man's land. Show a little gratitude. Nigeria is the only thing that's keeping petrol in your truck. Yeah, well, why can't the niggers build a bloody first world road? I keep control of my features. Bruckner's somewhere in his 60s. Times have changed, but not the highwayman. He's racist and sexist and despises foreigners with a superiority unique only to a white Englishman. Straightening up with a grunt and another tug at his pants, he says, I've got to push off. Join me and the lads for a pint? Can't. I incline my head toward Flint's office. Well, next time. He leaves, trailing smoke like the fumes from one of his lorries. I tap on the door. I can't actually hear Flint's invitation to enter, but I go on in. He's in his great stone chair, necessary because his sharp stone body would cut the upholstery of any normal chair to shreds. I take my customary chair, stub out the butt, and take out another cigarette. The streetlights throw shadows across the bookcases. Only a small lamp on the desk is lit, so Flint's eyes glow red in the gray stone face. God damn it, must you be this effective on behalf of our enemies? Oh damn, I had hoped to report about my actions in Dubai before Flint heard of it. No such luck. It seems I will not be basking in the sunshine of my chief's approval today. I take it the UAE has raised their prices. You know bloody well they have. You cut off the man's hand. He's a friend of the Prime's. I must occasionally succeed, sir, or Siraj is going to wonder if his ace bodyguard assassin is a complete cock-up. Can't you exert any influence over Siraj? Bahir is viewed as a blunt instrument. I think Siraj would be just the tiniest bit suspicious if the Caliph's assassins suddenly started displaying political acumen. Flint grunts and gives a grudging nod. Gestures from my boss are disconcerting. It's like watching a statue come to life. He surprises me when he snaps his fingers together and produces a flame. I realize it's for the forgotten cigarette hanging between my fingers. My, this is rare condescension. I guess I'm forgiven for my unauthorized bloodletting. Leaning forward, I light my cigarette. The harsh Turkish tobacco is like claws raking across the inside of my lungs, but the hit to the nicotine pleasure centers outweighs the discomfort and the theoretical lung cancer. Where are you off to now? I've got a date. I preen, and Flint makes a grinding sound like frozen gears trying to engage. Believe me, you don't hate it as much as I. Babysitting is not my style. I pause in the bathroom before testing my bladder control against the cold darkness of the between. As the urine splashes against the porcelain, my better nature wars with my real nature. What I really want is to call Lohengrin and cancel our date, so I can go home to Dad and sleep in my old bedroom. If I go to New York, I'll be eating an overly rich and heavy meal very late, and then indulging in vigorous and inept sex between sweaty sheets with the big German ace. What he lacks in finesse, Lohengrin more than makes up for in stamina. I dread tomorrow. Even when I'm back in my normal body, I will have an uncomfortable ache in my nether parts. For an instant, I find myself looking with loathing at my short and strangely shaped penis. Would my life have been better, easier, if Mom had let the surgeons cut it away and make me girl? My thoughts slam up against the reality. No amount of surgery would have made me a real girl. I tuck myself away and zip up, and then move to the sink to wash my hands. I'm still holding the rough paper towel when I allow the transformation to twist my flesh. Breasts soon press against the front of my shirt, and my pants fit uncomfortably over female hips. Long fingernails pierce the paper towel. The image in the mirror isn't all I could hope. The heart-shaped face looks drawn, and there's the hint of a shadow beneath the silver eyes. It's rather a shock to realize that fatigue of the real body translates to the avatars. Checking my watch, I calculate the time difference between London and New York. If I stop at my digs in Manhattan and repair my face and change out of pants and boots, I'll be late meeting Lohengrin for dinner. But he's got a rather traditional view of women. He'll think that's typical. I picture the flat in the village. As my body twists into that cold, strange place, I decide on the little black dress. Keep the focus on the legs. The Tears of Nephthys. The first tier. Isis. Kevin Andrew Murphy. Sunlight glinted across the waves, purse card perfect for a Nantucket summer. Ellen's mother had loved mornings like this, watercolor mornings she'd called them, time to take the paints and easel and a flap of Bristol board and a daughter by the hand and drag them off to Brant Point by the lighthouse, sketching the sailboats like the one Ellen lived on now. An easterly wind was already wisping away fingers of fog as Ellen let go of the ladder. She settled herself into the dinghy, then paused, one hand on the mooring line. She raised her free hand to the cameo at her throat, her mother's brooch, resting a fingertip on the velvet band. She decided against it. Today was her day, Ellen alone. She let go of the line, unknotted the rope, and slipped the oars into the water. She rowed in silence, passing the sailboats of the purists, and on past the cabin cruisers tied to mooring posts. The latter waited like wallflowers at a dance, all but 3 bearing 4 sail signs, faded to gray and Nantucket red. Ellen sculled the water until the smooth lee gave way to the rough rippling of open harbor. A gust sprang up, and the salt wind stung her eyes, threatening to start tears. Even the most beautiful morning was nothing if you had no one to share it with. The gulls cried mournfully, gabbled and shrieked, some skimming near her, hoping she were a fisherman with lost bait or a tourist with spare bread. But all Ellen had was a rueful smile. Nothing to a gull.
She found a space at the end of the pier, pausing to check her outfit. A pair of ivory clam diggers, nicely cut but unremarkable. A blue and white striped nautical pullover, equally classic and unmemorable, and finally topsiders, standard footwear among the yachting set. As for herself, a willowy blonde on the inner cusp of 40 might still turn a head or two, but one virtue of classic features was their anonymity, a face glimpsed in a gallery of old masters and fin de siècle poster art, and foregoing makeup was its own disguise. Sun and salt had bleached her wavy hair a shade lighter than the honey blonde most would remember, and scrunching it back into a ponytail was not what most would expect of her either. About the only thing anyone looking for Ellen Allworth was the cameo, the one whose profile she usually consciously styled her hair to mirror.
But despite being anonymous in its beauty, black and white carved portrait jewels were no longer a popular fashion item, and the only woman known to wear one as a constant was her, Cameo. She could always take it off, of course, but then again, Ellen could always cut off her left arm. Instead, she reached into her satchel and withdrew a long red Isadora Duncan-style scarf, looping it once around her neck, concealing the heirloom and source of her ace name. The scarf trailed like a pennant as she came on the dock, an anonymous fashion plate from a yacht magazine. There was a peculiar smell in the air. Incense, Ellen realized as she got her land legs and looked for the source. Nearby, uncomfortably close to the gas pumps and their extremely hopeful "out of gas, check back next week" sign, was a bowl filled with sand, a dozen sticks planted in it, embers glowing like jacinths in the morning light. Beyond that, a dark-haired woman knelt on a prayer rug. In her right hand, she held a musical instrument that looked like a tuning fork, gilt brass crossed with jangling metal bars. A sistrum, Ellen remembered dimly from the memory of one of her ancestresses. They'd been all the rage back in the 20s, part of the Egyptian revival when they'd cracked King Tut's tomb. The woman holding the sistrum looked like she'd have fit right in back then, garbed as she was in a long linen gown with an elaborate scapular beaded with faience and gold. Given the current tensions with the Caliphate, wearing that outfit took either guts or religion. Ellen took a deep breath and reached into her satchel as casually as she could. She and her ace had been in hiding ever since Cardinal Contarani and his mad monks had called a hit on her, and given the Cardinal's fondness for ace assassins and their fondness for odd get-ups. Her fingers closed around soft felt, and in a practiced motion, she donned Nick's fedora. "What?" Nick began, looking around. "Quiet," Ellen said in the back of his head, her head. "That woman, I think she's an ace." Nick looked, noting the sistrum and prayer rug. "Elle," Nick said in a soft undertone, "if that woman's Catholic, then the Pope's a Unitarian." He sighed. "If the Alumbradados ever do send anyone, it'll probably be a guy in an 'I am that man from Nantucket' t-shirt." "Nicky, I'm not being paranoid." He grimaced, all the response she needed. "Elle, please, just live a little. For both of us. It's not like being up the sleeve ever did me any good. No one but you even knows who Will-O-Wisp was, or even remembers half of what I did. And in the end, I still got killed." Before she was born, Ellen knew, but before she could respond, Nick took the hat off and she was alone inside her skull. Again. Ellen clutched the worn fedora for a long moment, then slipped it back inside her satchel, shouldering it as bravely as she could, and soldiered on, wind stinging her eyes. Nick was right. Live a little. She smiled and nodded to the woman on the prayer rug and walked on past. The woman stopped shaking her sistrum and stared at Ellen's throat. "Kamea!" Ellen paused, her free hand coming up to where the wind had whipped the scarf aside, almost touching the exposed brooch. "Excuse me?" she asked, stepping back a pace. "Kamea," the woman repeated, a word in what sounded like Arabic or Hebrew, then gestured to Ellen's cameo with her free hand. "You bear the charm, the face of Nephthys, the white goddess in the black night. You are her avatar, and my prayers have been answered." "Nephthys," Ellen echoed, trying to place it as she fumbled for Nick's hat. "The wife of Set," the woman supplied, "the mother of Anubis, and the sister of Isis. And oh, my dear sister, I am Isis. Isis of the living gods. My brother husband, Osiris, he who rose from the dead, had a vision that the avatar of Nephthys would arise at dawn on this morn from the waves at the whale road's end." She gestured with her sistrum, bars chiming softly, indicating Nantucket. "Nephthys would rise, surrounded by the dead that walk, and the wind that wails." The morning wind was brisk, but not yet wailing. And as for walking dead, at this hour there weren't even any hungover tourists. Ellen raised an eyebrow. "See any of those?" she asked, her hand inside her satchel, a death grip on the dead man's fedora.
No, Isis admitted. My brother-husband's visions are sometimes confused. I'm afraid he was a little drunk when he had this one. He gets free drinks at the Luxor. I believe his exact words were, "zombies and hurricanes." She covered her eyes. I'm sorry my daughter has died, and I have been clinging to hope's slimmest thread. Isis fell to her knees, her sistrum vibrating in a white-knuckled shake. Oh, Nephthys, send me a sign. Ellen bent down, hugging the woman hard before she started ululating. Hush, Ellen hissed, then whispered in her ear, I'm the ace you're looking for, but please, I'm up the sleeve. Oh, Nephthys be praised, she breathed. Thank you, oh sister. I can't promise anything. Just get your stuff and follow me. Ellen rubbed at the bit of Isis's makeup that had smeared on her own cheek and led her back to the dinghy, placing her satchel with Nick's precious hat by her feet. We can speak when we get to my boat. The wind was stronger rowing out than rowing in. By the time they were at the boat, it was seriously whipping Ellen's ponytail. Isis's circlet was at least keeping some out of her face. Will-o-wisp, Isis read the name on the sailboat's stern. That is, a drowned soul? Yes. Ellen tied up, clambering up the ladder, then helped Isis ascend with her bag. Let's go below deck. Ellen ushered Isis into the main cabin and shut the door securely behind them. Sound carried, and when dealing with mad monks, one never could be too paranoid. Isis stood in the middle of the cabin, taking in the Philippine mahogany, the easel, the sketches, the assorted bits and bolts of cloth, and the vintage sewing machine with a half-finished dress strewn inside out across the galley table. I wasn't expecting visitors. Ellen shoved aside the unfinished dress, making a place for Isis. I don't cook, but do you take tea? Yes, please, said Isis. Ellen nodded. A kettle would have been nicer, but a microwave was a small luxury for a single woman. She didn't bother to ask what type Isis preferred. Taylor's of Harrogate was good enough for anyone, and in a minute and a half it was done. By the time she turned around, the living goddess had conjured a bowl of sugared dates, either from her bag or thin air. Ellen didn't much care which. She set the mug in front of Isis, considering, then sat down opposite. So, Ellen said, what did your, brother tell you? That only Nephthys of all gods can raise the dead. We were bewailing the loss of our beloved Aaliyah, and Isis raised her mug, inhaling the steam like an oracle with her bowl, then put it plainly. Can you help us? It had been a long while since Ellen had sat with a client. Perhaps, but I have to tell you that it's going to be less than what you want. I have to be upfront about that. The last time...
How was she supposed to put it? My last client was expecting the second coming and just got a Broadway revival. I'm a psychometric trance channeler. Most objects, she hefted her mug as demonstration, I can feel the psychic impressions on, like smudged fingerprints or whispers on the other side of a wall. But if an object is very important to someone, I can tell that, and if that person has died. Isis finished her thought. You can channel the soul of the departed? Ellen took a sip of tea, letting it linger on her tongue as she thought of the best way to phrase it. I think they're souls, but the dead... Well, when I call them back from the darkness, they don't recall an afterlife. They only remember up to the last point they touched an object. Isis' dark eyes were limned with kohl. My daughter left the world as she came into it, naked and screaming. But at least, her voice caught, at least your gift is kind. She reached into her bag. You will spare my darling Aaliyah the torment of her end. Ellen moved the mugs and the untouched dates aside, making room for Isis to unroll a tightly furled bundle of denim. It was like unwinding a burial shroud, revealing at last a pair of low-rise jeans and a black baby doll t-shirt with the American Hero logo, the legend everyone wants to belong to the clubs, and the image of a pretty brown-haired girl wearing nothing more than a whirlwind of glitter, the name Simoon stenciled below. Isis then added a pair of earrings, small bits of silver and Swarovski crystal in the shape of the Egyptian Eye of Horus, the same as you could get in any Cambridge or Greenwich Village goth shop.
My daughter wore these her last day on American Hero. Ellen blinked. Your daughter was an ace? We called her Simoon, the child of the whirlwind. Though the name on her birth certificate is Aliyah Malik, Malik for daughter of the king. Oh, what Ellen did not usually tell her clients was that when the person she channeled was an ace, she channeled their power as well. The contestants from American Hero included some pretty potent aces, if occasionally wonky ones. Ellen pursed her lips. Before we go any further, there's one other thing we do have to discuss. Payment. I am not rich, Isis said, but you will have the eternal gratitude of the living gods. This I promise you. And you may join us at any of our temples as our Nephthys. No offense, but I've got Catholic nutjobs after me. Rather not have Muslim ones, too. Osiris foresaw this. As payment, he offers prophecy. The Nighthawk has killed the red bird, he told me. Does this omen bring ease to the heart of Nephthys? Ellen sat back. A red bird? A cardinal? Contarini was dead? That would be welcome news, mostly, but should like better assurances than a vision from a Las Vegas lounge act. She made a counteroffer. Just let me keep your daughter's things. They are mere mementos. If you can make my Aliyah live again. Ellen composed herself, picking up the jeans. They were unimportant. You can keep these. She touched the t-shirt, feeling a touch of excitement, a thrill of passion, and a great deal of disappointment, quickening as she touched one, then the other of the earrings. Aliyah very much wanted to have her ears pierced, Isis explained, Ellen hearing her words as if from the end of a long tunnel. I would not leave her until she was 16. Ellen unwound her scarf and pulled off her pullover, shedding them along with her identity as she slipped on the t-shirt, adding the earrings, and then Aliyah yawned, coming awake muzzy-headed as if from a dream. In the back of her head, Ellen stayed silent, watching and observing, as Aliyah shook her head and focused on Isis. Mama? She blinked. When did you get here? Aliyah, Isis breathed. Oh, you are back. You are back. Nephthys be praised. When did I leave? Aliyah looked around the messy cabin, taking in the oddments and fabric notions, then looking back to her mother. Mama, where the hell are we? We are in the bark of Nephthys. She has brought you back from the dead. The dead? Said Aliyah, standing up, then looked at Ellen's hands. Her hands, in incredulity. Then she touched them to her small breasts. Where the hell are my tits? You are in the body of Nephthys. She has lent you her form. Aliyah grabbed her chest and squeezed, feeling herself up. I haven't worn an A-cup since I was 12. She scanned the room. You expect me to believe I'm suddenly some flat-chested old lady so I can freak for the cameras? What sort of fucked up illusion is this? Actually, Ellen thought, it's not an illusion. You're in my body, and I'm not flat-chested or old. Hell, I'm not even 40. Aliyah, Isis cried, tears forming in her eyes. It is no illusion. You died in Egypt. Egypt? Aliyah echoed incredulously. I've never even been to Egypt. Yes, you have. You were killed by a villain named the Jinn, but your uncle Osiris foresaw a way for you to return, and so I quested until I found Nephthys. Then why don't I remember anything about it? Because, Ellen thought, when I channel someone, I can only channel them up to the point where they last touched or wore something. I'm channeling you from your shirt and earrings. Oh, this is utter crap, said Aliyah, and I'm not buying it. Watch. She grabbed the front of her shirt and pulled, ripping it straight off over her head and tossing it into the corner. The connection faded a fraction, becoming appreciably weaker, and Aliyah staggered. Aliyah, my dear one, it is true, but Nephthys has brought you back. Aliyah hugged her mother. Egypt? Why would I go to Egypt? The Jinn was killing the living gods. You went with John Fortune to save them. The PA? Aliyah had a flash of memory. It was as if a dam broke, belief and realization crashing through, coming out as tears and great gasping sobs. Oh, Mama, Mama. Ellen stayed silent. It was best at these moments. Hush, Aliyah. Hush, my dear one. Mama is here. Isis rocked her in her arms, stroking Aliyah's hair. Ellen's hair, one and the same.
Mama is here. It is all right. I didn't tell you how much I loved you. Nor I, daughter, Isis said, tears at last beginning to fall. Nor I. They held each other for a long while, rocking in time with the boat, Isis crooning some wordless Egyptian lullaby. Volunteers of America, Victor Milan. Two tall men in Nigerian army uniforms stretched the young boy's arms out to the sides. A third stepped forward, raising a machete. Screaming, the boy's mother bolted from the flock of Ija villagers kneeling under the patrol's guns. Sergeant McCaskill, mercenary advisor, bellowed a command. Beneath his boonie hat, his face was redder than usual, clashing with his ginger mustache. A butt stroke took the mother down, blood and teeth flying. Her husband sobbed in his mush-mouthed wabbed English that they were innocent. Watching from well back among the cluster of shacks that rose on stilts from pale green swamp weeds and white sand, patrol leader Captain Chansey grinned in his beard. Sod that for a game of soldiers, he thought. Land, the Liberation Army of the Niger Delta, had blown an oil pipeline 2 kilometers away last night. The lump of black smoke still hung in the sky to the northeast. These people knew the game. Prices must be paid. And as for innocence, it's bloody Africa, he said aloud, shaking his head. He inhaled deeply from his cigar. The blade fell once, twice. It chopped the boy's arms off, just below the shoulder. If the boy made any noise, it was lost amid the villagers' screams. His blood spurted bright red in the morning sun. From the corner of his eye, Chansey saw something in the sky. He looked around right quick. A man was flying low over the village. It was the blonde-haired pretty boy Ace from down south in the People's Paradise. Quickly, Captain Chansey stepped back out of view under the overhang of a roof, meticulously hammered out of scavenged soup cans. Once, when the sergeant didn't think his CO was listening, McCaskill had dared to call him a podgy, pasty-faced git. The captain smiled again.
Now he'd learn what happened to those who said shite like that about Butcher Dagon. The flying man stretched out his hand. A line of bright fire leapt from his palm. It hit McCaskill in the back. With a scream that was mostly superheated air expelled from already dead lungs, McCaskill flung his arms out straight as flame enveloped him. His FNR rifle went flying. Gunfire began to flash and thunder from the surrounding weeds, raking the Nigerians. The butcher flicked his butt to the ground. "Sod you, McCaskill," he said, and took himself off. Crouched among weeds, the 21-year-old woman felt fear spread like sickness from her belly. Though it was probably no hotter nor more humid here near the Bight of Bonny than in her home city on the Congo River, now part of the People's Paradise capital of Congoville, the sweat streamed down her face and from her armpits inside the camouflage blouse she wore. Her desire to rush forward and save the child from the blade had burned like fire. But the hard men around her in their Ray-Ban sunglasses and distinctive spotted camouflage, elite leopard men commandos, would shoot her if she gave away the trap about to be sprung. As surely as their comrades fanning out to surround the village on 3 sides were about to cut down the Nigerians and their SAS advisors. Her breath caught in her throat as the golden-haired hero of the PPA, of whom her people said his skin was white but his soul a black man's, touched lightly down by the man he had incinerated and swatted away the soldiers who had mutilated the boy. As the leopard men opened fire, she unfolded long, slim legs and stumbled forward. Her escort let her go. They were intent on shooting at the now fleeing remnants of the Nigerian patrol. Stealth was no longer a concern. As if drawn by an invisible tether, she approached the boy, flopping and bleeding his young life away into the white sand. The risk of accidental shooting meant nothing. Her whole being had narrowed to needle focus on her duty, to succor the hurt, as only she could. She walked as though she sank to her knees in the soft sand at every step, because she walked also into her own private world of pain. "This is gold!" Son Hylian's cameraman exclaimed. "Holy shit, this is great!" Annoyance stabbed Hylian as behind her, a new crew member turned to lose his lunch in the weeds among the palm trees 100 meters from the village. She had spent much of the last 2 decades working third world crises, seen 100 people share of horrors. Yet her own pulse ran almost stumbling fast, and her skin prickled with adrenaline from what she'd just witnessed. It was so horrible she had actually felt an urge to intervene. But their leopard society guards had made abundantly clear that while her CCTV news team represented the People's Republic of China, whose fraternal assistance to the PPA they greatly appreciated, if they got out of line, they'd be killed without hesitation. If I can take it, she thought, the newbie can too. Her longtime sidekick and cameraman, Chen, a chunky, crew-cut gargoyle kneeling at her side, seemed focused as tightly as his camera. Hylian had to agree that what they'd just captured, the boy's mutilation followed by the ace formerly known as the Radical leading a surprise assault on his tormentors, was electric. A victory for her team as complete as the one the commandos were even now mopping up. A young native woman, willily tall and fresh-faced as a child, emerged from tall grass to Hylian's left. Hylian's instincts started barking like excited guard dogs. "Chen," she said urgently, "track left." A brief scowl creased his big round face behind his viewfinder. She actually thought that in their years of working together as a team, he'd learned to overlook the fact that she was a mere woman, as well as the indignity of having to take orders from her. He swung the camera left. "What's with this chick?" he asked. They spoke English in the field for practice. "She's moving like a zombie from Dawn of the Dead." "Get that sat dish set up now," Hylian shouted. The use of Mandarin instead of English made the young tech, wiping puke from his mouth with the back of his hand, jump like a jolt from a cattle prod. He and his assistant didn't fumble as they unfolded the small metal flower of the portable uplink. They didn't dare. "Get us a signal." "Why bother?" Chen said. "The healer ace? Oh boy. What? She's going to conjure bandages out of thin air? Boring." "Just keep shooting," Hylian said. "All right, I know, human interest, yada yada yada." But Hylian knew something more was happening. She wasn't really a telejournalist, or rather she was that among other things. And she was getting the intuition in stereo. The African girl's smooth face showed keen suffering now, as if she felt not just sympathy, but the brutalized child's actual pain. An empath ace, wondered that specialized part of Hylian's mind. The Ministry of State Security, the Gwaja Anchuanbu, Gwaanbu for short, had no information on the girl. She was new. Their would-be allies, the PPA, were holding out on them. Again. "Hong," she said. "Got it," the tender-tummied tech sang out. "You're live, son." She straightened and shifted so that Chen could frame her briefly with the young woman in the background. "This is Sun Hylian, CCTV, reporting live from an Ija village in the disputed oil lands of the Niger River Delta, where Leopard Men commandos from the People's Paradise of Africa, led by the ace they call Mokele Mbembe, after the legendary hippopotamus-slaying river dragon, have just stopped a Nigerian platoon advised by British SAS troopers from carrying out a massacre. Now PPA ace Dolores Michelle is about to heal a youthful atrocity victim." Hylian moved to clear the frame. Obediently, Chen focused on Dolores. She had slowed even further, as if the air had congealed around her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Tendons stood out on her throat. Hylian could see her shaking from here. 10 feet from the boy, she stopped. Her body spasmed violently. She threw back her head and screamed. In great gushes of blood, her arms blew off her body at exactly the same points at which the boy's had been severed. Sun Hylian and crew emerged first from the Gulf Stream that had brought them from a strip in the recently incorporated PPA province of Cameroon into the hot green twilight of Congoville's Patrice Lumumba International Airport. They set up on the apron next to the mobile ramp to shoot.
Medical technicians carried Dolores Michelle down on her gurney, moaning in agony unallayed by painkillers. Briefed by a propaganda officer during the return from the Delta, Hylian now knew they interfered with her ace. Tom Weather stepped into the sunset light slanting across the Congo River. The crowd held back by Simba Brigade soldiers roared adoration. A striking woman, tall and slim with blonde hair flying, ran from the knot of waiting dignitaries through heat that rose from the pavement like shockwaves. She caught Weathers in a passionate embrace. For all her self-control, Hylian couldn't prevent a mouth twist of distaste. The woman detached herself from Weathers. To Hylian's keen discomfort, she ran up and hugged her. She was taller than the Chinese woman, who was middling tall even by Western standards. Hylian, she said. She had the voice of an adult woman, the inflection of a child. Sprout was not Weathers's lover, but his daughter, protected fiercely throughout his mercurial career as the last international revolutionary. She had the mind and emotional development of a 7-year-old. Disgusting that he indulges the creature so, Hylian thought, as Sprout released her. She fought the urge to dab at herself, as if to wipe away some unseen contagion. There was mystery, too, that caught at Hylian's mind like a cat claw snagged in the skin of her arm. Though her face was unlined and lovely, Sprout, close up, looked to be on the cusp of middle age.
Perhaps not much younger than Hylian's 41 years, she actually looked older than her father did. Yet Guanbu knew the radical had aged normally since bursting on the world like a car bomb over a decade before. Chen had panned around to catch President for Life Dr. Katengian Shombo and his sister Alicia, flanked by leopard society men in dark suits, leopard skin fezzes, and their inevitable aviator shades, advancing to welcome the homecoming heroes. The president was a head shorter than his sister, handsome in an austere way. In his heavy-framed glasses, he looked a little bit like Malcolm X, but scaled down, concentrated, with skin almost as dark and hard-looking as obsidian. Dr. Nshambo gave a short speech in French, the official language of the People's Paradise. Though she understood it perfectly, Hylian tuned it out. Boilerplate. Alicia enfolded Tom to her vast bosom. Mokelim Bembe, you have struck a mighty blow for revolutionary justice everywhere. Chen caught Hylian's eyes and rolled his. There is good news, Tom, my friend, the president said as they walked toward limousines waiting to carry them to the palace. He said, my friend, as if barely familiar with the words. They were probably almost true. No one quite knew how the Africa for Africans ideologue with the charisma of a plank of wood and the white-skinned global guerrilla idol had formed their partnership. But there was no question it had proven highly profitable for both. And soon it will profit China, Hylian thought. She felt as close to happy as she ever did. What's that? Tom asked. He spoke French with an outlandish American accent that Hylian suspected was part of his act. He walked hand in hand with his daughter, who took all the fuss surrounding her daddy in stride. She was used to it. At least she's a well-behaved thing, Hylian thought. A delegation of UN aces are on their way from New York, Tom, Cher, said Alicia, beaming from behind her glasses as if announcing the advent of Santa Claus. She acted as her brother's right hand. She was also head of the Leopard Society, which, among other things, constituted the secret police. They're going to investigate whether to intervene to help us free the oppressed people of the Delta from Nigeria and British imperialism. The committee dudes? Tom flashed that grin of his. Indeed, the president said. Your video from the Delta has stirred outrage worldwide. The UN at last heeds the calls for action. He flicked a look at Hylian. As usual, his face was expressionless. A warm flush ran from her stomach to her cheeks. Our video, she thought. That in itself was a victory for the PRC.
The president's Mercedes limousine waited with top defiantly open, in contrast to the bulletproof carapaces beneath which most world leaders cowered to meet their subjects. "Wait one," said Weathers. If the delay annoyed Nshombo, he gave no sign. He seldom did. If you managed to annoy him, you found out about it from Alicia. A medical crew was about to load Dolores Michelle into a nearby ambulance. Weathers walked up to her in that long-legged swagger of his. Hylian gestured her crew along and followed. The girl was conscious. Even Hylian winced at that. Her face was ashen green and streamed with sweat. But her eyes were clear. The angel of mercy. That was what the information ministry man told the CCTV team to call Dolores. Bloodless lips moved. She seemed to be praying, repetitively. Her father had been a priest, albeit of a different confession. "You really gonna heal up there, girl?" Weathers asked. Dolores's eyes met his. She actually tried to smile. She managed a nod. "You did a great thing back there in the Delta," he said. Bending down, he kissed her forehead. "When you get up, you'll be a hero to the whole friggin' world." "Tell me a little about yourself, Dolores," the Chinese woman said. Dolores sat in a wheelchair in the vast rose garden on the presidential palace grounds. It was the day after their return from Nigeria. Because of the need for strong light to shoot by, they couldn't be in shade. The high hedges were gloriously colored, but they also cut off any breezes that might have relieved the oven heat. And the concentrated fragrance made her woozy. Despite all that, Dolores felt much better. She only wished she weren't so afraid of the reporter. Though totally old, maybe even over 40, she was quite lovely in an alien, austere way. Certainly she moved with the grace of a jungle cat. The gaggle of Chinese men filming and recording her didn't help put her at ease. But she had been ordered to do this for the people's paradise. "I was born here," she said, "in 1988. The city was Kinshasa then. My father was a clerk with the Ministry of Transportation. My mother was a school teacher. We were good Catholics. Our life was good despite political upheavals and outbreaks of violence. They were worse in the countryside." She smiled. "We welcomed it when Dr. Nshombo and his war leader took power, united the Democratic Republic with our neighbors the Republic of the Congo, and combined Kinshasa with Brazzaville into Congoville. It brought peace and stability at last." The journalist smiled and nodded. Dolores was a child of a mass media generation. Her family had satellite TV. She understood the smile was purely professional, yet she couldn't help responding to it. "You did something remarkable yesterday, taking that poor child's injuries on yourself. They tell me both you and he will heal with astonishing rapidity, that you'll actually regenerate the severed limbs. Is that true?" "Yes. Already my arms grow back. They itch terribly. I wish I could scratch." She laughed. She did not mention how badly she still hurt. Laughter gave blessed if temporary relief. "You're an ace." "Yes. When did you turn your ace?" "I was a student nurse at Liberation University. I was given a test." Dolores bit her lip. The Ministry of Information woman had coached her carefully. She hoped she'd get her lines right. Mistakes cost. It was part of the price of order. "So it revealed your ace?" "Yes." "No. But the true nature of the facility she had been taken to, far out in the bush, was a state secret. And if she mentioned the experimental injections she and the others received there, even her sudden heroine status wouldn't save her. Once they found out I had an active wild card, I was taken to a special school for wild cards. They gave me more tests, and I failed them." The memory still brought on a cold sweat. Those who manifested no useful ace powers met the same fate as jokers and deuces, and the black queens for that matter. They were taken away. What happened then, no one knew. If they guessed, no one dared whisper. Those who spoke too candidly also disappeared. "There was an accident on the training ground," she said. "A young man, Pierre, was terribly burned by a new ace who didn't know how to control his power. They brought him in as I was being taken out, to meet my own fate. The state had lost patience with her. She knew the survival of the people's paradise in the face of imperialist hate and envy required harsh measures. But she feared death, almost as much as she feared pain. As he was rushed past on a gurney, I felt as if I had caught fire. I fell down screaming. My flesh blistered, actually charred. How terrible! The pain was unbelievable. She blinked away tears of remembrance. It was never easy, but that was still the worst. My injuries exactly mirrored Pierre's, and we both healed totally within a few days. The reporter shook her head. So you actually experience it all? The wounds? The pain? Oh yes. You are an exceptional young woman. I'm just a normal girl. I don't mean to be a hero. But to walk up to that poor Ejaw boy, knowing what would happen to you, where did you find the courage? It's my gift, my cross. Because I can do this, I feel I can't not. The reporter nodded. Clearly she had what she needed. Thank you, Dolores, she said. I can well see why they call you the Angel of Mercy.
Dolores made herself smile and nod. That, too, was duty. But the ministry had hung that name on her. What people really called her was Our Lady of Pain. "I'm John Fortune," said the kid with the lump in his forehead, shaking Tom Weathers' hand. No shit, Tom thought, glancing once at the bump and then forgetting it. What meant something to him was the presence of a class enemy. Even if he hadn't known Fortune was a celebrity brat, he'd take him for a rich kid. He squeaked with privilege. Worse, he was establishments all the way. Head of the committee. In tight with UN boss Jaywardine. The man, junior fucking varsity. President Dr. Nishambo stood there, grave and graven in the cool, dark room in his palace depths with all the monitors in it to ensure this first meeting between the UN aces and his field marshal went smoothly. Tom would keep his personal feelings in check. Basic revolutionary discipline. Yeah, he said. The guy flashed his eyes at him. For a moment, Tom thought he might take a swing at him, but no such luck. An image of a different John Fortune flashed through his mind. A little boy, clutching the hand of his slim, beautiful mother with her wings folded at her back. He hadn't had the lump in his forehead then. Tom shut his eyes and shook his head once, quickly. Not my memory, he thought. That dude's dead. So you are the famous radical, said the slim goth chick beside Fortune. She had chin-length hair, brass red, streaked electric chartreuse. Her English had a French accent. I'm totally excited to meet you. This is Simone Duplex, Fortune said, also known as Snowblind. She's from Quebec. That's in Canada. Ignoring the jibe, Tom grinned as he shook her hand. Pleasure's mine, but these days I just go by Tom. Her grip lingered on his. I had your poster on my closet door in college, she said. To me, you are a hero. Long live the revolution, he said. He let her hand go and turned to the next visiting fireman. Sure, Snowblind was ready to get it on, but not really that cute. He was doing better. And if he was going to get some on the side, that ace chick who'd gone with them on the Oil Rivers raid was pretty foxy, before her arms blew off and all. Briskly, Nishambo introduced Buford Calhoun, a big, blonde redneck who wore a dark business suit and tie, but looked as if he ought to be wearing greasy coveralls with his name on the chest. Pleased to meet a famous ace such as yourself, Mr. Weathers, he said. Southerners always sounded dumb to Tom. He right away suspected that dumb ran a little bit deeper with old Buford. And this is Mr. Tom Diedrich, Nishambo said. He also goes by Bravehawk. Nishambo spoke English not with a French, but with a touch of stuck-up-sounding English accent. Tom usually talked French with him anyway, to keep his hand in. He'd learned the language during an earlier go-round in Africa. He picked it up pretty easily. He did most things pretty easily. Except keep a gig. Until now. Nshambo might be a stiff, but the man had vision, and he wasn't afraid to leave Tom free to do his thing, to let him be. Radical. Even before he heard the ace name, Weathers had this other Tom pegged as Native American. He stood 6 or 7 inches less than Weathers' 6'2", copper-skinned, hair black as a crow's ass. He wore cowboy duds, pointy boots, faded denim jeans, blue denim shirt. A coral bead necklace with a smooth polished hawk fetish encircled his neck. To Tom's amused delight, he actually tried the hand-crushing game. Diedrich had pretty strong hands. For a gnat, Tom Weathers's grip could powder brick, literally. He was above that kind of macho posturing. He squeezed back just hard enough to make the Indian's eyes water and bandy knees buckle. Then he let him go. Gotta admit, the little fucker's pretty hardcore, he thought. He'd let me squash his hand before he cried uncle. Diedrich gave him a flat look and a tiny nod. "Here you fight for the rights of indigenous peoples," he said huskily. "Don't see a lot of white eyes actually step up and do that. Mostly they're just talk." Looking as if Bravehawk's implied slam had put his aristocratic nose a bit off true, John Fortune said, "And this is the Lama, from Nepal." He'd saved the weirdest for last. The Lama was a skinny little brown guy in a yellow robe who sat in the lotus position, 2 feet off the hardwood floor. He didn't offer a hand. Tom didn't push it. "The Lama?" he said. "Isn't he some South American guy? Spits like sticky tear gas slime? Kicks real hard?" "That is properly pronounced Yama," the floating man snapped. "I must mention he is merely a poser with a cape and a pencil-thin mustache, whereas I am being a seeker after spiritual truth." "Whoa, hang on, Mr. Holy Floating Dude," Tom said, holding up his hands. "Don't get your dharmic diapers in a wad." The Lama looked pissy. Before he could say anything, Tom heard a pop and felt air puff against his face. A woman appeared in the briefing room. Tom blinked. An amazing woman. Gleaming black hair flowed down over her shoulders to blend in with a black cloak worn over a white jumpsuit. Her eyes were silver in her exquisite heart-shaped face. Zippers slashed this way and that across the jumpsuit. Tom noticed they offered ready access to ripe breasts and pussy. His heartbeat kicked up. "Fashionably late again, Lilith?" Fortune acidly. "Right on time, I'd say, Johnny dear," she said. Her voice was a kind of purr that tickled right up Tom's nutsack, complete with one of those velvety Brit accents. "I've just missed the boring parts, it seems." John Fortune clenched his hands. His lips moved. So did the lump in his forehead. Tom stared at it with horrified fascination. Christ, is that a fucking bug? He almost imagined he could see little legs twitching under the coffee with cream skin. He'd first thought it was just some physical thing that came along with Fortune's ace, a minor Joker manifestation. "She brought us here yesterday," John Fortune said, with what seemed unnatural control. "She's been away on business of her own, as is often the case. She only comes out at night," Simone said, "like a vampire." Tom wasn't sure if she was being, what was the word, snarky, or if she spoke with a certain admiration. Outside, he knew the sun had just dropped below the horizon with equatorial abruptness. In here, it was never day or cold. It just was, like limbo. "And you must be the famous radical," Lilith said, ignoring the editorial commentary. She smiled at Tom. He forgot all about John Fortune. It took a strong man to withstand the sheer sensuality of the look and not get knocked flat on his ass. They didn't come stronger than Tom. "Rest easy, sweetheart," he thought at her. "I'm alpha male of the whole fucking continent of Africa, except the little dapper guy at his side. But Nshambo never showed any interest in sex. What got him off was power. Tom Weathers had charisma in buckets. He knew that. He used it.
For the revolution, of course. But if he'd had any of what the petite bourgeois wimps called people skills these days, he wouldn't have had to tuck Sprat under his arm and run away from the collapse of a score of revolutionary movements in a dozen years, brought about by the sudden onset of pissed-off government troops or mutiny by capitalist running dog lackey traitors in his own band, or both. Still, he couldn't help noticing that if either Hey Leon or little goth punk Simone had drawn a death glare, the newcomer would be a smoking heap. "Now that we are all present," the president said through silence thick as the sex in the air, which hung heavier than the humidity of the Congoville night outside, "has your delegation had sufficient time to peruse the evidence we provided you documenting Nigerian crimes against the native peoples of the Niger River Delta, whose land they plunder of oil?" That was the problem with the man. He really talked like that. "Not really, Your Excellency," Fortune said. "You loaded us down pretty well."
My eyes are turning around in my skull from all this stuff, Bravehawk said. Buford gave him his lights-on nobody's-home smile. I don't bother my head with none of that, he said. I just go where they point me and do what they tell me and leave the thinkin' to them as are good at it. Nshambo nodded his big head precisely. He was very good at it. We wish to leave no doubt in your minds as to the justness of the cause we share with the oppressed people of the Delta. Now, please give your attention to our guests from Chinese Central Television. As you may know, Miss Sun and Mr. Hong accompanied yesterday's attack, which interrupted the Nigerian atrocity. He nodded to Heilin and one of her pet geeks, who had hung back playing furniture during the introductions. Heilin smiled that gorgeous smile of hers. It lost a little bit of its luster with Lilith in the room, but not all. Tom slid his tongue over his underlip. He was starting to get ideas. "Thank you, Mr. President," Heilin said. "Gentlemen, Miss Duplex, Miss Lilith. If you'll just look at the monitor here." I am so not watching that horrible arm-chopping video again, the goth girl exclaimed. I quite understand your feelings, Heilin said. Fortunately, we need not. My crew has blown up and enhanced certain frames from footage taken moments before the counterattack began. Hung diddled dials. To Snowblind's visible relief, and what's somebody called Snowblind doing here just south of the equator? Tom wondered. What appeared on one of the big flat-screen monitors was huddled eye-jaw huts, distance grainy. Among them stood a figure. It looked up and to its right, then backed into a doorway out of sight. "Wait," Fortune said. "Run that back." Hong did. The man stepped back out into sunlight. He was short, plump, white, and bearded, and wore the same style bush hat, khaki shorts, and short-sleeved shirt as the red-haired guy Tom had torched. He carried a long, old-style Brit assault rifle. "Freeze it," Heilin said. "Son of a—" Fortune cut himself off just before he said something a well-behaved little fascist type didn't say in front of presidential guys. "That's Butcher Dagan." "He is familiar to you, Mr. Fortune?" Nshambo asked. "La bête!" Snowblind hissed. Fortune controlled himself with visible effort. "Yes, Mr. President," he said. "Yes, he is. The committee knows him way too well. His real name's Percival Chauncey. I'm not sure if he's #1 on the list, but he's definitely one of the most wanted ace criminals in the world today." "So my intelligence analysts tell me," Nshambo said. "He currently styles himself a captain, although his actual military record is spotty. The Nigerians, it would seem, have added a rogue ace to the SAS advisors who lead their death squads. If that limey prick's involved," Diedrich said, "something bad's definitely going down." He and Tom gave each other hard grins. Tom may've been like that with Nshambo. It didn't mean he had to go sucking up to him like Fortune did. He appreciated Brave Hawk's disrespect for authority, even if he'd be smart not to push it here in the PPA. Nshambo ignored the crudity. He gazed intently at the delegation's young leader. Despite modern AC, Fortune's forehead shone with sweat. It made the strange bulge gleam in the fluorescent light. Fortune's eyes flared. He clenched a fist and raised it. Well, he cut off. He unwound his hand, dropped it behind his back, as if it suddenly embarrassed him. In a less cluttered voice, he said, "Well, we'll have to study the situation carefully before committing to a course of action. A lot's at stake here. And Nigeria's not the first country to hire a dodgy mercenary ace." Tom smiled a slow smile and glanced at Nshombo. The president's face showed no more emotion than the polished teak idol it resembled. But if he'd been a betting man, he would have just lost to Tom Weathers. Tom stooped and opened a red and white cooler that sat discreetly against a wall. A wisp of dry ice fog puffed out. He took out a white plastic garbage bag. It was full of lumpy, pokey objects. "Here's what's at stake here, man," Tom said, handing it to Fortune. "See for yourself what we're up against." Its weight caught the slick committee ace off guard. He'd forgotten how strong Tom was. Fortune fumbled the bag and it fell open, spilling its contents down his pants and across the floor. "Fuck!" he yelled. Snowblind screamed. It was a bag of severed hands, their dark skin gone ashen. "Daddy! Oh, I want my daddy!" Son Heilin prided herself on her ability to keep cool under the most demanding circumstances. Being interrupted while concentrating so intently snapped her equally well-honed survival reflexes into play against her. Startled, she jumped up from elbows and knees. Tom slid out of her. She bounced on her bare buttocks on his disordered bed. "It's all right, honey," said Tom from his knees behind Heilin. "I'm here." Sprout's hair was disarrayed, her eyes puffy with tears. She wore an oversized Hello Kitty t-shirt that came down almost to her knees and clutched a well-worn teddy bear to her breasts. Lying supine to receive Heilin's ministrations, Lilith raised her head from her pillow with one brow raised. "And what might this be?" "My daughter," Tom said. "She's special, you know." "I see. Does she often burst in under such circumstances?" "Hey, sex is a natural thing." But Heilin noted he swept up the sheet to cover his rampant erection, and turned away as he folded the woman weeping into his arms, so as not to give her an inappropriate prod in the flank. He also left both women completely uncovered. "I had a bad dream," Sprout sobbed. "I want my daddy." "Hey, sweetheart," Tom said. "You got the world's greatest ace right here. I'll always be here for you." Sprout buried her face in his shoulder. Tom embraced her, stroking her long blonde hair with genuine tenderness. To muster such modesty as was available to her with minimal commotion, Heilin lay down on her belly. Now that the passion spasm had been broken, she felt glad enough for a break. Her mind whirled with thoughts. There was the odd phrasing Sprout had used, twice, saying she wanted her daddy, when he was right here in front of her. But that struck her as a likely product of the creature's retardation. One could read nothing into it. What stuck in her mind, though, was the stricken look in Lilith's silver eyes as she watched Tom Weathers comforting his daughter, like any loving father. "So," Lilith said, "however did a Western man of mystery wind up warlord of a Central African revolutionary movement?" The lovemaking was done. Heilin was glad. Although the pleasure had been seismic, she was both exhausted and sore. And now that the passion had subsided, she felt a certain shame at what she had done. "You've done worse for the People's Republic," she reminded herself. She raised herself to prop elbow on bed and cheek on palm, and gazed with half-lidded eyes across the golden length of Tom Weathers. He lay on his back, with hands linked behind his glorious halo of hair. Sweat didn't seem to dampen its spirits. Heilin wondered if that was another facet of his ace. He certainly displayed a remarkable array of powers. On his other side, Lilith lay in similar pose, all silver skin and gleaming midnight hair. She had asked her question lightly, almost teasingly. Heilin kept her expression neutral. She was skilled at that.
She felt a visceral dislike for the other woman, even though she still had the smell of her on her upper lip. It's not jealousy, she told herself. This is national security. Tom's eyes flicked from Lilith to Helene and back. He smiled lazily. If he made an effort to hide his smugness, Helene thought, he failed. If I tell you, I won't be mysterious, he said. Silver eyes narrowed. Helene watched the British ace raptor close. Lilith seemed as skilled and imaginative at pleasing a female lover as a male one. The more so when the object of their exercise was to excite a man who scarcely needed erotic encouragement.
Until the fourth or fifth time, anyway. And Tom, before sleeping with him the first time, weeks ago, Helene expected his lovemaking to be brisk and perfunctory, perhaps even brutal. And indeed, when his passion mounted, he was forceful as a stallion. But before that, he was both remarkably sensitive and skilled, as he had been tonight, despite devoting greater efforts to the interloper. I suppose I can assuage my ego with the fact Tom can actually enjoy my aging face and body at the same time as this perfect black and silver succubus. You fought many brilliant guerrilla campaigns, Tom, said Lilith, running a black-painted fingernail down his chest. His pectoral muscles were defined, but no more. Without his remarkable ace gifts, he would have been strong, but wiry strong, not a steroid-pumped freak. Each time betrayal brought you down. Damn straight, Tom said. It was the only thing that could. Yet, your partnership with President for Life Njombo endures. A few years ago, he was just another minor faction leader in the endless, bloody Congo wars. The next thing the world knows, you're at his side. He's vanquished his rivals, conquered the Democratic Republic of the Congo, then the Republic of the Congo, and is well on his way toward carving a new resource-rich superpower from the heart of Africa. What transformed both your fortunes so? Tom shrugged. Nothing succeeds like success, like the capitalists say. Dr. Njombo's objectively Marxist. We're after the same ends. We agree on the means. Especially that to make an omelet, you've got to break a few eggs. Helene wasn't objectively Marxist, far less Maoist, never had been. She had learned all the right words and parroted them with appropriate conviction. She had her party pin, which always delighted Tom when she wore it, but to her it was no more than a necessary token, a kind of union card. Had she actually believed the rhetoric, the ministry would have purged her years before as an idiot or a dangerous loon. A brow furrow marred the smooth perfection of Lilith's face. Helene repressed a smirk. She almost wished her opposite number for Guanbu agreed with the world intelligence community's consensus that Lilith was a spy for the crown, although her background was, if anything, a darker secret than Tom's luck in learning anything. Helene had gotten little more from Weathers than anyone could get from a quick Google, and Helene was good. And then there's your daughter, Sprout, Lilith said. She's quite lovely, make no mistake. Yet one almost gets the impression she's older than you. How is that possible, really? Helene felt Tom tense. It's an ace thing. But when first you burst upon the scene, 12 years ago, you looked to be a man of 20. In the interim, you'd appeared to have aged quite normally. Yeah, shit happens. Lilith drew back slightly. Helene allowed herself the ghost of a smile. Lilith clearly wasn't used to men talking to her like that. Speaking of your daughter, Helene said, not to let her rival off the hook, she had her own agenda. Or, she amended quickly, her country's. I'm concerned by her, Tom. Appalled would be a better word, but she'd never dare say that. It was absurd to indulge a real child as he did Sprout. To so indulge an adult, and for an adult to act so utterly like a child, made Helene's flesh crawl. She's happy here, Tom said. Lilith seemed not to resent Helene speaking. If anything, she seemed mildly hopeful. Helene, as a lover of some standing, could winkle out of Tom some scrap that a mere one-night stand, however spectacular, could not. Neither did Lilith show jealousy of her. She wouldn't, Helene thought, any more than Tom would feel jealous of the world's strongest gnat. Any more than she herself would feel jealous of an ant. Although she envied them sometimes, the mindless simplicity of their drudge work.
But wouldn't Sprout be better off in a proper institution? Halion said. Locked away, where real humans wouldn't have to endure her, she didn't say. As Sprout surely would be in the People's Republic. Wouldn't she be safer? Hey, she followed me from camp to camp for 8 years, he said. His tone stayed light. It didn't deceive Halion. We had some narrow escapes, sure, but I kept her with me. I kept her safe. People asked lots of times why I exposed her to that. The answer was, I'd never turn her over to the man. Never. Intelligence agencies had long speculated that their relationship was not decently that of father and daughter. Weathers was a notorious womanizer, a male chauvinist as unapologetic as the 1960s revolutionaries he aped. But no one had turned up a whiff of incest. Even before Sprout's interruption of their menage a trois, Halion had known the relationship was not incestuous. Tom was fanatically protective of Sprout. He was capable of many things, some, Halion knew, quite dreadful. Harming his daughter in any way was simply not among them. That vulnerability appealed to the yin in Halion, her feminine side. But the yang knew it was a vulnerability. Living is obviously easier in a palace than in the bush, she said. But doesn't it make her a more visible target? His smile was ugly. Anybody makes a move on her gets to find out how they like orbit, without a spacesuit. But you can't be always around, especially with the war to liberate the oil rivers heating up. She stays, he said, like a door shutting. Halion felt the pressure of Lilith's eyes. Don't you dare pity me, she thought. She made herself smile. Whatever you say, lover. She lay back beside him. Tom stayed tense, staring at the ceiling. Lilith leaned in to kiss his lips. She swept her hair back to give Halion a clear view. Was it gloating? An invitation? Beneath a pang of resentment, Halion felt arousal stir. She almost resented that more than Lilith's casually proprietary way with Halion's lover and asset. I'm sure your life story is fascinating, Lilith breathed. I'd love for you to share it with me. I'd find that exciting. Tom responded, not the way either woman expected. He got up abruptly off the bed. I want to show you something, he said. He went to a chest of drawers and opened the bottom one. The two women naked at the edge of the bed to watch. The drawer was full of clean socks and underwear, neatly folded and placed by the palace staff. Great egalitarian Tom Weathers saw nothing incongruous in being waited on hand and foot by people of color like a colonialist of old, it seemed. Then again, neither did the president, nor his sister, nor, for that matter, any revolutionary leader Halion knew of. And she knew them all. Tom brought out what looked like nothing more than a roll of athletic socks. When he unrolled it, a big peace medallion fell into his palm. Here, he handed it to Lilith. Her eyes went wide. By its obvious weight in the other woman's palm, Halion guessed it was solid gold. At today's prices, Weathers had a young fortune stashed in his sock drawer. Your old medallion, Lilith said. I've read about it. You used it a lot in your early career. People theorized it served as a sort of focus for your powers. I've wondered what became of it. Tom shrugged. I guess I just stopped needing it. Didn't it used to glow? She asked, handing the golden peace sign back. His face shut down briefly. Used to, he said. He re-rolled the medallion in the sock. It just got dimmer and dimmer, he said, putting it back. Then it went out. He shut the drawer with a bang. Wearing only an outsized Grateful Dead t-shirt of Tom's, son Halion padded into the suite's darkened living room. He had wakened her, moaning in his sleep. Another of his nightmares. They seemed to be coming more often. Njombo and his retinue temporarily occupied a palace built by Mobutu Sese Seko, the longest-lasting Congolese dictator, who had named the country Zaire. A colossal new people's palace was being built in the heart of the former Kinshasa. Dr. Njombo had no known vices. A vegan, he ate sparingly. He neither smoked nor drank.
His personal quarters were ascetic in the extreme. A pallet, a lamp, a well-stocked bookshelf. Yet while Alicia Nshambo enjoyed Power's perquisites quite visibly, even her extravagant tastes couldn't account for the new palace's sheer scale. Halion understood.
The colonialists, like their feudal ancestors, had built their residences and administrative buildings in order to cow their subjects. Kitenjin Shambam built to cow the colonialists' back. Sitting on a sofa with legs tucked beneath her, she switched on satellite TV. The first thing she saw was herself, reporting from the Niger Delta swamp with the pale grass blowing about her legs and the pipeline on its scaffolding gleaming like bone in the background. Her face pleased her, quite well preserved. She could even see beauty of an austere kind. She might stay before the cameras for years yet, if her masters so decreed. Again she wondered at her appeal to Tom, her junior by at least a decade, if appearance didn't lie. Wondered if it could last. He'd been interested enough after the odd interlude with the amulet, when Lilith, laughing, had led them through one last intricate three-way erotic ballet. Then, the jumpsuit rolled beneath one arm, Lilith had swirled her black cloak around her nakedness and vanished. Halion lit a cigarette and laughed at her own foolishness. Her life's trade was that of a moth testing how close it could fly to flame. Everything was ephemeral, humans most of all. Tom's unease concerned her, though. Only because he's vital to our plans, she hastened to think. Things were about to come to resolution, to triumph or calamity. And he was acting strangely. She recalled an incident at dinner that night. The llama excused himself to go to the lavatory. Bravehawk made some contemptuous comment about him. Yeah, he seems pretty useless, the American with the curious lump in his head, John Fortune, had said. Halion marveled at the UN's idiocy, sending a mere youth in charge of such an important mission. When I was a kid, my mom, Peregrine, used to take me to Aces High. Sometimes there'd be like this weird guy, this old hippie who wore a purple and green Uncle Sam suit, called himself Captain Trips. Nobody seemed to know what he did or what he was doing there. Maybe he was just buds with Tachyon. Anyway, this llama dude kinda reminds me of him, for some reason. And Tom paled and went still, as if he had seen a ghost. Halion shook her head as colorful electric shadows washed unseen over her face. Who knew the mind of a Guelo? Tom Weather's mind was disordered and undisciplined even for an American. Is that why he appeals to you? A voice in her head asked. She shook it off. If she had learned one thing, it was that worry never helped. The People's Republic had won. She had won. For now. The future would bring what it would bring. She would adjust or fail and die. She stubbed her cigarette and lay down. Smiling, replete almost despite herself, Halion fell into the deepest sleep she had known for years. On the television, the images of horror her own team had captured endlessly replayed themselves. Tom Weathers slept too. Not well, but this sleep, it seemed, was a pit he couldn't escape no matter how he tried. He was coming. Tom could sense it. His nemesis. The one being on all the earth as a good Marxist he disbelieved in heaven and as a rebel laughed at hell. Whom Tom feared. He sauntered, long-legged, loose, scarecrow gaunt. With his shoulder-length hair, silvered blonde, and his beard and mustache, he looked like the waspiest Midwest Baptist Jesus portrait ever. His shirt was a tie-dyed tee. His pants were elephant bells. Just an old hippie. To anybody else, he'd be a figure of fun, almost a clown. Some people dreaded clowns. That was irrational phobia. This was anything but. I know what you really did, the newcomer said, smiling sadly. I know what you really are. His words filled Tom with terror. You don't know anything, he screamed. You don't know shit. I created you. He shook his head. To think I tried to bring you out again for so long. I wanted to be you. And for the last dozen years, I've been you, watching helplessly while you trashed everything I stood for. Peace, love, justice. Don't talk to me about justice, Tom shouted. "You're just another bourgeois poser, man." "Maybe," he said, "but I'm still a man." "You're nothing! You don't even fucking exist!" The man looked at him. The eyes were the same eyes that looked at Tom in the mirror every day. Light hazel. Even though the others were magnified by Coke bottle lenses. Round and rimless, of course. "I'm sorry I ever created you," Mark Meadows said. "But I feel even sorrier for you. You're losing it, Radical. You can feel it slipping away. And when you lose it, well, I'm waiting, man. Right here. I never go away." He flashed a peace sign and faded into mist. Tom Weathers woke screaming. Double helix. For nation shall rise against nation. Melinda M. Snodgrass. Siraj and the Caliph stand at the window of his office, gazing into the sky. The Caliph was short to begin with, and age has bent his shoulders. I can easily see over his head. The plane is a small spot of darkness against the intense blue of the sky. It's rapidly gaining altitude. "Kill him," says the Caliph. "Send the sword. They will see we are not to be treated as children to take their discipline." Even through the old man's quaver, I can hear the snap of command, the charismatic presence that could send 100,000 of the faithful into the streets in reaction to a slight, real or imagined, against Islam. I keep very still, wishing for invisibility, but Siraj looks back over his shoulder at me. I can see the slow burning anger in his eyes, and I wish that Jayawardene had taken a different tack. What the Secretary General had perceived as sweet reason, Siraj had read as condescension. "Could you teleport to it?" Siraj asks, nodding toward the plane. He is formally attired in a snowy white thobe with a gold-trimmed bisht thrown over top. A gold signet ring glitters on his little finger as he holds the cloak closed. "No, I keep it a short lie. You always get into trouble when you try to explain things. And a lie is necessary. All I need is to be ordered to kill the Secretary General of the United Nations. Now the Caliph is frowning at me. Why not? I can't calculate the speed and adjust for distance, and if I miscalculate, I shrug. I cannot fly, sir. You are afraid? It's more of an accusation than a question. The Caliph is staring at me. His eyes are like dark coals held in a cobweb of lines that gouge the skin that's not covered by his luxurious beard. "You will not act for the faith, for your people?" I nod at Siraj. "The president has not commanded me to act. You could just teleport somewhere else." A sudden smile softens the lines in Siraj's face. "While you're plummeting toward the ground. And that might be a problem, sir." I offer him a quick smile. "Why will you not take action?" the Caliph demands of Siraj. "Because my predecessor made that mistake, and it's one of the factors that brought down disaster upon us in Egypt." The old man throws his hands in the air and stalks toward the office door. Siraj watches closely until it closes behind him. He sighs and moves to a table of elaborately inlaid wood and mother of pearl. A chess set is off to one side. A couple of decks of playing cards and a score pad rest on one corner. Siraj is an obsessive bridge player. We had spent many hours with Kenneth and Chris playing rubber after rubber in our house in Cambridge. I find myself wondering what became of Chris. Kenneth is a bond trader. I pull back my wandering thoughts when Siraj says, "I think Jayawardene would like to have found a solution." "So, why didn't you agree, sir?" "Because I'll lower prices on my timetable, not theirs." Siraj's expression has hardened again. He picks up a deck of cards and begins to shuffle it absently. It's a risk, but I have to speak up. Partly for the oil, but partly for these people I've lived among.
The UN, NATO, and the Americans are massing troops in Israel, Lebanon, Turkey, Upper Egypt on aircraft carriers. Our army is shattered. We left its bones along the Nile. And they have aces. Ugh, I turn it into a cough and I hope cover the mistake. The Crusader is with them, and the Iron Man. They will not invade. Siraj hands me the deck, and I automatically take it. The West has covertly stolen our oil for decades. They will be too squeamish to openly steal it. But sir, your specialty is bridge. This is poker. Are you sure they are only bluffing? And I'm betrayed by my nervous hands and tired mind. I too riffle the cards, but it turns into a bridge of cards, flowing like bird wings between my palms. I quickly stiffen the muscles in my fingers, sending cards spurting in all directions. I drop down and feel my thobe tug at the back of my neck as I kneel on the soft black material. I'm scrambling for the cards, not daring a single glance at Siraj. Fear and tension form an aching knot in my belly. I can't keep doing this. I've got to get a night's sleep, spend a day in Cambridge. Flint, Weathers, Fortune, Siraj, J. Wardeny. Oh yes, I've got quite a little list, and none of them would be missed. Dirge in a Major Key, Part 1. S.L. Farrell, D.B. When are you getting back? It's been damn near a goddamn month now. Slive wrote a new song he wants us to get on the album. Yeah, it's last minute, but Kay says he can get it done. We're using this crappy sequenced track right now, but it ain't making it. We need you to really lay it down. And the engineer thinks we need to retake a couple tracks while we still have the studio reserved. And there are all your dubs we've been waiting on for fucking forever. Michael was lying on his bed in the room he and Rusty shared on the aircraft carrier USS Tomlin, currently sailing with its escort cruisers in the middle of the Persian Gulf. Michael thought he could feel the slow roll of the ship in the swells, but that was almost certainly an illusion. They'd been on the ship for almost 3 weeks now. The initial adrenaline rush at the thought of going into action had long ago vanished, to be replaced by simple boredom. Here it was 2 a.m, and the lights were off except for sleeping lamps. Michael stared up at the shadowed gunmetal gray ceiling with its lacework of piping. He'd snagged a pizza from the mess as a late-night snack an hour ago. It felt like a brick sitting in his stomach. Rusty snored on the bunk below him, both of their beds specially widened and reinforced to accommodate them, as Michael listened to the voice talking half a world away. In the background, he could hear Bottom and Shivers discussing music. You know, I wonder how it'd sound if you played a low G under that C major chord rather than the tonic. Once, hearing that, he would have wanted nothing more than to be back there in the studio with them. Once, it would have been him driving the band to get the tracks down, to get the final mix in the can, to get a tour together, since that's where the money was in the music business now, to get all the reviews and interviews they could. Now, it all just felt distant. He felt disconnected from everything, from everyone. Soon, he told the voice, I gotta do this thing, for the fucking committee. Yeah. So where the fuck are you? I can't tell you. All that secrecy and security shit, you know? The voice gave a huff of exasperation. Ain't it enough they've damn near killed you a couple times over? Ain't it enough that you've been doing publicity crap for them and campaigning for Kennedy and getting sent to every damn third world dust-up more than you're gigging with us? The voice's scorn was flint on steel, sparking anger. DB, the voice continued, Kay and the rest of the suits are fucking screaming. They expected us to get this CD wrapped up a month ago. And our fans are screaming too. All those dates we canceled in the last year because of your work with the committee. That's great for you, but we gotta make a living too. I know. Look, I gotta do this, then I'll be back, man. As soon as this is over. As soon as I possibly can. Things are gonna break now. They are. I'll be back soon, I promise. He heard the sigh and an under-the-breath curse. Yeah, you promise. I have the great DB's word and everything. There's something we can take to the goddamn bank. He heard the click a moment later. The brick of undigested pizza slammed hard against his ribcage. You think soon, huh? He heard Rusty sleepily. I don't know. It was what he wanted to hear. That was only the truth. Michael didn't know. Rusty didn't know. Lohengrin or Tinker or Kate or even Babs didn't know.
No one in this damned flotilla circling the Gulf for too many tedious, hot, and numbing weeks knew. Only Jay Wardeny and Fortune had the answer. Michael understood the arguments, or thought he did. Industries were shutting their doors throughout the industrialized countries. Rapid inflation threatened the world economy. In the US and other countries, cars were being abandoned in the streets. Hundreds of thousands couldn't get to their jobs, and thousands more were being laid off or fired every day. The entire transportation system was under immense stress. There was talk of a burgeoning worldwide depression. UN forces were being staged all around the Caliphate as a threat, because without oil's economic lubrication, people were going to die. He'd heard the arguments. He wanted to believe them. Who the hell can tell? Michael said into the dimness of the room. His fingertips pattered on his torso and drumbeats answered. I mean, Jay Wardeny's talks with Baghdad didn't go anywhere, and Babs is back here on the Tomlin. Everything's. All we're not bluffing. This is fucking serious, but nothing's happening. Michael shrugged even though he knew Rusty couldn't see the gesture. I've lost count of the number of fucking card games I've played, the bad movies I've seen, and those new episodes of American Hero they keep sending us are about as exciting as watching grass grow. Kate's here. 2 words, uttered in that flat, quiet voice. They stopped Michael's tirade. He chuckled into the semi-darkness. You're not as dumb as people think. You know that, Rusty? Cripes, get some sleep, came the response. Can't stay the same, can't stand still. Go on, try it. It might work. And if not, what if we lost? Only something that was never ours. Around, around, around we go. Where we start, nobody knows. Inward, outward we go. Or is it down and out to close? The words were from Staying Still, one of the cuts on Joker Plague's second release. The guy singing, a shaven-headed ensign named Bob, didn't have the voice's range or power, but he was doing a decent job. None of the 4 guys with Michael on the makeshift stage, all of them Navy personnel, were a match for S-Live or Bottom or Shivers, but it was good just to be playing, to banish some of the pent-up energy and tension with a barrage of furious, driving rhythms. While he was playing, while he was on stage, the rest of the world went away. That's the way it always was, always had been. On stage, there was only the moment and the energy and the applause. The drug of music was terribly addictive, and he'd long been in its thrall. 3/4 of the crew were gathered around the stage placed against the flight deck island, standing in the warm Arabian evening, listening and bobbing their heads, some of them dancing up front. Michael could see the aces there too, standing in a group off to the side. Rusty, his arms folded and his head nodding in halftime to the beat. Lohengrin, in jeans, a blue USS Tomlin t-shirt and ball cap, looking more like a pudgy graduate student than a formidable ace. Barbara Baden, the translator, back on the Tomlin since the collapse of the talks in Baghdad. Tinker, one of the new recruits in the committee, whom Kate claimed could make useful tools out of anything. And Kate, curveball. It was Rusty. 2 words, uttered in that flat, quiet voice. They stopped Michael's tirade. He chuckled into the semi-darkness. You're not as dumb as people think. You know that, Rusty? Cripes, get some sleep, came the response. Can't stay the same, can't stand still. Go on, try it. It might work. And if not, what if we lost? Only something that was never ours. Around, around, around we go. Where we start, nobody knows. Inward, outward we go. Or is it down and out to close? The words were from Staying Still, one of the cuts on Joker Plague's second release. The guy singing, a shaven-headed ensign named Bob, didn't have the voice's range or power, but he was doing a decent job. None of the 4 guys with Michael on the makeshift stage, all of them Navy personnel, were a match for S-Live or Bottom or Shivers, but it was good just to be playing, to banish some of the pent-up energy and tension with a barrage of furious driving rhythms. While he was playing, while he was on stage, the rest of the world went away. That's the way it always was, always had been. On stage, there was only the moment and the energy and the applause. The drug of music was terribly addictive, and he'd long been in its thrall.
3/4 of the crew were gathered around the stage placed against the flight deck island, standing in the warm Arabian evening, listening and bobbing their heads, some of them dancing up front. Michael could see the aces there too, standing in a group off to the side. Rusty, his arms folded and his head nodding in halftime to the beat. Lohengrin, in jeans, a blue USS Tomlin t-shirt and ball cap, looking more like a pudgy graduate student than a formidable ace. Barbara Baden, the translator, back on the Tomlins since the collapse of the talks in Baghdad. Tinker, one of the...
Michael nodded to her, standing off to the side next to Lohengrin and Tinker. He moved to that side of the stage, his 6 arms flailing hard at his body, the drum beats fast and loud and insistent. He opened one of his throat vents wider, letting the low thump of the bass drum pound directly at her. He knew she'd feel the concussion slamming against her body. She grinned at him, waving as he swayed to the beat in the improvised spotlights placed on the catwalks overhead. The song finished to loud applause and whistles from the crowd. "Thanks for listening." DB called into his throat mics, waving. He tossed his signature graphite sticks into the crowd. "You've been a great audience. Thank you." He high-fived the other musicians in the pickup group as the captain's voice came over the intercom, telling everyone to clear the flight deck and return to duty stations. "You guys were great, great. That was lots of fun." The spotlights went out. From the stage, the Tomlin seemed to be a brilliant platform floating in blackness pricked by the running lights of the cruisers flanking her, the wake streaming out phosphorescent and white from their bows. There were no other lights but the stars in this universe, and the horizon in all directions was the unbroken dark line of the Gulf. He hopped off the stage as the crowd began to disperse, and sailors swarmed over the improvised stage to disassemble it. Michael walked over to Kate, who applauded as he approached. Babs and Lohengrin were already walking away, talking earnestly to Colonel Saurat, commander of the UN troops. Rusty loomed behind Kate and Tinker. "Cripes, you guys were loud," he said. Tinker wore the too wide, open-mouthed smile of an odd fan getting to meet his idol. Michael ignored Tinker, smiled at Rusty, and cocked his head toward Kate. "Well, that was fun," Kate told him. "Just what everyone needed, I think." Her hand, her right hand, the deadly one, touched one of his arms momentarily, then dropped back to her side. "You should hear the real thing sometime. If you liked this, you'd be blown away. I'll get you guys tickets to our next show, whenever that might be." The thought came unbidden, and he shook his head to banish it. "That'd be fantastic," Tinker said, his Australian accent broader than usual. "Sure, that'd be great, just great. If you want, DB, I could whip you up something better than those mics you use around your neck, though. I'd be happy to do it for you, mate. You know, I heard you blokes a couple times now, in New York on your first tour, right after Egypt, and, let's see, I think it was—" "Hey, fella," Rusty interrupted. "What say you and me get some chow, huh?" Rusty clapped Tinker on the shoulders, staggering the man, and half-dragged him away. Kate chuckled. "You have a fan," she said. "Fans are good, sometimes. Hey, I'm thirsty, and it's getting chilly out here. Take a walk with me?" Kate shrugged. "Sure." He walked with her toward what the crew called Vulture's Row, the collection of catwalks climbing the island of the flat top. They went down a few levels, below the flight deck to the crew level. One of the crew lounge doors was open, and they went in, Michael snagging a couple bottles of water for them before they sat on a couch in the room. There was a TV set at the far end set to local broadcasts. A half-dozen male sailors gathered around watching the screen, the sound tinny and distant. The channel was showing spontaneous citizen protests in Baghdad as Arabic lettering scrolled across below. There were bands of protesters filling the streets and firing weapons into the air. "UN devils!" proclaimed one of the signs, with a caricature of a scarab-browed face on it. "Murderer!" said another, and on that one a 6-armed man beat his chest like a multiple-armed King Kong while smashing a minaret-adorned mosque. "I talked to John," Kate said. Michael grimaced around the mouth of his water bottle. He couldn't really say much over the phone, but he said that things can't stay at stalemate for very much longer. "Fine by me. I'm tired of cooling my heels here.
Let's either go in for the oil or go home, one or the other. Michael was watching the cartoon of himself jump up and down as the man holding the sign screamed in Arabic. Home would be good, but you don't think that's what's going to happen? Or fortune doesn't? A shrug. Yeah, I get it, Michael told her. It's all kinda weird. Hell, we've both seen what the oil crisis is doing, but maybe we can fix that. Maybe. I've talked to Kennedy, and I know how important he thinks this is, and I'm with him, even if... He lifted one set of shoulders. Even if I'm not entirely sure that oil is what we should be going after right now. But I don't mind being here. Because you're here, Kate. That means more than the rest. He didn't say that. He didn't have to. She knew his thoughts. She could see it in the way her gaze drifted away from him, as if she wanted to say something but had decided against it. You think this is important too, right, Kate? I'm here, so yeah, I do. Her voice was unconvincing. Yeah. Michael leaned back and put his top right arm around the back of the couch. Kate didn't move away. He found himself inordinately pleased by that. Though I ain't looking forward to another fight in the desert, I gotta admit. She frowned. Maybe you should have taken John's advice and gone to Africa, Michael. Or maybe just stayed back home this time, given where we're going and what happened last time. They don't like you here, you especially, out of all of us. She nodded toward the television. One of the sailors picked up the remote. The video of the Baghdad protests faded into a series of flickering channels. Michael was tapping on his chest softly, quick arpeggios of percussive notes, his throat openings flexing quickly to shape the sound. Kate's hand touched one of his arms, and he stopped the drumming. He put his middle left hand on top of hers so that she wouldn't pull away. So they don't like me? Big deal. I'm glad that we're together on this one, Kate. He saw her glance away with that, biting at her lip. Michael, yeah, I know. Sorry. He let go of her hand, but she left it where it was. It seemed a small victory. Michael, she began again, I want to stay friends, but I'm with John, and you're not going to change that. Please, quit pushing. It's just pissing me off. What pisses me off is that you don't seem to notice the fucking she-bug in his head, Michael spat out. Kate pressed her lips together, and her grip loosened on his arm and pulled away. Sorry, he told her, as her eyes flashed angrily. That was reflex, and a lot of pent-up crap that doesn't have anything to do with you, or even with John. I guess that if you like John, then there's gotta be something good about him. I'm just tired of all this fucking waiting around, Kate, and worried about what's going to happen next. Sorry, really, I won't do it again. He could see that she didn't believe him. She started to get up from the couch. He forced himself to remain seated and not rise with her to try and keep her there, when that was what he wanted to do most of all. Kate, don't give up on me. Not now. I'm here, and you're here, and at the very least we have to work together to get this done. Halfway up, she paused and sat again. Michael, Kate said, her voice quick, quiet, and earnest. I need you to cooperate with everyone. Everyone. With John, with Barbara, with Lohengrin, everyone. None of us feels good about this, but I've made my arguments. And, well, I'm here. The lousy politics keep getting in the way of the committee, and the publicity garbage that goes along with all this, yeah, that's all getting to me too. More every day. But I trust John, and I believe that he's trying to do the right things. It's hard enough for him and the committee to accomplish anything without us fighting among ourselves. So let's stop. Okay, he said. Sure, you got it. She looked away from him toward the television screen, picking up her water and taking a sip.
The sailors had settled on a channel. This season's American hero was playing one of the interminable introductions with Buffalo Gal's lumpy and hairy face staring laconically at the screen, a cud bulging her left cheek as she chewed contentedly against the western mountains in the background. The sailors watching the episode cheered as the video cut quickly to anti-gravity, whose ace was the ability to render objects temporarily weightless.
Especially with the low sound, it was difficult to focus on anything about anti-gravity beyond her breasts, which appeared to have been cut and pasted from a bad pornographic cartoon, a massive chest far too large for her frame, and defying the pull of gravity, straining at the cloth of her custom-made t-shirt. One of Michael's multiple throats closed, a finger tapped his chest, and a mocking cymbal crash rang out in the lounge. The sailors turned, gave Michael a thumbs up, laughing. Kate grimaced. She set down the bottle of water and pushed herself up from the couch. Michael thought she was going to say something, but she just looked at him, her head shaking slightly. "Sorry," Michael said, "but hey, they thought it was funny. Yeah, they did." She sighed and touched Michael's top shoulder. "Hey, I gotta go. See you later, okay?" "Sure," Michael told her. "Later. I'll be looking forward to it. Want another?" Rusty handed Michael a can of Old Milwaukee beaded with sweat. Michael took it in his middle left hand and opened it with the top left. Rusty shook his massive head as foam hissed at the opening. "That just looks weird, fella," he said. Michael grinned and tilted the can over his open mouth, draining half the beer in one swallow. He could feel it running cool down his wide throat on its way to join the other 4 he'd already had. He wiped at his mouth with the back of a hand. The fierce Persian sun had set over an hour ago, and Michael and Rusty were sitting in the area called the junkyard, aft of the island, sheltered a bit from the wind by one of the Tilly cranes. They were sitting near elevator 3, which was down. They could look over the edge to the well-lit and cavernous hangar below the flight deck, where sailors were working on one of the fighters. A female mechanic walked into sight in the floodlights, and Michael's gaze followed her. "Man, look at the ass on her," he said. "Even in those overalls, she looks fine." Rusty set down his own beer and belched loudly. "Kate," he said, "remember? Don't mean I can't look." Michael finished the rest of the can and tossed it toward the paper bag that held the 12-pack. He wasn't entirely sure it went in, but he shrugged. "Hey, I learned my lesson after American Hero." He leaned his head back against the Tilly. His eyes closed, and he started awake. Rusty was still looking at him, so he figured it had only been a moment. "After that, I realized there's no way. Hey, got another one of those?" Rusty reached into the bag and handed him a can, popping another one open for himself. Michael opened his and took a long swallow. "No way," he said, the way coming out loudly enough that the young woman in coveralls glanced up at them. "That I can get involved with any aces or anyone famous, 'cause Kate would hear about it. Some bastard like Hive would go and tell her, and then she'd just get fucking pissed all over again and go running off to goddamn Beetle Boy. So I made me a rule. Don't fuck aces, don't fuck anyone famous, so Kate don't think I'm just some asshole chasing after pieces of ass. 'Cause I do love Kate, I do. Man, if I were with her." He was gesturing with all 6 hands. He heard the can clatter against the deck and managed to rescue it before all the beer spilled. "That's a good rule?" Rusty asked. One steely eyebrow climbed the oxidized metal of his forehead. "Fuck yeah, it is. It takes care of the whole problem." Michael leaned closer to Rusty, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial bellow. "Now, if something happens after a concert, well, what happens in the dressing room or my hotel room stays there, right?" He nudged Rusty with an elbow and grimaced at the too solid contact. "Right? As long as she's not famous or some ace." "I hear you saying that, yeah. You know, I could see settling down with Kate one day. Though, 'cause of the virus, we couldn't have kids. I already got myself taken care of, you know?" He made a snipping motion with 2 fingers. "I'd love to have kids, too. Did you know that? I would. Fucking love it. You remember those Joker kids back in Egypt, always around me trying to play drums on my chest?" Michael laughed and pounded on his torso, sending a wild, unrhythmic cascade of drum beats echoing from the island. Below, the mechanics glanced up again. "Hell, that was a blast. Kids would be great. Maybe we could adopt some." He paused, blinking. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy. "But hey, what about you, Rusty?" Michael asked. The beer can was on its side again. He looked at the foamy puddle mournfully.
How is it with you and the women? I bet you get your share, right? Big guy like you." Michael touched his chest, and a cymbal crash rang. Rusty said nothing. "Right?" Michael asked again. "I never," began, then grated to a halt like a broken locomotive. He was staring out at the dark gulf. "Never what?" Michael asked. Then the import of the words hit him, and he sucked in salt air in a great gulp. "Shit, you mean—" He could see the answer on Rusty's face. "Wow," he said. "I really don't know what to say, man." "Never?" Rusty shrugged. "I was 17 when I turned my card. Before that, I don't know. I was a kind of shy fella, that's all. And after? Now?" Another shrug. Even through the haze of alcohol, Michael realized it was the most words he'd ever heard Rusty say about himself at one time. "Never," Michael repeated, and belched. "We're a hell of a pair, ain't we?" he said. He put all three right arms around Rusty. They sat there a moment, just staring. Then Rusty reached into the bag and pulled out 2 more beers. "'Nother?" he said. Michael took his and popped the top. He reached over to clank his can against Rusty's. "To us," he said. They drained the cans as one. Barbara Baden had called the meeting of the committee members aboard the ship. Michael knew what it meant. They all knew. He could see it in their faces as they entered the meeting room below decks of the Tomlin. "Hey, Kate," he said. He took the seat next to her at the table. Rusty sat on his other side. Across the table, Lohengrin nodded to him, and Tinker smiled. Barbara was at the whiteboard near the head of the table. There were notebooks in front of each of them, with the UN logo prominent on the cover. "We're the last, I guess. Sorry, Babs." Baden smiled. "Not a problem, DB. I just finished talking with the Secretary General and John Fortune. So here's the situation. Unless something changes in the next day, we'll be going in before dawn 2 days from now. The Tomlin is already heading to a new position, just off Kuwait City." "Going where?" Lohengrin grunted. "Going, in fear? To the oil fields?" Baden shook her head. "We need a better staging area for that. There will be several UN battalions involved, not to mention the ground and engineering support we'll need when we take control of the actual oil facilities. We plan to take Kuwait International Airport first." Michael couldn't contain his laugh. 6 arms waved like a spastic tarantula. "You're kidding, right? We're going to take Kuwait International in one of the Caliphate's biggest cities, and the Caliph and Prince Siraj are going to just let that happen? Hell, they'll have every inch of the ground covered with troops." "We're hoping that won't be the case," Baden said stiffly through the smile that appeared to be chiseled on her face. "Even though negotiations have broken off, Secretary General Jayewardene has kept the lines of communication open with Prince Siraj. He has reminded the prince and the caliph what happened the last time they attempted to interfere with the committee aces.
We hope that they understand that permitting a small incursion into the caliphate would be better for them politically than resisting one and losing." Rusty grumbled something unintelligible. Kate said nothing. Tinker was staring at his hands. Michael looked at Lohengrin. "You buyin' this?" he asked. Well, a shrug. "I trust that John won't give us anything we can handle. Must be nice to have that kind of trust in him." Michael felt Kate's gaze snap toward him with that. Barbara continued to smile at him. "It also reminds you, DB, that you're here because you specifically requested this mission. John told me to tell you that if you've changed your mind, he'll arrange to fly in another committee ace to take your place. Should I tell him to make that call?" Michael had no good answer for that. They were all staring at him. His fingers tapped his chest involuntarily, and the sound of sticks on a hi-hat reverberated in the room. "No," he told Barbara, not daring to look at Kate. "I haven't." "Good, then," she said, smiling. "Then we're in agreement. Now, if you'll open your notebooks, we'll look over the initial attack plan. I know you hate me. I know seeing me gives you pain. I don't care, but you better not try to stop me again." Michael tugged on the cord to pull the earbuds from his ears.
The current studio mix of Stop Me Again and the voices, acid voice went to shrill, insect-like piping, to be replaced by the thrup-thrup-thrup of the CH-47 Chinook's rotors and the shriller whine of fighter jets and attack helicopters farther overhead. Each of the aces had been placed on a separate chopper. Michael declined to consider the obvious logic behind that. He glanced down through the smeared windows and saw the buildings of Kuwait City's southern outskirts below them. His stomach churned. At any moment, he expected to see the bloom of anti-aircraft fire, or fighter jets with the insignia of the Caliphate on their wings diving on them, or the fiery stem of an RPG arcing up toward their Chinook from the houses below to bloom in death and fire. He leaned toward Lieutenant Bedeau, with thick earphones over his blue helmet. "Anything?" he half-shouted. Lieutenant Bedeau, in command of the troops in Michael's choppers, shook his head and gave a thumbs up. It did nothing to reassure him. Taking Kuwait International couldn't be easy. At any second, it was all going to go to hell. Michael knew it. He could feel it. Any second now, he was going to hear the chatter of machine guns and the sinister thump of mortars. Helicopters would be pinwheeling down to crash to the tarmac. There were going to be explosions and smoke choking the air, and blood, too much blood. They dipped and turned sharply, and Michael's eyes widened. Below, he could see the concrete lines of the airport coming up fast toward them. A couple of the flotilla of choppers had already landed alongside the main terminal, and he felt their own craft touch down. No chatter of guns, no explosions. The rear door of the Chinook slammed open, letting in a wash of harsh light and swirling sand. "Go! Go! Go!" Lieutenant Bedeau shouted in French-accented English, waving his arms. The cord of the headphones jiggled heavily. "Move! It's gonna happen now! Now!" The troopers from his Chinook piled out from the rear ramp in a quick, nervous double line, fingers caressing the triggers of famous G2 automatic weapons. There was no answering gunfire, there was no resistance at all, no Caliphate soldiers eager to defend the airport, no tanks clanking toward them, no fighter jets dropping bombs, no RPGs streaking red death, no Islamic aces. Nothing. Yet, DB reminded himself. He was lugging 2 M16 rifles himself, one in each set of his 4 lowest arms. A custom-made armored vest was pulled tight around his heavily muscled tattooed body, and he wore one of the blue helmets over his shaved head. He was the last one out, hitting the ground under the wash of chopper blades and blinking at the gritty sand that still managed to get past the plastic goggles. The landscape was done, dotted with green, pinned under a vicious, relentless sun. Back in the desert. Fucking lovely. Around the tarmac, the rest of the Chinooks had also landed, UN troops spilling out like blue-capped coffee beans from broken bags. The aces of the committee team, one to each chopper, following them. Lohengrin and Rusty, who, like Michael, might also be having flashbacks to Egypt. Barbara Baden, Tinker, and Kate. Michael waved to her, 100 yards away. She waved back perfunctorily. The dry air felt cloying, as if somehow, impossibly, a thunderstorm was about to break. He hoped not too many people were going to die when that happened. "DB!" Lieutenant Bedeau was gesturing at him. "Let's move!" He pointed toward the terminal. Michael grunted assent, and took a single step. That was as far as he got. Something whined past his ear, like one of Hive's wasps in some great hurry. Then a duller cut chunk came from the fuselage of the Chinook behind him. He half turned his head to see a ragged circular hole torn in the metal. The sharp report of a rifle came in that same breath. "Sniper!" he yelled. That was when an invisible semi slammed into his chest and knocked him to the ground. He went down hard, barely able to breathe from the force of the impact. The world went dim around him momentarily, and he nearly blacked out. He heard the M16s he was carrying scratch along the concrete of the runway, dropped from stunned hands. He heard other people shouting, and the familiar bowel-churning rattle of automatic weapons fire. Hands pulled on his multiple arms, dragging him away. I can do it, he growled, but the effort of moving and talking hurt like a son of a bitch. He half crawled, half limped to the other side of the Chunuk where the blue helmets were crouched, scanning the rooftops and windows of the terminal. He fell more than crouched. The fingers of his middle right hand probed his chest. There was a hole torn in the Kevlar and steel vest right above his heart. With the realization, the world spun around him once. Another bullet ricocheted from the ramp, leaving a bright scratch close to Michael's head. "There!" one of the soldiers shouted, pointing to a puff of smoke from the terminal. M16s and FAMAS chattered, and stone chips flew from the building's facade. A Tigre Eurocopter attack helicopter, looking like a monstrous wasp, lifted 50 feet in the air. Weapons fire spat from the front guns of the Tigre, then stopped. A soldier waved from the chopper's open window, then drew a finger over his throat. The Tigre banked and moved away. "Drummer boy," Lieutenant Bedeau was crouched next to him, his thin Gaelic face concerned. "You are okay?" "Yeah, okay. At least I think so." Michael used his lower hands to push himself up to a sitting position. He grimaced. Fuck, that hurt. There was only one man, and he wasn't a very good sniper, luckily for you. A trained sniper would have gone for the headshot. Bedeau tapped his own forehead and grinned suddenly. He slapped DB's shoulder. "Now he's a very dead amateur." "Good," Michael told him. "The people of the Caliphate, they don't like you very much because of what you did to the righteous jinn." Bedeau said it with a faint smile. DB was damned if he knew what was so amusing about any of it. "Yeah," Michael answered, rubbing his chest through the vest. "So I gather." Double helix. The words of a talebearer are as wounds. Melinda M. Snodgrass. I've left the moisture-leaching heat of Baghdad for the steaming heat of Congoville. The tropical heat makes me wish I could strip off not only clothes but skin as well. What is it about the British that we seek out such dreadful climes in our pursuit of empire? Exhaustion has left my mind feeling like a gray blank. I wasn't sure I could effectively picture one of the rooms of the palace, so I gave myself more room by picking the garden. The night air is filled with the sounds of insects and frogs.
I wonder if one of those deep ribbits is Buford out grazing on bugs. I giggle. It dies when I hear the distinctive sound of a gun being cocked. Whirling, I see one of the leopards, his eyes glittering in his dark face. The gun is coming up. He recognizes me before his finger tightens on the trigger. The barrel drops, and I can feel my knees trembling with released stress. The wash of adrenaline is ebbing, taking with it the last of my energy. I grope in my pocket, pull out a black beauty, and toss it into my mouth. It seems monstrous passing down my throat. I have to cough before I can ask, "Où est Jean Fortune?" He takes me. Fortune is slumped in a large armchair, dressed only in boxers, staring blindly at the insects circling the table lamp. Sweat gleams on his bare chest, and forms drops in his sideburns. Sekhmet humps beneath the skin of his forehead like some grotesque tumor. I wonder how Curveball feels with this voyeur present at every tender fuck. "Lilith," he says, as if remembering who I am. There's an overstuffed ottoman near his feet, I sink down onto, and feel the leather stick to the moist skin of my calf. "We're getting some blowback from the Caliphate," I say. "What does that mean?" "That annoyed locals are shooting at us." That makes him straighten. Suddenly another soul is looking through his dark eyes. It's old and cold, and I recognize a kindred spirit. They have brought it upon themselves. Yes, well, that may be the case, but however naughty they are, or pure we are, bullets are still lead, and they still kill. As DB nearly found out. What? The decibel range goes high, and the young man is back. Bullet to the chest. Fortunately, his vest sucked most of it, but it was a near thing. I pause for just the right amount of time. Cast down my eyes, then look back up at him. Kate seemed very concerned. She was still with him when I left to report to you. I pause again. Oh, she said to give you her love. There is again that strange snapping shift in the eyes, and Fortune's voice rasps as he says, "You are an evil thing." Dark, and my lips skin back in a smile. John, dear, do exert a little control over your senile mummy. Fortune seems like an inexpertly controlled marionette as Isra tries to propel him out of his chair, and he struggles to stay seated and composed. There's something so wrong and disturbing about this symbiosis that I find myself taking a step back. Fortune was supposed to have the power of Ra, the power of the sun itself, but it was taken from him when his father cured him of the wild card. Sekhmet was to be the handmaiden of Ra, two powers wedded to form a whole. But Fortune is just a gnat, which makes them only half of what they were meant to be. Thank God. Fortune's self-righteousness melded to Isra's vindictiveness would be a truly terrifying prospect. Political Science 201, Ian Tregillis, Walton Simons, Yvette. 14 days, 9 hours. Yves, 15 days, 18 hours. Yechtley, 16 days, 2 hours. Christian was out the door on the way to his regular postcoital physical before the first egg appeared. Don't trust him, Yvette had said. Zoe, a petite girl with a pageboy bob of strawberry blonde hair, asked, "Why not?" Not. The echoes came from every corner of the room. They made concentration difficult. A strange deuce. Her brother Zane flashed his chromatophores into ripples of fire truck red by way of response. He snuffled at Niobe's palm with his tentacles. Zoe frowned. What does that mean? Mean. It means shut the hell up, said Zenobia, the frail and bird-like baby of the clutch. Mom, Zen swore at me. Me. Zane recoiled, covering his earbuds. He retaliated, using a camouflage ability that extended to projecting invisibility. Zoe bumped loudly into an invisible nightstand. Ouch! Ch. Niobe said, "Hey, be nice, you two." But why would she say that about trusting people? I'll find out, Mom. Zenobia walked to the door, dispersed into a cloud of mist, and was gone. Niobe considered calling her back, but in the end, she wanted to know what Yvette had meant too. Zenobia drifted through the entire medical wing and found no sign of Christian. He was nowhere to be found. It appeared he'd left the facility, until Zenobia heard laughter and muffled voices coming from a storage room. Behind the industrial-sized cans of tomato paste and 5-gallon tubs of elbow macaroni, 4 folding chairs were arranged around a card table. One chair sat empty, but Christian was there, chatting with 2 men. "Mom, I found him." "Good work, sweetie. I see him. I don't think he had a physical." "I know." A 4th man hurried in. He sat across from Christian. "What's the good word, fam?" "Girl, boy, girl." "Deuce, joker, ace." The man named Fam summarized Zoe, Zane, and Zenobia for the others. "Good work, Fam," said Christian. "Why can't you just stick around to see what pops out of those eggs, Chris? Would you stay any longer than you had to?" Twin pangs of hurt and betrayal passed each other on the way up and down the bond between mother and daughter. Smitty slapped Christian on the back. "He does the hard work. Who can blame him, wanting to get out of there?" "Yeah, speaking of hard, how the hell can you do her anyway? She's disgusting." "Gentlemen, I just sit back and think about my bank account." Christian grinned. "Every litter of freaks is another hefty little bonus." "Yeah, so you can afford all the child support." "You get paid extra to screw her?" "Of course, retard. Would you do it for free?" Far on the other side of the complex, Niobe cried. "I would if she looked like Curveball. Shit, I'd pay to screw her. Yeah, I would wreck that girl. I'll bet half the guys on the committee are banging her. The way I hear it, Tom, you got no choice but to pay for it." More laughter all around the table at this. "This season's better. Green chick? Talk about hot. I like that acrobat, Minx. Now she's bangable." Tom leered.
And I'll bet she's freaky in the sack, too. Smitty laughed again. Could you imagine Genetrix on American Hero, fucking before each challenge? Her teammates would have to draw straws. Fam pounded the table with his fist, laughing. Christian took a deck of cards from the table. Okay, so we got a deuce girl. Christian removed the deuces of hearts and diamonds and set them in the center of the table, face up. A joker boy. He added a joker to the deuces. And an ace girl. The aces of hearts and diamonds went into the mix. Someone do the honors. Mom, what are they doing? Niobe didn't say anything. Even Zoe had fallen silent. Zane's mantle faded to gray. Fam flipped a coin. Christian added the deuce of hearts back to his deck. They repeated the process, and the ace of diamonds went back. After shuffling and letting Tom cut, Christian dealt 4 cards to each player. Okay, gents, ant up. Niobe gasped. They're gambling, Zenobia. They're gambling on you and Zane and Zoe. A little salad of green bills accumulated in the center of the table. It grew as bets and raises and calls swirled around the table. $50 says the octopus croaks first. A pang of terror and anguish through the bond. Niobe stroked Zane's head. His mantle turned ink black. Shh, shh, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. Back at the game, Fam said, I'll take that action. He dropped a few bills on the table. Bet the octopus outlasts the chubby kid Drake brought in a few weeks ago. Drake. A cold, sickly feeling took root in Niobe's gut. Why would they say that? Zen, that's enough. Come on back now. I'll drift right into his body. And no, leave him alone. That goes for all 3 of you. Zane ruffled his tentacles. His sisters nodded. I need to think for a while. He was asleep the next time they came for him, although the dreams kept him from sleeping very well. Drake didn't really know if it was day or night. There was no clock in his room, and he'd watched all the DVDs, some more than once.
Drake could barely feel his feet on the floor as they shuffled him down the hall in the direction of the interrogation room. Justice seemed to be lifting him more than guiding him. Once there, it was going to be more of the same stupid questions, and he really couldn't tell them anything. Smitty and Dr. Pendergast were waiting for them inside the interrogation room. There was someone else, a woman who was about the same age as his teachers back at school. Her dark hair was pulled back, and her eyes darted around the room like a fish in an aquarium. Drake flopped heavily into the empty chair and put his head onto the desktop. Please let me leave. I can't help you. He closed his eyes, hoping it would all just go away. We're going to try something different this time, Drake, Smitty said, in his flat but somehow scary voice. Something to help you remember. Your file from BAMC indicates a reaction to a particular type of sedative. Dr. Carlisle will be sitting next to you while you're under. She has the ability to see into your mind somewhat and will share that with us. Dr. Carlisle pulled up a chair next to him. Pendergast moved around the table and stood by Drake's other side, a hypodermic in one hand. He grabbed Drake firmly by the shoulder, and before the boy could struggle, had the needle into him. You may feel a little uncomfortable for a moment, the doctor said, but... The rest of the sentence was a hopeless garble to Drake, like someone was speaking a foreign language to him from inside a well. The room tipped and rolled beneath him. The light over the table dimmed and went out, and it seemed he was falling slowly into a dark hole filled with cotton candy, but the hole didn't have a bottom. He closed his eyes. This wasn't like the dreams. It felt like someone pushing open his mind and chipping bits of it loose. He was sitting at the computer playing WoW. His brother Bob was behind him, yelling, saying it was his turn. Drake hitting the floor, coming up punching wildly, one flailing fist catching Bob in the balls, Bob choking him and demanding that he give. Drake trying to get air any way he could, no air. Bob saying, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Drake feeling like he was growing.
A flash of light, blinding, blotting out Bob and Serena downstairs and his mom and dad out by the stock pond. A feeling of collapsing, darkness. Where was he? Drake opened his eyes again, back in the interrogation room. His head was over a trash can and he was throwing up. Drake couldn't believe how much was coming out of him. He hadn't been eating much lately. "That's all right, Drake," Pendergast said. "That's what it's there for." Smitty glanced up from the notebook he was writing in. Dr. Carlyle was whispering in his ear. She looked scared. "Get him out of here," Smitty said. "We're done for now." Drake tried to get to his feet, but his thick legs were wobbly beneath him. "What did you do to me? Does this go away?" Dr. Pendergast handed him a glass of water. "You'll feel better if you get some of this down." Drake took this glass in an unsteady hand and balanced it against his lip, gulping down as much as he could. At least it took a little of the varmint taste from his mouth. When he was finished, Justice tugged at him. "Time to get back to your room, Drake." Drake tried to take a step, but lost his footing and collapsed face first to the floor. His forehead bounced heavily off the cold linoleum. Smitty laughed. Drake clamped his jaw shut. He wasn't going to let them get him to go emo if he could help it. At least whatever they drugged him with dulled the pain as well as making him a spaz. Justice lifted Drake up by his armpits. "Shut up, Smitty," he glared at his fellow BIC agent. "Thanks," Drake said. "I'm okay now." It was a lie, but he was going to do his best to pull it off. He could tell that Justice wasn't taking up for him because he liked Drake. It was because he thought Smitty was a jerk-off. It was one of the few things they agreed on. On the way back to his room, Drake tried to get Justice to tell him what they'd injected him with, not to mention what it had done to him. As expected, Justice told Drake exactly nothing, except that it was an advanced interrogation technique. Justice gave Drake a stick of gum when they got back, to take the taste out of his mouth. Then he left Drake alone again. Drake lay on his bed, chewing the gum slowly to keep the taste for as long as possible. As near as he could tell, they were going to keep him here forever. All he knew was that he had to get out of here soon, and he was going to need help, major help. Niobe, Zoe, and Zane pretended to watch American Hero in the lounge while Zenobia snuck into Pendergast's office. Zane chuckled, in the form of cyan and burgundy cross-hatching, when the laureate, the weakest of the competing aces, managed to get Tesseract, the most powerful, voted off the show. Team Clubs was screwed. Niobe turned inward, focused on Zenobia. The filing cabinet was locked. Zenobia reached inside with a phantom finger and tripped the latch. It took a bit of searching to find Drake's file. "Got it, Mom." Zenobia pulled out a thin hanging folder. The tab said, "Thomas, Drake." "Good job, kiddo. Don't keep me in suspense." Zenobia started reading. No freaking way. Drake was, apparently, the only survivor of the accident in Texas that had been on the news. An Air Force reconnaissance patrol had found him, naked but otherwise apparently healthy, near the center of the devastation. Scare suspected that Drake had played a role in the event. Whatever it had been, it wasn't a grain silo explosion. A page slipped out of the folder and fluttered to Zenobia's feet. It was the end of an email. Pendergast believed in paper trails, apparently, and kept hard copies of everything. In a report to his superiors in Washington, Pendergast had concluded, "Constant danger to this facility, its staff, and the other patients. As the Trump virus has failed, I see no choice but to euthanize the subject." My God! Reading those words revived the sickly feeling in Niobe's gut. The newest entry in Drake's file, dated that morning, recommended that he be moved to the deepest part of Q sector for containment in case of an accident. Pendergast stressed the importance of keeping Drake calm, which Niobe found at odds with tossing him in BIC's worst neighborhood, until he could be subtly euthanized. Pendergast suggested piping carbon monoxide into Drake's new cell. The television blared. Zane jumped.
Falm, a player in Christian's secret Mystigris game, had picked up the television remote and was cranking the volume. "Hey, not so loud." Loud, 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 loud. He ignored Zoe's echo in protest, plopped down in a recliner, and tore open a bag of corn chips. Niobe hoped his lewd fantasies of superpowered starlets would distract him from wondering where her third child had gone. Falm shifted around in the chair, trying to get comfortable. After a moment, he grunted, unhooked the jangly keyring from his belt, and tossed it on a side table. "Mom, Zoe whispered, "It's too loud for Zane." "Hush, kiddo. Don't make me lose my train of thought. Zen, can you put Drake's file back and pull mine?" The file marked Winslow was twice as thick as any other. It began with a capsule biography summarizing her life, the long journey from a Connecticut mansion to a subterranean government laboratory. Next, the file detailed every child she hatched at BIC. Photographs, medical examinations, descriptions of their abilities. But they weren't cataloged by name. The paperwork reduced each child to a serial number, starting with 1A1 for her darling and dearly missed little strongman, Aaron, all the way to 1Z3 for Zenobia. Like Drake's, Niobe's file contained Pendergast's handwritten observations.
Not long after her admission to the facility, Pendergast had enthused to his superiors. The subject's unprecedented ability to circumvent the natural statistics of the wildcard virus, most notably the routine suppression of the Black Queen among her hatchlings, presents tremendous possibilities. Isolating the mechanism should be our highest priority. Back in the lounge, Niobe hugged Zane and Zoe to her. Zenobia kept reading. Unraveling the peculiarities of Niobe's children had proven difficult. Slow progress dampened Pendergast's tone. 6 months in, he'd become paranoid that Niobe might decide to leave the facility before BIC-BC could achieve its research goals. He'd had her elevator card deactivated, and as a further precaution, he'd filed papers with Scare. She'd been a prisoner for over a year and hadn't known. 6 months after that, he'd written, "We have met with moderate success, extending the mean hatchling lifespan. If more resources are devoted to this work, future clutches may be turned into deployable assets. In this vein, the subject should be utilized as a biological reactor until reliable suppression of the Black Queen has been achieved." Niobe hugged her children until they gasped. "Reactor? That's all I am? An egg factory? You want to turn my children into weapons?" Zoe huddled closer to her mother. "Mom, what are they going to do to us?" It was hard to believe she could sound so quiet, so mousy, so frightened. Niobe didn't know what to say. Zenobia read further. Pendergast had been reading all of Niobe's incoming and outgoing emails. Her correspondence with Bubbles prompted lengthy and graphic speculations on Niobe's sexuality. The final entry, dated 2 days earlier, was terse. "Fulfilling our research objectives will require several hundred clutches. Recommend accelerated schedule with multiple partners." A chart accompanied this note. Pendergast intended to pair her not only with Nats, but also with aces, deuces, and jokers, including some from Q sector. Staff should develop techniques for forced insemination should subject prove uncooperative. Niobe shivered. The entire family fell silent. Niobe wiped at her face, flicking away tears before Pham or another orderly noticed. Zane rode on her shoulder as they walked back to her quarters. The picture frames on her shelves rattled when the door slammed shut behind her. Her children, row upon row of them, smiled, grinned, mugged, gave the thumbs up from dozens of photographs. The picture frame on her desk housed an autographed photo of Michelle Pond. 2 photos cropped side by side, in fact, contrasting thin bubbles and large bubbles. Niobe clicked the remote for her stereo. The little Bose player was plugged into her iPod. Haunting vocals and mournful guitars echoed from the cinder block walls and wrapped around Niobe like an acoustic blanket. Esper's Children of Stone had become her anthem the moment she first heard it. Stone children never age, never die. She flopped down on her bed and cried. Christian's betrayal had been painful enough. 2 years. 2 years she had let them poke her, prod her, humiliate her, all in the stupid belief that they wanted to cure her children. But they didn't give a shit about any of that. She felt stupid, ashamed. They were going to chain her to a table and use her like a machine. But not before they murdered Drake. Zoe and Zane climbed into her lap. Zane, a mournful cobalt blue with spots of jade, nuzzled her hand. Zoe's tears, hot with sorrow, trickled down Niobe's neck. They sat that way until Zenobia said, Mom? She had unlocked the lower compartment of Pendergast's TV cabinet. The shelves were crammed with DVDs. Many had austere white labels on the spine. Genetics Insemination Session, 1H, and so forth. But others had garish sleeves, plastered with titles such as All Joker Action, Tentacle Tramps, and Hearn Takes Jokertown, Volume 3. Mom, there's magazines here too with, oh my God. She thought nothing could be worse than how he viewed Niobe and her children as tools, means to an end. She was wrong. He spent half his time jacking off to her sessions and the other half turning her children into weapons. She felt filthy. Mom, Zoe whispered, we can't stay here. Niobe blew her nose. If we leave, you'll get sick. She didn't add, soon. If we stay, you have a chance. No, Zenobia shook her head. No, we don't. A few extra weeks at best. Her siblings agreed. Besides, Drake needs our help. Help. His arms still hurt from the shot they'd given him. Whatever it was supposed to do, it hadn't worked, and the doctors weren't happy about it. Justice had him in tow again. The hallway they entered was blue, and the doorway to it had 2 heavy bolts on the outside. Is that you again, Spick? A voice came from deep inside one of the rooms. Drake couldn't see inside because the heavily barred window was too high. Justice didn't reply and kept walking. A horrible face appeared on another one of the windows. It was gray, and the mouth had huge teeth. Love to eat them, fat boys. Fat boys what I love to eat. Bite they fat boy heads off. Nibble on they fat boy feet. The voice put a cold knot in Drake's stomach. Why are you putting me in here with them? He asked. It won't be for long, Drake. That much I promise you. Justice unbolted the door to an empty room and herded Drake inside. There was a bed, a toilet, and not much more. Justice closed and bolted the door in place. His footfalls receded evenly down the hallway. Love to eat them, fat boys. There was a laugh that sounded like gravel being poured down a garbage disposal. Drake sat down on the hard, lumpy bed and closed his eyes. There had to be a way to make all this go away. Zane waited in the television lounge, mimicking the color and wood grain pattern on one of the tables. The same table where Pham tossed his keyring when he watched TV. He didn't notice when his keys disappeared. Good work, Zane. I'm proud of you, said Niobe. Okay, you two, it's your turn. They had until the end of Pham's break, a little under half an hour. Niobe headed for Q sector. She stifled the urge to run. Hurrying would arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, Zoe and Zenobia crept toward the central guard station. Zoe hid around the corner, while her Wraith sister drifted down the corridor to take a position under the console. She studied the controls until she found the switch that unlocked Drake's cell. Ready, Mom? Ready, kiddo. Zenobia flipped the switch. Chunk. A 4-inch steel bolt slammed into the solenoid situated on the outside of Drake's door. Niobe tiptoed inside. Psst, Drake, she whispered. It's me, Niobe. She nudged his shoulder. Wake up. Go away. Sleeping. It's Niobe. Please get up. It's important. A heavy sigh. Fine. Drake sat up, a sad and pudgy figure in his underwear. His hair was pressed flat on one side and sticking straight up on the other. She licked her thumb and wiped little crumbs of sleep from his eyes. He pulled away. What? Get dressed, kiddo. We're leaving. His eyes opened a little wider. What? Niobe opened the bag she carried and yanked out shirts, pants, socks, and underwear. Do you like it here? No. Well, you're gonna like it here even less when you find out what they have in store for you.
She handed him the bundle of clothes, then looked away while he changed. "They're gonna hurt you, Drake." "Done. Here," she said, pulling a handful of cotton balls from her pocket. "Shove these in your ears." Drake looked at her. "Are you nuts?" "Trust me." She winked. "Why should I?" "Please, just take 'em." She held her hand out to him. Slowly, reluctantly, he took the cotton, but he didn't put it in his ears. What now? Now we wait. Now it was up to Zane. Fam's keyring would unlock the elevator, but Zane had to get there first. There was a limit to how quickly he could shift his coloring. He could make other things invisible, but not himself. Niobe watched through his eyes as he snuck through the complex.
Twice he had to stop in plain sight while orderlies and security techs made their rounds. 10 minutes until the end of Fam's break. 5. The elevator doors came into sight at the end of a long corridor. Close enough for government work. Get ready, Drake. Zen, now. Zenobia, still hunched under the central guard station, reached through the console with ghost fingers to flip a row of bright red toggle switches. Click, 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 click. Cell doors started to open throughout the medium and high security wings of the facility. What the? The security tech immediately slammed the switches back. Zenobia reflipped them from her vantage inside the console and then trashed the wiring. Shit, shit. The tech punched the alarm panel, drew his flechette pistol, then bolted down the corridor. Warbling sirens sounded throughout the facility at ear-shattering volume. Drake fumbled the cotton into his ears. "Happy now?" he shouted. Niobe filled her own ears as best she could. It helped, but not much. But the cotton wasn't intended for cutting down on the alarm noise. As soon as the security tech left, Zoe joined her sister at the console. Niobe watched the monitors through her daughter's eyes. Just as Zoe had predicted, the guards stationed outside the exit up top hurried down to help contain the escapees, meaning they helpfully brought the elevator down for Drake and Niobe. The corridors throughout the complex echoed with screams and gunfire. The corridors between Drake's cell in Q sector and the elevator, however, were empty. Niobe squeezed Drake's hand. It trembled. "Time to go, kiddo. Ready?" "I guess so." He nodded, though he looked scared. "Stay close. Follow me." They slipped out of Drake's cell. As they scooted down the corridor, a voice echoed from the far end of the wing. "Chomp the tail! Chomp the kitties!" "Oh no," said Zenobia. "Mom, I think I opened some of the other cells by accident." Flames erupted out of another cell. The heat was so intense that liquid salt dripped from the ceiling. "Run!" Niobe took off at a dead run, but Drake couldn't keep up. Soon he fell behind, hunched over and panting. Niobe grabbed his hand and dragged him away from the burning salt caverns. The floor was slick with gallons of spilled glycerin. "Out of my way, Kick!" The racist blurred past. The wind bowled them over, fanning the flames higher. Niobe shoved Drake toward the exit from Q sector. Shouting and gunfire echoed through the facility. "Zoe, you know what to do, honey!" Zoe reset the alarm panel. The siren stopped. She pressed the general call button on the PA system. "I'd like to dedicate this first number to my mother." Zoe, it turned out, had a lovely singing voice. It echoed throughout the complex both by virtue of electronic amplification and her own deuce. Security techs and inmates forgot what they were doing. After a few verses, they started wandering aimlessly. The cotton didn't help much. Staying focused was a chore. Niobe chanted a mantra, "Elevator, elevator, elevator," as she half-dragged Drake past scenes that could have been called from some of the major riots of the 1960s. Her eyes watered, her nose ran freely, and her throat burned. Somewhere, the techs had resorted to using tear gas. The HVAC system was circulating it through the complex faster than the filters could cleanse the air. They hurried past one corridor where a pair of security techs grappled listlessly with an inmate. They had pepper spray and a taser, but as long as Zoe sang, they couldn't concentrate long enough to use them. They rounded another corner. Niobe tripped over a body sprawled on the floor. Smitty lay face up, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, unblinking. Blood trickled from his eyes and nose. "Don't look, Drake." Niobe covered his eyes as she pulled him along. They were halfway across the cafeteria when Christian appeared in the doorway. His lips moved soundlessly, as though he was struggling to form a coherent thought. Zoe's deuce at work again. He gave up, holding out his hand, palm out. "Stop," it said. Christian's screams echoed from farther up the corridor. Christian frowned, turned, then frantically scrabbled at his holster for his flechette pistol. Niobe and Drake scrambled backward, away from a surge of heat. Torrents of fire swept down the corridor. They swirled around Christian, and then he was gone. "Dad!" Niobe concentrated on finding a detour, on getting Drake to the elevator. "Later. I'll think about it later." Drake jumped when a section of the cinder blocks next to the gleaming steel elevator doors pulled away from the wall. Niobe tickled her son under the chin. "I'm so proud of you, Zane." He nuzzled her hand with his tentacles, using one to push a key into the slot next to the elevator doors. They slid open without a sound. "Going up." Niobe ushered Drake into the elevator. "Come on, kiddos." She beckoned to Zane and mentally waved a finger at Zoe and Zenobia. "All aboard." Zane climbed her shoulder. Zenobia drifted through the walls toward the elevator. Zoe didn't move. "I have to stay behind, Mom," she thought. "Zane and Zen can help you on the road. But the longer I sing, the better your chances of getting away." But Zenobia thought, "You know we're right, Mom." Niobe cried, "No!" A tiny frown touched the corners of Drake's mouth as he watched Niobe. "No, that's not what we agreed on." Zane laughed, ripples of marigold orange limned with hints of sorrowful cobalt. "We agreed to this. I love you, Mom. Mom, Mom." Zenobia rematerialized halfway down the corridor from the elevator. "Almost there, Mom." Chomp, chomp, chomp. Sharky turned the corner. Chew, chew. He paused when he saw little Zenobia running toward Niobe in the elevator. "Love to eat them kitties." His grin was a flash of serrated enamel as he set off at a loping run. "Yes, yes, yes! Fat boy's what I love to eat. Zen, run!" Niobe punched the button to close the door, but didn't send the elevator up yet. The doors moved with agonizing slowness. She shielded Drake with her tail. "Drake, get behind me." Sharky reached for Zenobia, but his fingers passed ineffectually through her mist. He swiped at her, hissing and spitting, as she wafted through the doors. The doors stopped with just an inch between them. Sharky had wedged 3 claws into the gap. He slid the rest of his long, pallid digits into the space and pried the doors apart. "Bite they fat boy heads off." Niobe used her tail to push Drake as far away from Sharky as the tight space allowed. "Stay away from him." Sharky stepped inside. The doors closed. The elevator started moving up. He took another step, shoved Niobe aside, and grabbed Drake, whose eyes had begun to glow, by the collar. Nibble, nibble, nibble on his fat boy face. Zane flashed the truest black Niobe had ever seen. Drake disappeared. "What?" Sharky faltered. Niobe reached for Drake, managed to get a handful of shirt, and yanked him out of the cannibal's grasp. Sharky lunged toward the corner where he'd thrown Niobe. But Zenobia leapt onto his back, and the pair dissolved into clouds of mist. The clouds passed harmlessly through Niobe. Drake reappeared. Niobe shoved him to the opposite corner of the elevator. Zenobia released Sharky. One of his forearms was stuck inside the wall up to the elbow. He flailed, tugging viciously at his encased limb. It didn't budge. Let me go, you bitch!" Niobe pulled Drake near the door, out of Sharky's reach. "Zane, Zoe, Zenobia, I love you more than I can say. You're good kids, and I'm proud to be your mom. We love you too, Mom." Somewhere down below, Zoe sang an old Vera Lynn song. Niobe put an arm around Drake. "I'm gonna look out for you, Drake, I promise." Tears made it sound unconvincing. The elevator sped up, 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 until it spat them into a cold, dark desert, big as the world, but somehow smaller than her promise. Mortality's strong hand. John Joseph. Miller, Ray, reached out to grab the kid, saying, "You're under arrest," and Bugsy dissolved like smoke in his hands, green, razor-laced smoke that stung him 100 times. He grimaced at the pain and the shrill whine of the telephone ringing by his bedstand. Telephone. Shit. He'd been dreaming again, this time about that asshole hive. How can you arrest a swarm of wasps? Ray opened his eyes and reached out in the darkness and grabbed the phone. Yeah? Mr. Ray. He hated being called Mr., but as Attorney General Rodham had explained to him numerous times, his status required it. He'd been director of SCARE, the Special Committee for Ace Resources and Endeavors, for a bewildering half-year now. He still wasn't sure it had been a good idea to take the job, but he hadn't been able to resist President Kennedy's request. Yeah? Trouble? Finally free of the cobwebs of nightmare, he recognized Dolan's voice. Dolan was agent in charge of the night shift. Ray knew it had to be pretty serious to wake him. He squinted at the clock by his bedside at 3 a.m. What? There's been an incident at BIC. Ray hated bureaucraticities, something which didn't endear him to the agency lifers. Incident? He could hear Dolan swallow. Yes, sir. A riot. Actually, a riot and breakout. We're still assembling data. Christ, I'll be right there. Call in everyone. This is gonna be a bitch and a half. Ray hung up the phone and sat up in bed. Why did shit like this always happen at 3 a.m.? He'd had just 3 hours of sleep, but it was the first time in 2 days he'd managed any at all. He was having trouble sleeping, and when he did, he dreamed, and the dreams were worse than the sleeplessness. An arm snaked out from the other side of the bed and went around his flat, corded stomach. What is it, sugar? Hey! He flicked on the overhead light and glanced at the girl. She was lean, blonde, and naked, with one well-tanned arm thrown up over her eyes, blocking the light. Jenny, from the secretarial pool. He'd been sleeping with blondes lately, especially lean ones, with long legs and small breasts. The one time he'd taken a busty brunette to his bed had been a disaster. He rubbed his face with his hands. Can't dwell on this shit, he thought. Don't have time for it now. Sorry, Jen. Emergency. Gotta get down to the office. She sat up in bed, short blonde hair tousled, looking like a sleepy pixie. Ray didn't notice. Oh, going to take a quick shower. Call you soon. Oh. Ray went into the bathroom, jumped under the shower for perhaps 20 seconds, and gingerly patted himself dry. His hide was still peppered with angry red marks. They were slow to heal. Maybe he was allergic to that goddamn slacker Hive. He momentarily pictured his hands wrapped around Hive's throat, but that was minor solace to his physical and mental pain. He had more worries now. There seemed an endless supply of them in this job. He dressed quickly in the walk-in closet off the bathroom. Jenny was gone by the time he returned. He took a moment to make the bed, then went out into the Washington night. In a way, he was thankful for the phone call. It saved him from that unpleasant morning awkwardness of shuffling off his latest one-night stand. He didn't need that crap. Lately, there was a lot of crap that he didn't need, and some that wasn't, he thought, that maybe he did. The CIA had Langley, the FBI Quantico. Scare had a suite of rooms in a Justice Department building on a floor that was partly outsourced to Fish and Game. Damned lousy budget, Ray thought. Lights were already shining in the office windows as he alighted from the taxi. The place was hopping. He signed in at the security desk in the lobby and rode up to the 7th floor, turned right down the corridor, Fish and Game was to the left, and came to a reception area where half a dozen clerks and agents were hustling around pretending they knew what they were doing. Ray suspected they were just trying to get noticed. At least Juliet Summers, his secretary, was on the ball. She had a pot of coffee ready as Ray strode through reception to Summers' tiny private domain and his office beyond. Summers, adopted out of Korea as an infant, had parlayed a job as a production assistant on American Hero into a Scare position. A holdover from Calendar's regime, she was efficient, hard-working, and quite reliable. Cute, in a waifish way, only 5 feet tall and petite all over, with short bobbed hair and dark, intent eyes. She wore expensive business suits and always looked immaculate, even at 4 in the morning.
If she'd been a man, Ray would have asked her the name of her tailor. The tattoos, flashing over her skin, sometimes repelled, sometimes intrigued him. He often wondered what she looked like naked, but that was not an uncommon thought for Ray to have about an attractive woman. He was pretty sure she was hot for him, but he wasn't about to mess around with that. Good secretaries were harder to find than one-night stands. She followed him into his office and closed the door on the chaos behind. Inside, it was quiet and neat, just like Ray liked. "Talk to me, Ink," he said. She handed him a steaming mug of coffee as he perched on the edge of his desk. Its spotless surface was marred only by a basket with a neatly stacked pile of memoranda that Ray was supposed to have read. "We're still trying to sort out exactly what happened. The reports from BIC have been confusing. We know there was a riot. Casualties? We know some of the detainees escaped. Shit. Names? Sharky, the racist. Genetics. She was a trustee," Ray said, outraged. "Now she's an escapee." Ink paused. Ray sensed more bad news coming. Drake Thomas. Son of a bitch. As scare director, he'd been privy to the memo on the kid they dubbed Little Fat Boy, and he had read it. Drake's escape was about the worst news imaginable. Chumps like Sharky and the racist were small change in the wildcard world. Sure, they were murderous thugs, but murderous thugs were a penny a dozen. Kids who caused nuclear explosions were rather more unique. In fact, there was already a signed termination order in case the kid ever did slip his leash. Ray didn't like the thought of taking down kids, but Drake had already accounted for Pyote, Texas. What if he'd let loose in El Paso, or, say, a city that someone would actually miss? They had to find him fast. Ray rubbed his face, thinking, do they know up the chain yet? A.G. Rodham's waiting for your report. Son of a bitch, Ray said again. Knowing his boss, she'd blame him for the fuck-up, even though he'd been thousands of miles away, and it was probably all that asshole Justice's fault. Rodham was a treacherous bitch and ambitious as hell. To her, AG was just a springboard to a higher position. She hadn't been in favor of Ray's appointment as scare director, and Ray knew why. She was jealous of his press, which, of course, was ironic. He'd never in his life sought out the media. It just found him. He couldn't help it if he was colorful. Rodham, on the other hand, lived for publicity, lusted for it. Probably why she'd never married. She couldn't stand to share the spotlight with anyone, and she'd be very happy to get rid of Ray and replace him with another bland asshole like Calendar. Yeah, he thought, and what's your excuse? For a second, he didn't know what he was thinking about, and then it hit him. She'd never been far from his mind since she left, but thoughts of the Angel intruding on business time were unproductive, even dangerous. It didn't help that he had no real answer for that son of a bitch of his head asking these stupid questions. She's gone, asshole, he told him. Deal with it. I've got Rodham to deal with. She'd use this sorry mess as another excuse to chew on his ass. She was already on him to fly to Hollywood to recruit promising contestants from the second season of American Hero. Promising. Yeah, he'd seen their dossiers. Buffalo gal, 8 feet tall, horny, hairy, and humped. Fucking great. Or maybe Professor Polka and his friggin' accordion.
One bullet in the bellows, and the dancing would stop, wouldn't it? Christ. Well, he wasn't inclined to put up with errands like that. Important shit had to be done, and he needed to do it. Trips to Hollywood, endless meetings, talking budgets, hiring quotas, mission statements for the 21st century, blah, blah, blah. Only one solution to this problem: road trip. Ray looked at Ink, his gaze narrowed. Whistle me up a leer. I'm headed for BIC. When Hillary calls, tell her I'll report on conditions as I observe them personally. Ink cleared her throat. Are you sure that's wise, sir? The sir irritated him. He didn't like hearing it, especially since most of the time it was insincere blather covering up the speaker's real feelings. He wished he had someone he trusted to discuss problems with. Someone who would tell him the truth. Someone to make up for what he realized was sometimes his own hard-headedness and, let's face it, recklessness. He saw where this train of thought was heading and consciously derailed it. He almost sighed, but stopped. It was all over when you started sighing to yourself. Hell no, Ray said. But that's what I'm doing. Who's on the EDR? That was another thing about this fucking job. He'd been talking in acronyms ever since taking it. Ray watched a Chinese-style dragon fly through a bank of puffy clouds and glide across Ink's left cheek as she leafed through the memoranda in the in tray, eventually finding the emergency duty roster. "It's a light night," she reported. "Just Crypto and Stuntman." Ray nodded. Crypto was a longtime scare man. He was good at figuring out codes and shit, but not much in a fight. Stuntman was another hire out of that American hero crap. In fact, he'd won the damn thing. But apparently his hoped-for movie career had never developed, so he'd gone into government service. Ray had never worked with him, but had read his file. He was supposed to be pretty much indestructible. That was something at least. "All right," he said. "Crypto can stay home and work his crossword puzzles. Tell Stuntman to meet me at the airport." Ray's face was looking fairly normal, though his smile was still crooked. It was almost endearing. "What can I bring you back from New Mexico?" he asked. "How about a piñata?" Ray had known Jamal Norwood, aka Stuntman, for only an hour, and hated him already. He was a young, good-looking African-American with fairly light skin and more Euro than Afro features. Ray approved of his clothing sense, though his suit was a little too flashy and expensive for so young an agent. It was his attitude Ray couldn't stand. "I'm Billy Ray," he'd said, strapping down next to him as the Lear was prepped for takeoff. "Yeah," Norwood replied, unimpressed. "Heard all about you. They call me Stuntman, but I've given up that shit. No future in it. Doubling for Denzel and Will Smith and low-life ghetto rap stars making the real money, while my ass... I thought you were a millionaire. Didn't you get that much for winning that crappy show?" Carney. After taxes and agents' fees, there was barely $500,000 left. "Carney?" Ray asked. "What?" Norwood looked at him. "That's what they call you. My code name is Carnifex." Norwood shrugged. "Not what I heard. Everyone calls you Carnivore." Ray looked at him blankly, finally understanding a little of what Nephi Calendar had gone through all those years. Norwood fiddled with his iPod and fell asleep a minute after takeoff, and he snored, loudly. Ray stared stonily ahead as the Lear flashed west, wanting to sleep but unable. It seemed like forever, but took only a couple of hours. Norwood woke up after they'd touched down at the private landing strip outside the Biological Isolation and Containment Center, located in the middle of nowhere in the southeast corner of New Mexico, if you could throw stones pretty far. A Jeep was waiting for them with a security tech wearing BIC insignia and the Halliburton Company patch. Justice doesn't even have the guts to show up himself, an unhappy Ray thought, getting unhappier. Stuntman wasn't happy either, as he surveyed the mostly flat, mostly empty desert. He was already perspiring in the morning heat. "Any place to get breakfast around here?" "Just the BIC cafeteria, sir," the tech said. "Swell," Norwood grumbled. "Nothing like government contract food." Ray was hungry too, but he wasn't going to bellyache about it, even if Stuntman was right. They climbed into the Jeep, and the driver sped off down an obviously recent asphalt road that led from the airstrip to the containment center. BIC consisted of a very large, very ugly, very angular concrete building set in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a gaggle of outbuildings that looked like a motor pool, storage facilities, and barracks. These buildings were enclosed by a razor wire fence with a central guard station manned by more Halliburton cannon fodder. As they were waved through, Ray looked down the fence line to where the chain link and razor wire had been smashed outward, as if by an invisible avalanche. Norwood noticed it as well and looked at Ray with raised eyebrows. "You're not dealing with fake bank robbers now," Ray said pointedly. "Bring 'em on," Stuntman said. His grin was almost convincing. The Halliburton stooge accompanied them into the main building. At least it was cool inside, compared to the killing desert heat.
They took an elevator down a half-dozen levels, stuntman staring at the bloodstains that still discolored the elevator's walls and floor. For once, the newcomer kept silent, and Ray didn't feel the need to prod him. The guide escorted them down a hallway with industrial-quality carpet that probably cost the taxpayer a C-note a square yard. He knocked once on the door at the end of the corridor, saluted sloppily, and slouched off. "You know," Ray said to Stuntman, "he probably makes 6 or 7 times more a year than you do." "Yeah," Norwood said, "but that uniform he has to wear just sucks." "Good one," Ray thought. And then a voice called, "Enter." The corridor leading to the director's office had been furnished in mid-20th century, but inside was a different story. Ray pursed his lips. The decor here was a lot more luxurious than in his own office. He made a mental note to ream out whoever had let the decorator run amok. Pendergast, the BIC director, was sitting in an expensive ergonomic chair that matched his teakwood desk. On the other side of the desk, Justice occupied an equally comfortable-looking chair, flanked by 2 straight-backed wooden ones. "Mr. Ray, good of you to come." "Yeah, good of me to do my job," Ray said without inflection. He looked at the young, slim, handsome Hispanic agent sitting in the comfortable chair. The last young, slim Hispanic agent he'd had to deal with had turned out to be a fucking traitor, and Ray had gutted him with a glass shard. Ray hated to generalize, but he also hated to be reminded of bad experiences. If it hadn't been for the angel, he would have cashed in a couple of times during that particular dance. He gritted his teeth. "Hello, Justice. Hell of a mess you've got here." "Yes, sir," the scare agent said sulkily. His handsome features were marred by a lumpy purple and yellow bruise on the right side of his jaw. Probably why he was so pissy. He stopped, realizing that Ray was frowning at him, and rose quickly to his feet, flushing. He stepped aside clumsily, and Ray took his seat. Ray nodded at Stuntman, who took the chair to his left, while Justice sank down into the chair on his right. "Right," Ray said. "Agent Norwood," he nodded at Stuntman. "Dr. Pendergast, BIC Director. Agent Echeverria, Head of BIC Security. Now that we're all comfy and we all know each other, suppose you tell me what the hell happened here." Pendergast and Justice looked at each other, and Justice started to explain the sequence of events as they'd been reconstructed.
So, Ray said when he'd finished, "Let me get this straight. You're head of security with 100 agents under you. Granted, most are contractors, but still, you couldn't stop a little fat kid and an ace whose power is getting pregnant from engineering a breakout out of a multi-billion-dollar facility with a high-tech security system? Is that about right?" Stuntman broke the silence with a snicker. Justice reddened again. Their breakout was well planned, and they had help. Ray looked thoughtful. "Oh, that's right. Genetrix had her 3 kids. How old were they? 3 days? 4? Stuntman's snicker threatened to turn into a guffaw. "Let me see her cell," Ray said. "Why?" Pendergast began. "Because I want to," he said, interrupting. Pendergast sighed, then stood. "All right, this way." "She had more help than her current brood, sir," Justice said as they walked down the depressingly appointed corridor to an even more depressingly appointed room block that still showed signs of the recent ferocious struggle. There were 27 escapees, including 9 from the high security wing. We recaptured most before they got half a mile away. "Casualties?" Ray asked. 4 dead, 2 security techs, 1 orderly, 1 patient. "Who's still on the loose?" Ray looked at Pendergast. "Well, the director said, as you said, Drake and Genetrix, and also Sharky, Deadhead, the Racist, Covert, the Whisperer, and the Atomic Mummy." Ray nodded, looking grimmer at each name mentioned. "Here we are." They stopped before one room in a row of rooms. Ray looked inside. Cheery. The only personal touch was the dozens of portraits of kids set on wall shelves. Some looked normal, some looked like nightmares. Most were somewhere in between. Frowning, Ray stepped inside the tiny room and picked up a framed autographed photo. Actually, it was 2 photos, side by side in a frame. In one, the subject was model, slim, and beautiful. In the other, she'd ballooned to elephant size. Ray got out his cell and hit the speed dial. "Ink?" he said. "Oh, fine. Just great. Listen, get a hold of that fat chick from American Hero, the one that's on the committee. Tell her that her #1 fan has just escaped from a federal detention center and is traveling with an extremely dangerous killer ace. If Bubbles hears from her, we need to know about it, at once. Right, see you." He turned off his phone and looked thoughtful. Whatever happened to Genetrix's last generation of kids? Pendergast hesitated a moment. "Deceased," he finally said. "Old age? Old age, hell," Justice broke in. "Two escaped with her. I told you, the one we captured wouldn't stand up to the grilling you put her through." "We had to find Drake quickly," Pendergast interrupted. "And did you?" Ray asked. "No," Pendergast said quietly. "Interesting," Ray said. "Not only are you incompetent fuckwits, you're also sadistic incompetent fuckwits." He turned to Justice. "I want your report on these interrogations ASA." "Yes, sir," Justice said stonily. Life flared on Pendergast's face with a furious blush. "No one talks to me like that." "I'm not no one," Ray said conversationally. "I'm Billy Ray. I was spilling my blood in service before you tortured your first rat in Psych 101. I've encountered plenty of assholes like you over the years, Doc. Let me clue you in. Chumps like you are tolerated as long as you deliver the goods. When you fuck up, the politicians higher up the food chain will throw you to the wolves to cover their asses and find another white coat to run the rats through their mazes. Count on it. I don't know what kind of snake pit you're running here, but this breakout was engineered by desperate people. How'd Genetrix get so desperate, Doc?" Pendergast's face had taken on the hue of someone who'd bitten into bad sushi. He was about to reply, but was interrupted when his cell phone tootled. He grabbed it, held it up to his ear. "Yes," he said, and as he listened, his face became even queasier. He hung up. "What?" Ray asked. 4 dead state troopers have been found on Interstate 70 outside Alamogordo. They were pretty badly mangled. One seemed partially eaten." "Sharky," Justice said quietly, as Norwood grimaced in disgust. Ray nodded. "Sounds like a clue to me. Where, exactly?" "I've got the map reference," Pendergast said, noting some figures down on a notepad which he handed to Ray. Ray accepted the pad with one hand while hitting his cell phone speed dial with the other. He knew that they needed to run this down fast, and he knew who to contact for help. Lady Black was in charge of the team securing the blast site down in Texas, and she had a bunch of aces with her. "Ray," he said. "Yes, Mr. Ray." "Since when have I been Mr. Ray to you, Joanne?" he asked. "Since you got to be the man, Mr. Ray." "Let's have this pissing contest later," Ray said. "I'm at BIC right now, but we're headed for Alamogordo. We're going to need Moon. Can you spare her and someone to bring her?" "Are you asking or ordering?" "Sir?" Restraining himself, Ray answered, "Asking." There was a short silence. "I suppose." "Fine," he said. "Thanks." "You're welcome." "Sir." Ray broke contact, suppressing a sigh. More shit to clean up. He never thought that he'd piss off an old comrade like Lady Black. They'd both been in Scare a long time, and she'd wanted the directorate herself. Truth was, Ray knew she'd be a better director than him, but he wasn't in human resources. It wasn't his job to make everyone happy. Suddenly, he looked at Pendergast and smiled. "Pack your knapsack and slip into your Birkenstocks, Doc. We're going to Alamogordo." He turned to Justice. "Get in touch with local and state law enforcement. Give them descriptions of all escapees, but tell them they're not to approach if they're spotted. We don't need any more half-eaten state troopers. Just relay any info about sightings to us." Ray looked back at Pendergast as the director made a sputtering kind of noise. "Something wrong, Doc?" "Why do I have to accompany you?" Pendergast asked indignantly. "I'm not a field agent." "No," Ray said with faux patience, "but you are the foremost authority on the escapees." "Yes," Pendergast admitted reluctantly. "I'm going to need that expertise, Doc." He stood quickly and stretched. Action was right down the road. He could smell it.
"You've got 15 minutes to get ready." Pendergast stared at him. "You've just wasted 5 seconds." Pendergast turned, muttering. "I sure hope there's someplace in Alamogordo where we can get breakfast," Stuntman said. Alamogordo, a town of 35,000 about 50 miles from the Texas border, was noted for 2 things. The first, its proximity to White Sands Missile Range, had led to its Museum of Space History. The second, its proximity to Holloman Air Force Base, had led to a string of waterbed motels on its main drag, as well as the town's ubiquitous wildcard theme. "I don't get it," Stuntman said through a mouthful of honey, fruit, and nut pancakes. It was afternoon, and they'd stopped at the first roadside diner they'd seen outside Alamogordo, the Interplanetary House of Pancakes. It had a billboard flying saucer on its roof being smothered by a deluge of maple syrup from a large upended bottle. Inside, it was unrelentlessly cheerful, with a shiny chrome ambience and a decor that a modern cutting-edge bistro would kill for. And it smelled like pancakes. Unsurprisingly, the 3 of them had ordered breakfast. "What's with all this space stuff in the middle of cowboy country?" Ray shrugged. "You can't blame the locals, much. They're stuck here in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, hemmed in by desert on one side and missile range on the other. They can't all work for the government. They have to make a buck somehow, so they latched on to tachyons landing here back in 1945. 1946, Pendergast said around a mouthful of omelet. "Right," Ray stared him into silence. 46. Even if they have to dress up as tachyon imitators and perform quickie marriages, there's worse ways to make a living. "I guess," Stuntman said.
So that explains the tacky gift shops, the t-shirt emporiums, the famous Alamogordo Joker Dye Museum, Dr. Tacky's No-Tell Motel and Wedding Chapel, not to mention the tours to 2 competing tachyon landing sites, which, Pendergast pointed out pedantically, are both nothing more than obvious tourist traps since tachyon landed on the base. He ran down to silence as Ray and Norwood both stared at him. "Excuse me?" he added after a moment. "I have to go to the boys' room." He got up and slid out of the booth. Stuntman polished off his sausages and held up his coffee mug as the waitress went by with the pot. "Here you go, hun," she said, filling up his cup. Ray waved her off. His kidneys were already floating, and he didn't know how much longer they'd have to wait until Moon showed up with her handler, as Ray had texted them to meet at the diner. The waitress turned, paused, stared. "Oh, honey, you can't bring your dog in here." "She's not a dog," the Midnight Angel said. "She's a government agent." Ray looked over the back of the booth, and their eyes met, and something passed between them. Ray didn't know what it was, but he guessed that it wasn't good. For a moment, he swore quietly to himself. Lady Black knew that he and the Angel were on the outs. She could have sent someone else to shepherd Moon. But part of him was glad that she hadn't. The Midnight Angel was taller than Ray's near 6 feet, and roundly, richly curved. She wore a black leather jumpsuit that was tight as the skin on the now-forgotten sausages on Ray's plate. Her long, dark, thick hair was bound in a braid that fell nearly to her waist, and, as usual, a number of escaped strands gave her a tousled look, as if she'd just gotten out of bed. The waitress looked uncertain. "Couldn't you at least put it on a leash?" Moon, who currently looked like a German shepherd, growled at her as the Angel said, "We're both with the government, ma'am." "Well, I guess that's all right then," the waitress said. Stuntman turned in the booth to look over his shoulder and dropped his fork. "Holy mother," he said, in a voice that almost didn't carry to the approaching scare agents. "Is that the Midnight Angel I've been hearing about?" Ray nodded. "And you broke up with her? Are you crazy, Carney?" Ray nodded twice more. Stuntman wasn't exactly right. He hadn't broken up with her, but Ray wasn't going to open that can of worms again. Not now. He stood, slid out of the booth. "Agent Norwood," he said on his best behavior. "Agents Angel and Moon." Moon wagged her tail as Stuntman murmured hello, essentially ignoring the caniform. "Care to join us?" Ray smiled winningly. "I know you have a hearty appetite." The Angel smiled back. Stuntman snorted coffee.
Ray felt his pulse accelerate, as if Butcher Dagan had just turned into his fighting form right in front of him. "Thanks, Billy." Her voice had a southern accent that felt like honey on Ray's ears. She looked around. "Your booth's too small for all of us. Moon, why don't you join Billy? I'll sit here," she said, indicating the two-seater across the aisle. "I like the way she moves," Stuntman said in a low voice as she slipped into the booth. "You don't know the half of it," Ray thought. He looked at Moon, who jumped up on the bench next to him. The waitress, still dubious, nevertheless took their orders. The angel got the He-Man breakfast with a side of biscuits and gravy, and she ordered a steak, rare, for Moon. They sat in silence for a long moment that Ray felt was unusually tense. It surprised him to feel this way. He wasn't usually sensitive to nuance, but everything, it seemed, had changed since the angel had come into his life. He groped for something to say. "So, how's things at Pyote?" "Still devastated," the angel said. Ray nodded. He was becoming familiar with the feeling. He glanced at Norwood, who had a wincing, almost sympathetic expression. Stuntman started to say something, saw the look on Ray's face, and thought better about it. Moon wagged her tail tentatively, while the angel sipped delicately at the large glass of iced tea that the waitress had already brought. Fortunately, Ray's cell phone buzzed. He reached for it in obvious relief. "Yeah, Director Ray." He knew that voice. "A.G. Rodham." "What are you doing in New Mexico, Director Ray?" "Sitting on my ass in a diner outside Alamogordo, watching my eggs and sausage go cold, and Stuntman drool over my girl," he thought. He got as far as sitting on my before he thought better of it. That is, sitting in conference with my agents while mapping out a strategy to contain the danger posed by the escapees, who are in imminent threat of recapture, ma'am. There was a longish silence. Then the voice said, "Imminent?" "Yes, ma'am." "They had better be." "Yes, ma'am." He gritted his teeth. "Since you're 2/3 of the way there, I'd like you to take that trip to Hollywood we've discussed and interview some of the new American hero contestants." Ray gritted his teeth harder. "Yeah, I've heard great things about the Cosmic Cowboy and the Jackalope." His phone went dead. He felt Angel's eyes on him and looked at her. "Good news?" she asked. Ray was saved the embarrassment of answering as the food arrived. The waitress put several platters before the angel and then slid a barely singed steak in front of Moon. Her tail thumped more certainly. "Oh, Billy," the angel asked. "Yeah? Can you cut Moon's steak up for her? She can't manage a knife and fork with her paws." "Sure." Ray savagely slashed at the steak for the smiling dog. He felt... He didn't know how he felt, except that he wanted to hit something really hard. That reminded him. Where the hell was Pendergast? "Where the hell," he asked Stuntman, "is Pendergast?" The agent shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe his zipper got stuck." He sighed, looking put upon. "Want me to go check on him?" Ray glanced over at the angel, who was unconcernedly tucking into her food. She could eat, he thought, like no one else he knew. She needed the food to fuel the metabolism of her fierce and hungry body. He used to love to watch her eat, especially in bed after a long bout of lovemaking. There was something satisfying in watching her quell her appetites, something vital and vibrant, like watching a cheetah run. But now, seeing her, it made him feel, what? Lonely? Christ. "No," he said, "I'll do it." Muttering, he got to his feet. He thought he saw the angel glance at him as he went down the aisle, but he wasn't sure. "What am I?" he thought, "back in middle school? No, because I wasn't this bad even then." He went out the diner's front door and circled back through the parking lot, which was the only way to reach the restrooms at the rear of the building. So, I didn't want to get married, he thought, still able to work up anger at the nature of the angel's grievance. Was that so bad? Why ruin a good thing? Hell, it was a great thing. He stopped at the door to the spaceman's room. There was a thumping sound inside. "Pendergast," he called out, "you still in there? Why take a chance at messing it up? Who cares what a priest or judge says? Pendergast? Y'all right?" Muttering to himself, Ray pushed open the restroom door. Even he was stunned by the sight of blood everywhere, splattered on the floor, geysered onto the ceiling, still running down the metal divider that had once separated the stall from the rest of the room and was now torn from its wall brackets and crumpled as if it had been struck by a giant fist. Pendergast himself was crammed into the urinal, sitting in it as if it were an uncomfortably small throne. At least what was left of him was. He was covered with blood and missing chunks of his neck, chest, abdomen, and his entire right arm. Sharky, standing in a pool of blood that had drained from Pendergast's body, was gnawing on it. Pendergast's eyes were glazed and only mildly annoyed. In a flash of horrified insight, Ray realized that the BICC director never knew what had hit him. Yum, yum, Sharky crooned as he ripped meat off Pendergast's flabby arm and wolfed it down.
Nice and fat, yum, nice and fat, sweet meat. They stared at each other for a long, long moment. Sharky's predator eyes gleamed with sudden glee. Yum, he said, more meat. And he dropped Pendergast's arm and leapt at Ray. Ray slammed the door in the creature's face, but Sharky came right through it, smashing it and tearing it off its hinges. Ray automatically ducked the flying fragments, but he couldn't avoid Sharky's grasp. His missing his right hand, Ray had time to think. It looked like it had been removed by a dull knife or determined teeth. And then Sharky engulfed him. He hit Ray like a sumo wrestler and bore him down. Ray twisted. He almost pulled free from Sharky's one-handed grasp. Then the cannibal fastened on with his immense jaws. Ray screamed with pain. Sharky gnawed where Ray's neck met his shoulder. He might have had him for good if he hadn't torn off a chunk of flesh and bolted it down, quickly making a face and saying, "Ugh, stringy." Ray screamed again, in anger this time. "You fucking son of a bitch freak!" He felt muscles rip and blood spatter. He hoped Sharky hadn't hit the jugular, or he was a dead man. He swung a fist, but only skinned his knuckles on Sharky's tough, pebbly hide. Without wasting a moment, he jammed his knee up between Sharky's legs, and Sharky's eyes crossed at the sudden impact, and he blew a fetid stream of breath on Ray's face, splattering him with a mist of his own blood and spatters of his own flesh. Sharky rolled off, grabbing his crotch and panting too hard to moan. Ray staggered to his feet, clamping his right hand to his neck. It was instantaneously drenched with blood. "Good thing he has gonads," Ray muttered, moving in on the groaning Sharky. Ray heard the sound of feet on gravel, approaching fast, very fast. He turned to see a blur descend upon him. Then something bit deep into the back of his right leg at the knee. Tendon severed, and he fell. The blur braked to a stop in a flurry of dust and pebbles. Looking at him and smiling was a lean, tallish man wearing a dirty, sweat-soaked Bic jumpsuit. The torn-off sleeves exposed lithely muscled, crudely tattooed arms. He had cold, hard eyes and close-cropped hair, and was carrying an open-clasp knife with a bloody 8-inch blade. "Racist," Ray muttered to himself. He tried to get up, but his leg wouldn't work. "Best stay down, boy," the racist said. "I cut you good, hamstrung you like a deer." Sharky lurched to his feet. "Gonna eat your head, little man. Gonna snap it off your neck and suck the meat off your skull." He opened his maw. It looked big enough to do the job. Ray lurched upright, his weight on his left leg, ready to do something, anything, so he wouldn't die on his back in the parking lot of the Interplanetary House of Pancakes outside of goddamn Alamogordo, New Mexico. From between the parked cars, Moon flew by, growling. She hurled herself at Sharky, taking him low in the legs, cutting them out from under him.
He went down in the dust again, Moon snapping at his hand and head like a wild beast. He windmilled his arms furiously, and one caught Moon like a club across her ribs, hurling her to lie panting at Ray's feet. She was up instantaneously in a guard position before him. "Well, what we got here?" the racist drawled, as Sharky shook his head and mumblingly dragged himself to his feet again. "A cunt and a nigger. You government boys sure are getting pussified, hiding behind women and mudmen." Ray was afraid to turn his neck to look. He could still feel the blood pumping from it and more running down his leg. "Oh, Billy," a familiar voice said, "get down before you bleed out." He was feeling a little woozy. He sat down on the gravel parking lot, barely able to focus on her. At least, he thought, she looks concerned. "Hey," he protested, "stop ripping up my suit." Quiet. The fabric tore like paper towels in the angel's strong fingers. She pressed a wad of cloth into the hole in Ray's neck and shoulder. "That was Italian," Ray mumbled. "Now it's rags," she said. "Moon, hold this in place." Moon shimmered and shrunk in size. Now a fox, she pressed her warm little body against Ray's neck, holding the rough bandage against his wound. It soaked through instantly. The angel stood up. Ray didn't like the look on her face. Actually, he realized, he did. "Norwood," she said, in a hard, steady voice, "you take the racist. Watch him. He's fast. I got the cannibal." The racist smiled. "You get the pussy meat, Sharky. I get the dark meat. Let's take 'em." He started to run. Away from them. "What the hell?" Stuntman said. Ray wanted to warn him, but he was having difficulty speaking. He was dazed, a little confused, a little cold. The only warm thing was the fox curled up against his neck, licking his face and yipping softly at him. He should be on his feet, but he couldn't seem to rise. Sharky lumbered toward the angel. She just stood there. He wanted to warn her too. He wanted to call her name, to tell her that he loved her. But his tongue and mouth couldn't work. Sharky reached her, slobbering. "Nice meat, soft, rich, nice meat." And Ray wanted to say, "Get your friggin' sword," but he could only think it. She stood her ground and pivoted away from the Joker's embrace, her hands low and clenched together, and she brought them up and around and slammed them in the middle of Sharky's stomach, and lifted him up off his feet and tossed him a good dozen yards away onto the surface of the parking lot. "That hurt," Sharky said like an outraged child. And the angel said, "Save my soul from evil, Lord, and heal this warrior's heart." And her flaming sword appeared in her ready hands. Ray managed to croak, "Look out!" And the racist descended on Stuntman like a tornado, full speed, total impact. They bounced apart. The racist skittered backward, but somehow maintained his balance. Norwood slammed into a parked car, crushing in the door panel and setting off the alarm. He bounced back and fell face first on the gravel, then scrabbled to his knees. The racist looked at the knife in his hand. The blade had snapped off. There was no blood on the metal stump protruding from the hilt. "God damn, you made out of rubber, boy?" he asked Norwood. The Midnight Angel stalked towards Sharky, who had gotten up and was shaking his head, smiling, his rows of teeth gleaming in the sunshine. Flaming wings sprouted from the back of her shoulders. That's new, Ray thought groggily. "Eat your titties like candy," Sharky said, and the angel cut him. His left arm came off. Blood showered like a fountain. Ray, watching, grinned. "Ow," Sharky said, and she cut him again. This time, his head came off. Sharky took a lumbering step toward her, and then he fell, blood pumping with each beat of his slowing heart. "Shit," the racist said, as the angel turned to him. A car screeched toward them from the back of the lot, the driver shouting, "Get in, get in!" He braked, showering the racist with pebbles and dust. and the ace flung the passenger side door open. He started to climb in, turned, and looked at Norwood, who was coming at him with a hard look on his face. "We got business to finish, boy," he said, and slammed the door just as Norwood reached for him, and the car fishtailed out of the lot. The angel moved her hands apart, and her sword and wings disappeared. She went to Ray and knelt down by him. "Hang on, we'll get you to the hospital." Ray reached out and grabbed the front of her jumpsuit and pulled her face close to his. "Tell the doctor," he said, making a supreme effort, "to stitch the tendons, staple the goddamn things together if he has to. Billy, tell him." "All right, yes." He lay back a little, grinning woozily. "Anybody get the license plate of that car?" Moon, still pressing against his neck, made a little yip of affirmation. "Good job," Ray said, and closed his eyes. His cell phone rang. He opened his eyes. "Somebody get that," he said, and closed them again.
Ray felt a strong hand clutching him with the relentless strength of a giant, and he knew that no matter how hard he fought, he would never break free. "If I'm going down," he thought, "I might as well go down with my eyes open." With a supreme effort of will, he pried his eyelids apart and blinked, though the light was dim and the air was cool. He realized that the angel was bending over him in her dusty leathers. He was lying in bed in a small, antiseptic room with tubes in his left arm and various electronic monitors stuck up on shelves all around him. He realized that he was in a hospital. He should have. He'd been in plenty during the course of his career. "Hi," he said, surprised at the croaking sound that was his voice. "Hi yourself." Ray blanked. What the hell happened? The words came out in a husky whisper. He felt kind of hollow, drained. The angel shrugged. "After you passed out, I got you into the rental and drove to the hospital at Holloman as quickly as I could." Ray was glad that he'd been unconscious during that drive. And Moon and Stuntman? On the trail of the racist and his accomplice who was driving the hot-wired car, another one of the escapees, named Deadhead. Ray nodded, satisfied. "Good. And did you give my message to the doctors?" He lifted his head and looked down his body. His neck hurt like a son of a bitch, and his numb left leg felt like dead weight and was swathed in bandages like a mummy leg. On the plus side, the wasp stings had stopped itching. The angel pursed her full, so attractive lips. "Yes, but nothing." Ray tried to sit up, but the angel put a hand out on his chest. "Billy, you have to rest and heal. You almost bled out. The doctors here aren't too familiar with ACE metabolism. They had your medical records emailed. Well, not all of them." She shook her head. "They fill 7 complete CDs. They say your healing factor is slowing down. Your body can still repair itself, but not like it used to. You were very lucky this time." For one moment his temper surged, and he felt like shoving her aside and leaping up out of the bed. But he paused. Though they'd never actually tested it, in the best of times, her strength was equal to his own. Maybe, as much as he hated to admit it, even greater. And this was not the best of times. He was weak. He felt tired. Ray stared into space. "You're not telling me something I haven't realized. It's all catching up to me." "Oh, Billy," Angel said, "you've got plenty. You're like a force of nature, unstoppable, fearless. No, I can feel it in my bones." Ray took a deep breath. This was hard. "And you were the only fear I couldn't beat." Her eyes went wide. "Me? I was afraid of needing you," he said. "I'd never known anything like you. You became part of me so fast. But these past few months, I've faced an even greater fear. A fear of never being with you again. Never sleeping, never waking, never eating, drinking, screwing, laughing, sharing the everyday stuff with you. Jesus Christ, Angel, someone's got to tell me what to do about Hillary Rodham. Someone's got to help me get through the crazy shit I call my life. God knows you don't deserve to be stuck with the job, but only you can do it. I can't make myself whole anymore. Only you can. You're in my blood, like holy wine," she said, leaning over and kissing him.
The touch of her lips on his was like coming home again. He could feel his heartbeat, the blood pound through his veins. "This marriage thing?" The angel shook her head. "I know." "No," Ray interrupted. "Listen to me. Is my wallet around here somewhere, or did someone steal it?" "They put your personal effects in the bedstand," she said, leaning over and opening it. She took the wallet out and handed it to Ray. He looked through it, quickly counting the money and credit cards, then found a folded slip of paper, creased and dust-stained after the parking lot fight. He held it out to her. "What's this?" she asked, taking it from him and unfolding it. Her eyes grew wide as she scanned it. "A marriage license! I took it out a couple of months ago. I've been carrying it around. I just couldn't find a way." The angel practically fell on him. Her hand went behind his head, and she pulled his face to hers, and Ray nearly shouted with the sudden pain in his neck. They kissed again, this time with the fierceness he remembered so well. After a long moment, they broke apart, and Ray said, "I take it that's a yes?" "Yes," said the angel. "Good," Ray said, smiling freely for the first time in a long time. Son of a bitch, he thought, this might all work out. He scooted over in the bed, careful of the tubes coming out of the bags pumping antibiotics into his arm. "Come on, babe, join me." "Billy!" She looked around. It was a private room, but with an open door and a big window on the corridor and nurse's station beyond. "Not here. Nah, not for that," he said. "I just want to feel you next to me again." Carefully, she climbed up. He put his unencumbered arm around her, feeling foolishly triumphant. He soon fell asleep. Sometime later, his cell phone rang. He awoke instantly, feeling refreshed and alert, untroubled by dreams. The angel, still at his side, reached out and took it off the bedside stand and handed it to him. "Yeah," he said. "It's Jamal," a voice said. "We found them." Ray looked out of the tacky gift shop across the street from the seedy motel called the Love Lodge, where Moon had tracked the racist and his companion after they'd abandoned the stolen car in a lot 6 blocks away. Fortunately, Ray thought, even ace criminals needed to sleep. They thought they'd muddied their trail enough, but they hadn't counted on Moon's hypersensitive sense of smell. They hadn't counted on a lot of things, including Ray's fanatical sense of outrage. And now they were going to pay. Stuntmen sidled up to him in the darkened shop and whispered in his excitement, though there was no way they could hear him in the motel across the street, even if it wasn't 3 a.m. and they weren't asleep. "All set," he said, putting a certain amount of grim satisfaction into his whisper. "The Marines in place?" Ray asked. Norwood nodded. Ray had requisitioned a platoon of Marines, as well as half a ton of material, from the base and placed them around the back of the motel. No one was going to slip away from this party. Ray nodded. "All right then, let's go." He looked almost normal in his fighting suit, except for the bandage covering most of his neck, and his right leg, abnormally thickened and stiffened by the brace and wrappings that made it possible for him to move slowly and gingerly. The tendons behind his knee, severed little more than 12 hours earlier by the racist's blade, hadn't totally healed yet. But the doctors had listened to his orders and sewn them together. They were holding precariously. Getting old, he reflected, was a pain in the ass. He set his crutch aside. The angel took his left arm, and they shuffled forward together. Stuntman stepped in front of him. "I'm going to get a shot at that loser, right?" he asked. Ray looked at him. "I won't be up to any fancy dancing for a couple of days. You'd better take a good shot at him. Moon and Angel will back you up." "Yes, sir," Stuntman said happily, almost as if he meant it. He went out through the back of the shop to join Moon in the adjacent alley. "You sure you want to do this, Billy?" the angel asked. "Hell, I'm not dead yet," he said. "I want to see the look on that shithead's face when we bust him, and I really want to see the look on his face when he tries to run." The angel shook her head. "All right." As they went through the darkened shop, Ray stopped before they reached the door, grabbing an object that was dangling from the ceiling. "Hey," Ray said, "just what I need." The angel looked at him, frowning. "What in the world is it?" "It's a piñata shaped like Tachyon's spaceship," Ray said, putting it on the counter. "I promised my secretary I'd bring her one. Remind me to pick it up later."
The angel started to say something, thought better of it, and shook her head. They went out into the dark street together, carefully, shuffling silently. Ray's disability only part of the reason for their slow and careful movements. They sidled through the motel's parking lot and came up to the right door. Ray turned and waved back toward the alley mouth, and two black shapes stepped out into the street. The man-sized one was Stuntman. The beast-shaped one was Moon in her most terrifying form, the dire wolf. Her hunched back was almost as high as Norwood's head. Her fangs gleamed in the moonlight. Ray turned to the angel. "Take down the door for me, would you?" "Certainly," she said with a smile, and smote it off its hinges with a single blow. Ray followed it into the room, if not as gracefully as usual, then with at least the usual fervor. He flicked on the overhead light as he came in, shouting, the angel following him, with her blazing sword clasped in her hands. "Wakey, wakey, scumbags! Time to go home to the big house!" The racist and deadhead were even more unlovely sleeping than during waking hours. The racist lay on one of the twin beds in the threadbare motel room in his dirty underwear briefs, his lean body covered by crude prison tattoos, his greasy hair exhibiting an extreme case of bedhead. He woke first, a snarl on his lips and the look of a trapped weasel on his face. Deadhead slept on, snoring, drooling, and naked. His skin was fish belly white. His body managed to look flabby and scrawny at the same time, as skin hung off his bones in sagging rolls. He didn't wake until the angel prodded him with her sword tip, and then, slowly, with a snort, a yawn, and a slow lifting of sleep-gummed eyelids. He looked at the angel blankly, rubbed his crusted eyes, then suddenly came to his senses and screamed, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Ray grinned at the racist, whose eyes were darting around the room, seeking some manner of escape. "I hope you'll be as reasonable as your partner," Ray told him. "Fuck you, pig," the racist said. He rolled out of bed, his legs entangled in the dingy sheet for an instant. Ray could have fallen on him then, but he held himself back. As much as he wanted to pummel the racist into unconsciousness, he'd promised him to Norwood. He watched the racist spring to his feet. Maybe, Ray thought to himself, I am getting old. Or maybe just a bit more mature. He watched the racist turn, hurtle across the room, and fling himself through the window next to the door. "That had to hurt," Ray said conversationally, as the almost naked racist shattered the glass and landed face first on the sidewalk beyond. He leapt to his feet and immediately fell right down again. Stuntman had already crossed the street and was approaching with a shuffling gait, a growling Moon at his heels. As the racist struggled to his feet, and they again shot out from under him as he again fell on his ass. Ray laughed out loud as the angel and a frightened yet perplexed deadhead joined him at the window. It had been hard, Ray reflected, to commandeer nearly every single ball bearing in the base's machine shop, but the look on the racist's face had been worth all the arguing with requisition clerks and filling out all their goddamn forms. Come to think of it, he'd like to see the look on Rodham's face when she saw the line on the expense account for the 1/2 ton of ball bearings that the Marines had surreptitiously spread around the motel's parking lot while the racist and deadhead were sleeping in their cozy little beds. Stuntman reached him as he was scrabbling to stand again. "Let me help you up," he said, grabbing the racist's long, greasy hair and lifting. The racist howled like a dog and struck Norwood. "Hit me again," Stuntman said, and slammed him hard in the face. His blow pushed the racist back to the ground, and Norwood fell on him, hammering away. Ray peered out the window, watching, and after a moment said, "I think that's enough."
Norwood let the racist have one more for good measure in his already bloody mouth and stood over him. "What have you got to say about mud-men now?" he asked. The racist lay there and bled. Ray looked at the angel. "I guess we can call in the Marines and let them take possession of the prisoners." The angel nodded, got out her cell. "Can I put my clothes on?" Deadhead asked. "Please do," the angel said, and made the call. The escapees were taken into custody with a minimum of pratfalls and no real problems. The racist was still unconscious when they put the cuffs on him, and Deadhead offered no resistance. "Watch your step," Norwood said, grinning, as a pair of Marines helped the racist up into the back of the detention van. Looking like he was auditioning for the role of the drunken wife-beater on Cops, the racist just scowled. Ray put Moon and Stuntman in charge of the prisoners, and they went back to Holloman with the prisoners and Marine guards. After the excitement died down, Ray found himself alone with the angel. He checked his watch. It was a little short of 4 a.m. "Let's go grab some coffee and a bite to eat." "Don't you want to call Washington?" the angel asked. Ray considered, then shook his head. "No, let's let sleeping dogs lie. There's no sense in stirring them up when we don't have to." "What do you want to do?" Ray pursed his lips. "I'm sure we can find some way to pass the time until the stores open." "Stores? So we can go ring shopping?" "There's a wedding chapel where we can get married by a tachyon impersonator. Or," he said, switching gears at the expression on her face, "we can wait until after we run down Little Fat Boy and have a church ceremony anywhere you want." "Except Washington." "Why not Washington?" the angel asked. Ray shook his head. "I'm staying away from there as long as I can. Can you imagine all the frigging paperwork I'm going to have to fill out once Rodham knows I'm back? Double helix. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy. Melinda M. Snodgrass. A sandstorm is blowing across Mecca, and the wind keens and howls around the corners of the hotel. The building across the street is a phantom shape looming in the dust, and the sky is a strange yellow. I teleported Siraj away as the first helicopters were descending on the Baghdad airport. He is just standing in the center of the room, head bent. His hands are trembling ever so slightly. Memory seizes me of Siraj standing with just this attitude in our rented house in Cambridge. Without Siraj's wealth, I would have been living in rooms at my college. It was Siraj's money that had given rise to the situation. Your money doesn't give you class. At base, you're just another dirty little camel trader. The final verbal barrage from one of our housemates who we had all agreed had to go. I know Siraj is my enemy, but I suddenly want to be 19 again and comfort my friend. His head lifts and he rolls back his shoulders, a man preparing for the fight again. I tense, wondering what order he will give me. He's always been civilized about the struggle. Is that about to change? Who will he send me to kill? We intercepted some interesting communications between Scare and Washington. The tone is almost conversational. Because of the mild tone, I almost miss the import of what I've just heard. He intercepted an encrypted message and read it. Siraj isn't a technophobe like the Noor, or a man living in the past like Abdul, the nurse son. He has been building a modern intelligence service, and I missed it. Because I'm a holdover from that earlier era, Arabian Nights fantasy, a useful killer, and very little else. Siraj is continuing. The explosion in Texas, for which we were blamed. I give him a look of questioning interest. It was an ace, a child, a little boy. You will go to America and find him, help him. Where is he being held? And I'm terrified that Siraj will actually know, and then how in the hell do I get out of that? He escaped custody, and the Americans are hunting him to kill him.
We will befriend him, and your power combined with his. Siraj smiles, a mirthless grimace that never reaches his eyes. The West will withdraw from the Caliphate. I salam. I must return home and change into Western dress. I will find him. I turn and start for the door, only to hear him say, "One of you will." London, we have a problem, Flint whispers. We are walking around the base of Nelson's statue in Trafalgar Square. A gusty wind off the channel is tossing the pigeons back as they try to land on the Admiral's bronze head. It holds the promise of fall, and Mecca seems very far away. I'm still in my Bahir form. The effort of changing just to change again seems monumental. Obviously, you cannot deliver the boy. So, do I find him before the Americans, kill him, and tell Siraj? So sad, too bad. I consider. Or maybe I don't need to be involved at all. Allow Bahir to be spotted a few times in America so the word gets back to Siraj that I'm trying, but let the Americans kill their little problem. Siraj has a point. With your power and the boy, well, it would be a potent combination. So, you want me to find him, but for us? Yes. I'd like to go home first. Check. No. The Tears of Nephthys. The second tier. Aaliyah. Kevin Andrew Murphy sat next to her on the plane in his camel hair sport coat, green eyes intent on his laptop. Apart from some guy called the Llama, he'd been the only ace left at the UN. So he asked with a reporter's intensity, "Why do you want to join the committee?" Ellen had already been around the same mulberry bush with Secretary General Jaywardene. She gestured to her cameo. "You know my power. I've been freelance too long, and I'm sick of hiding." She glanced out the window at the rolling scallop of the Gulf Coast as the plane began its descent. So, John Fortune still in Africa? Jonathan didn't answer, but had probably just nodded. He clattered at his keyboard as Ellen fixed her makeup and adjusted her suit. She wasn't certain what one wore to a hurricane, but Chanel was classic and would have to do. It paid to have Coco's sewing machine. Of course, there wasn't a hurricane, not yet. The air in New Orleans was warm and balmy, and sweating on the runway was a study in opposites. With the crisp linen suit and little beard, Holy Roller looked like Colonel Sanders after a 10-year supply of fried chicken. To his right, garbed in a billowing caftan, stood willowy blonde supermodel Michelle Pond, who did not seem pleased to see Hive. "Bugsy, you're wanted by the feds." Jonathan shouldered his laptop bag over his sport coat. "Do you think they'll have time to arrest 100,000 wasps in the middle of a natural disaster?" He has a point, my dear. Holy Roller then turned to Ellen with a beatific smile. "Reverend Thaddeus Wintergreen, ma'am, at your service." "And you'd be?" "Ellen, or Cameo, or, well, someone else." Ellen was tired of explanations. It was time to let another person do the talking. She took off her jacket and handed it to Jonathan. As she began to unbutton her blouse, Reverend Wintergreen averted his eyes. The amazing Bubbles merely stared, remarking dryly, "That shirt so does not go with that skirt." Aaliyah laughed and embraced her. "Bubbles, I'm back!" Michelle pushed Aaliyah away. "Who are you?" Aaliyah turned a pirouette on the tarmac. "I'm Aaliyah!" Bubbles wasn't buying it. "Funny, you don't look a bit like her." "Who are you, really? What sort of game are you playing?" Holy Roller was no longer averting his eyes, now that the threat of overt nakedness had passed. "If this is a prank, it is a cruel one, Jonathan. Aaliyah is with the Lord now." "Maybe," said Jonathan, "but Cameo here is with the committee. Jaywardene and I already played 20 questions with her in New York. She's an ace. She channels dead people from, well, jewelry and stuff, hats. She's Simoon, sort of." The Reverend Thaddeus Wintergreen seemed willing to believe in miracles. "Can this be true?" he said cautiously. "The Lord works many wonders, but even so. Aaliyah, is it really you, returned to us like some Lady Lazarus? How are you?" Aaliyah flicked one hand. "Oh, just great. I got to go sailboating with my mom.
But it would have been a lot cooler if I, hadn't been possessing the body of a 40-year-old woman. 30-something, Ellen corrected. Michelle gave her a cold, hard look, then turned back to Jonathan. I'm sorry, no, this is creeping me out, and... oh, crap, here comes Mayor Connick. A stretch Hummer pulled up. Out stepped a handsome man about 40 years old, with bright blue eyes, pouting lips, and a casually rumpled gray suit. Mr. Tipton Clark. Harry Connick Jr. nodded to Jonathan. Welcome to NOLA. I never saw you, but nice work on the Piat story. And I guess this'd be the latest member of your committee, he surmised in a rich Nollins drawl, extending his hand to Aaliyah. And just who do I? That's Cameo, Bubbles cut in. She channels the dead. She's Simoon right now. Connick's smile vanished as attractive woman my age was swiftly replaced by creepy possessed lady. He released her hand like it was a dead fish, and not a very fresh one either. Well then, he said, how many of y'all are in there? Just me and Ellen, Aaliyah replied. The trumpet shall sound and the dead shall rise again, quoted Reverend Wintergreen. Mayor Connick looked unhappy. I'm sorry. The police get calls all the time about some hoodoo mama raising zombies in the French Quarter. The last thing we need is some ace showing up who can actually do it. He glanced at her clothes. I have to say, I never would have guessed. You gotta be the least likely voodoo queen I've ever seen. Well, Bubbles said, still frowning, I did ask Jaywardine for reinforcements, if Harriet changes course. The dead that walk and the wind that wails, Ellen thought immediately. The dead that walk and the wind that wails? Aaliyah repeated, confused. Everyone looked askance. Osiris had a prophecy, Ellen explained. Zombies and hurricanes. My uncle had a vision, Aaliyah paraphrased. Hurricanes and, dead people. My uncle's Osiris. He rose from the dead. Just runs in the family now, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Remarked. Doesn't he have a lounge act in Vegas? At the Luxor? You know, the National Weather Service keeps saying that Harriet is headed for Houston. It's not that we don't appreciate the help, but if it gets out that I'm evacuating NOLA on the word of a Vegas lounge act, well, Bubbles said, I'm certain the Secretary General has other sources. You and the Reverend be sure to mention that at the press conference. And when we get there, launch all the bubbles you can in the air. Make a big show for the cameras. Remember, this here's NOLA. If we want people to pay attention, what we need is Lil Lanyapay. Before you go on stage, I'll have a garbage truck ram you as many times as you want. The Reverend Wintergreen gave her hand a gentle pat. I can do it instead. What about me? Asked Aaliyah. I can help. She stepped back, laughing defiantly, and raised her arms. You can't kill the wind. Her fingers crumbled, blowing away into sand. The particles whipping around as the wind arose, and she spun like a dervish as she drifted and shifted into the sandstorm of legend. Don't drop the shirt, Ellen thought frantically. The earrings, if we can't touch them, I can't channel you. Perspective was odd and crazy, and it took Ellen a moment to realize that as a whirlwind, Simoon saw the world as a 360-degree circle, their eyes a band at the top of the cone. But Aaliyah was an old hand at this, and Ellen became aware that all her things were whirling around in the funnel. A crazy Wizard of Oz swirl of haute couture and luggage. Jonathan's joining hers as he dissolved, a cloud of green wasps taking their place in the eye. Ellen dimly remembered this trick from the Crazy Ace Antics bonus feature of the American Hero Season 1 DVD. Simoon whirled over the city until Ellen perceived a portion of the lakeshore where a forest was
Here's the thing, he continued. Jaywardine wants a team to investigate charges of genocide in the Niger River Delta. The People's Paradise of Africa is making the accusations, and it's turning into a massive political shitstorm. Another genocide? I said. My stomach clenched and I thought I might be sick. I don't think I can do another genocide. And then he gave me that do it for the world look. Honestly, I liked him better when he was just a PA on American Hero. That John Fortune had been a nice guy. This John Fortune was so absorbed with whatever it was that was driving him so hard that he didn't care about much else.
except maybe curveball. I've done plenty for the committee, so don't try to act as if I haven't, I said. I need a break. You could send Gardner or Bravehawk. They've only been around for a few months. They'll be fresher. But you would be the best choice if we have to do an African mission, he replied. If it really is genocide, a woman as lead would be better PR. You could do that whole teary-eyed, angry thing you do. Gardner is a woman, I said. I glared at him, but I didn't say anything else. He frowned and then stared off into space again. Sekhmet was talking some sense into him, I hoped. I'll think about it, he said at last. I'm going to see Inc. in D.C., I told him. Fine, he replied. Take your cell phone. But I could tell he wasn't paying attention to me anymore. He was planning his next big thing. When I got to Washington the next day, I had to walk from my train stop to Inc's apartment. There weren't even any Joker cabs here, and the subway looked crammed. I had a key and let myself in. There were clothes strewn everywhere and newspapers and magazines piled up on every available surface. I dropped my duffel and started tidying up. It would annoy her to no end. She said she could only find things where she left them. I'd been at it for a while when my cell started buzzing. I looked at the screen. It was Inc. Hey, baby, I said, answering. You made good time, she said. You're not cleaning up the apartment, are you? I looked around. The newspapers and magazines were in neat piles, and the clothes had been put in the laundry or folded and put away. The bed was made with clean sheets, and I'd put the dishes away. No, of course not. I know how you feel about that. Liar. You are such a liar. It's true. I am a filthy liar, I replied, unlike you, who's just incredibly messy. I've got to work late, Inc. said. How about you meet me here and we can get some dinner? I rolled my eyes. More walking. Sure, honey, whatever you say. The scare offices reminded me of BIC. Cold, impersonal, and indifferent to human needs. They held me at the front desk until Inc. came down to escort me upstairs. It was annoying. Just because I worked for Jaywardene and the UN and not for the US government, I was being treated like I might be a security threat. Honestly, if I had wanted to, I could have blasted the front desk area to smithereens. The elevator opened and Inc. stepped out. It was still a surprise to see her now. The short, spiky hair was gone. In its place was a sleek bob. She didn't have her tats on all the time either. And instead of her ubiquitous Converse high tops, she was wearing pumps. Her business suit was tasteful and modest in a sober gray. It made me want to weep. We were in the elevator when Inc. got up on her tiptoes and kissed me. What was that for? I asked. I missed you, she said. Good grief, I can't even kiss you without you thinking something weird is going on. You haven't been having those nightmares again, have you? I didn't answer. You have, she said, and you've been having those flashbacks too. John asked me to lead a group to Nigeria, I said, hoping to change the topic. I hope you turned him down. You don't need any more stress. Annoyance ripped through me. My mother had once said that it wasn't the big stuff that screwed up relationships. It was the little things, the everyday stuff that went on, annoying the hell out of you. I hated that Inc's concern and attention were so grating. And I really hated the fact that she was right. Yeah, I turned him down, but I told him I was available if he needed me for anything else. Luckily, the elevator doors opened and she didn't have a chance to reply. As we walked through Cubicle City, I noticed that a lot of the employees were giving Inc. sympathetic looks.
She nodded to a couple of them. What's going on? I whispered. In a minute. We stopped in front of a large door. Inc. slipped a key on her wrist coil into the lock. When the door opened, we were in a beautiful waiting room. There was a desk at one end next to a second door. Inc. went to the desk and sat down behind it. Grab a chair, she said. I got a chair and dragged it next to her desk, then plopped down in it. The phone rang and she answered it. Yes, this is the office of the director, Inc. said. No, I'm sorry, he's out for the rest of the day. There was a pause. Of course, I would be happy to answer any questions. She stuck out her arm and I could see words scrolling across it. There's nothing more I would rather do this afternoon than talk to you. And your inane questions will ensure that I'll never get this half hour of my life back. Yes, the new director is wonderful to work for. As long as you don't mind a self-absorbed, narcissistic jackass with penis-size issues. Of course, we'll all miss Nephi Calendar. As Straight Arrow, he was a force for good, and as head of Scare, he looked out for the best interests of the American people. She put her leg up on the desk so her skirt fell back a little, and I could see in Gothic lettering, "Who was a decent human being, unlike this new guy who has the IQ of warm milk." Of course, Nephi would have had a conniption fit if he had known that you and I were more than best girlfriends. But the new director has some exciting plans for the department. She lifted her shirt so just her stomach was bared. Written on it was, "When he isn't working out or obsessively cleaning his office every hour." What a freak, and not in a good way. Well, his plans are secret at the moment. It would be inappropriate for me to reveal them at such an early date. I'm certain that when he's ready, he'll be making an announcement to the press. Yes, of course. I was happy to help. "I didn't know that Calendar quit," I said. "He didn't quit. He retired. It happened while you were at BIC. He really did take a chance on me. After all, I'd only done PA work on American Hero. But he said that he needed all the aces he could get working for him, and what I'd done on AH was just as hard as anything I'd do here." Crap, I am so depressed. I stood up and went around her desk to hug her. "Don't worry about it. If this doesn't work out, I'm sure I can get you hooked up with the committee. Let's just get some dinner and go home," she said, coming over and kissing me. Then she said, "I'm pretty sure I can think of a fun way to pass the evening." I was walking through Bahaku camp. It must have been early morning because the heat hadn't really hit yet. My footsteps made puffs of dust along the unpaved street. The mountains ringing the village were so close I thought I could smell snow. How many centuries had people been fighting over those indifferent Balkan peaks? All this dying, for what? Lying a few feet in front of me was a girl. She was only 10 or so. It was hard to tell because she was so thin. I didn't want to get any closer, but it was part of my job. I squatted down next to her and pushed the hair back from her face. There was a deep gash along her neck. Blood was pooled underneath. "I found another one," I said loudly. "We'll get there in a minute. Was that Curveball or maybe Earth Witch?" I touched the girl's face. There were bruises and small cuts. Her lips were swollen. I didn't need to see the rest of her body to know she'd been raped. That's what happened here. Women, girls, grandmothers were all systematically raped and tortured. That's why we were here. We were supposed to stop it, but we were too late for her. Her eyes snapped open, white, unseeing eyes. I jumped back and fell on my ass. "Murderer," she said. "Killer." Blood spurted from her mouth, covering me. "Wake up." My eyes opened, but for a moment I didn't know where I was. Ink gave me a hard shake. "Come on, Michelle, wake up." "I'm awake," I said, but my mouth was dry and it came out as a croak. "Jesus, you scared the crap out of me." "I'm sorry," I said woodenly. I could smell fear sweat on myself. "You should just quit the committee," Ink said, as she grabbed her robe and slid from the bed. I heard her go into the kitchen and turn on the faucet. "I can't quit," I said. The water was cold and tasted so good it hurt. "Why not? You don't need the money." The sheets were damp with sweat, so I went to Ink's closet, pulled out a fresh set, and then started stripping the bed. I can't quit because I still have work to do for them. "Have you even told them what's been going on with you? You've got post-traumatic shock, for crying out loud." I jerked one of the pillows out of its case. "I don't recall when you got your psychiatric license." "Fuck you," she snapped, yanking the sheets off the bed. "I hate this macho bullshit you're doing. You don't have to impress me. I know you. I know your heart. I know you'd give anything to help someone else, but you can't rescue the entire world." A hard lump was stuck in the back of my throat. I was not gonna cry. I hated women who cried. "Please, can we just leave it alone?" I turned away. If I looked at her, I would start bawling. "Fine,"
she said. I could hear her tucking and snapping the sheets. I turned back around to help her. We finished making the bed, then got back in. But she stayed on her side, and I stayed on mine, as if there were a chasm between us. I guess there was, but I didn't know what to do about it. Political Science 301, Walton Simons, Ian Tregillis. His butt was sore from getting bounced around in the back of the truck, but at least they were getting far away from Bick. Zane, the last of Niobe's babies, was keeping them camouflaged, but the kids apparently didn't live more than a few days, and Zane might not be around much longer. The truck was stacked full of packages, and it was stuffy and cramped inside. In spite of the gas shortage, some things still absolutely positively needed to get there overnight. Drake felt the truck turn and slow, then stopped entirely. "If he opens up, do we stay or go?" Drake asked. Niobe took a moment, then softly replied, "We get out." He heard footfalls on gravel moving around the side of the car, to the back. Then the door opened. The driver stood on the right side and lit up a cigarette. Niobe gave Drake a gentle nudge. He sidled quickly and quietly past the man and into the driveway of what turned out to be a county courthouse. They moved far enough away from the truck to be out of earshot and checked their surroundings. It had the look of a small town, with few buildings taller than 2 stories, even in what appeared to be downtown. Drake spotted a water tower and squinted to make out the print on its metallic tank. "I know this place," he whispered. "We're in Pecos." "Well, that's something," Niobe said. "Now we just need to figure out where we're going." There were few people on the streets, and even fewer cars on the road. A number of the locals had obviously decided bicycles were a good way to get around, as a half dozen were in plain view. Drake eyed a nearby bike and tugged at Niobe's shirt. "Come with me and have Zane keep us covered." The trio headed over to the bicycle, and Drake snatched a backpack from its wire rack. Niobe gave him a disapproving look, but when Drake fished out a plastic water bottle, her expression changed to a smile. "You have some first," she insisted. Drake took several deep gulps. In spite of being lukewarm, it was the best water he'd ever tasted. He handed the bottle to Niobe and checked out the rest of the contents of the backpack. The big find was a knife, which might come in handy. The other stuff inside was a bust, and included a shirt, sweatpants, and a copy of Aces magazine. Niobe suddenly looked at Zane, panic on her face. "Not now," Niobe said, looking around frantically. "Please." A champagne-colored Ford Taurus was pulling out of the parking lot of a hardware store across the road.
Niobe pointed to it and dragged Drake toward the car at a near run. She held her remaining child to her chest. An instant later, the Taurus disappeared, but not its driver. He swiveled his head, then grasped frantically for the unseen door latch. Finding it, he leapt out of the car and sprawled onto the parking lot. The car popped back into view, and Niobe jumped in behind the wheel of the slowly moving car, Zane still clutched to her. Drake didn't need to be told what to do. He ran around to the passenger side and got in. Niobe set Zane on the seat between them and backed out. The man pointed with an open mouth at his car. "Go right," Drake said. "Head east on I-20. They weren't far from Pyote, from home. Drake didn't believe it was blown up. The people at Bick were all liars, so why would they have told him the truth about Pyote? Niobe looked down at Zane, tears starting in her eyes. He puddled out on the seat as Niobe was reaching for him. "I'm sorry," Drake said, knowing how sad losing her kids made Niobe. "We'd never have gotten away without him." "No," Niobe said, and then she was quiet. Drake didn't know what else to say, so he kept his mouth shut. An idea occurred to him, and he started taking the backpack apart. First, he pulled out the laces. They were still in pretty good shape, not brittle or frayed. One of the laces was slightly longer than the other, which was ideal for his purpose. He cut a rectangular piece of leather from the shoulder strap and carefully bored a hole in either end with the point of his knife, then trimmed the sides so that the remaining piece of leather resembled an elongated octagon. After working the laces through the eye holes in the leather, he tied them off and created a loop at the end of the longer lace, just big enough for his finger. A sling, Niobe said when he showed her the finished product. You ever used one before? Drake shrugged. Made one as a kid, I mean a really young kid, but I didn't use it much. I'm going to practice getting good at this thing. You'd be surprised how far and fast you can toss a stone. Without Zane, they'd have to be much more careful about the people from Bick who were after them, for sure. More careful about everything. Clouds hid the moon and stars, making it hard to see anything, but Drake knew where he was going. They'd hidden their stolen car behind a small rise. By now, the cops were looking for it, and it was getting low on gas anyway. Drake placed his feet carefully as they scaled the hill. It would be easy for one of them to stick a foot in a hole and twist an ankle, or worse. A broken bone, and it was over. They'd be captured for sure. He wasn't sure what they'd do to Niobe, but it wouldn't be good. Drake, they would probably kill. He remembered the tone Justice had used when they put Drake in the high-security wing. Like he was going to death row. Almost there, Niobe said, balancing herself with a hand on the dried and dusty ground. Drake dug in with his feet and hands, using the last of his strength to make it to the top of the hill. Then he collapsed into a sitting position, head down, panting for breath. Drake, look! He raised his head and looked at the horizon. The sky was glowing red and orange, like the aurora borealis, but in the wrong color. Drake knew what it meant. It meant it was true. He was a murderer. He'd killed his own family and everyone else in town. Niobe put a hand on his shoulder. Leave me alone, okay? He shrugged her hand off his shoulder. Don't touch me. He collapsed to his knees, staring at the fire on the horizon where his home and family had been. Maybe it would go away if he just kept looking at it. The glow continued to flicker across the night sky. Maybe Justice and the rest were right. Maybe he did deserve to die. Drake closed his eyes. He beat the ground with his fists, sending dirt and sand flying. He'd never believed in hell, but now he'd made one. His family was there, and his friends, pretty much everything he'd ever known. Drake stood and started walking toward the distant glow. It was where he belonged, in hell with everyone else. He felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back. Drake, I'm sorry, but we need to get going if we're going to find shelter before dawn. We can't go that way. Drake didn't have the strength to fight her. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Wordless, he turned away from the blazing ruin that had been Pyot and didn't look back. Drake stumbled. Niobe caught his arm, steadied him. Easy, kiddo, she said. I gotcha. She gave his arm a little squeeze before letting go. He shuffled off like a sleepwalker. His body was going through the motions, but his mind was elsewhere. She wished she still had her children. Drake needed Cameron, her piebald little healer, whose touch erased pain in its myriad forms. Or Gabriella, with her electric blue hair and infectious laughter. Or even Wynne, who sealed away one memory with every paper crane she folded. But they were gone, reduced to stains and memories before Niobe met Drake. Niobe and Drake followed the contour of the hill until they found themselves standing at the edge of what appeared to be an arroyo. It stretched into the darkness to both left and right. She hoped it was shallow so that they could cross it directly. She was too tired for detours. Niobe pulled Drake a few steps back from the edge. Here, let me climb down first. She crawled backward on her hands and knees. Gravel scraped her palms, and dirt packed itself beneath her fingernails. She moved until her ankles dangled over the edge. First her ankles, then her shins, then her knees. She was perched with her waist on the edge of the arroyo when her feet sank into soft sand. We're in luck. It's shallow. Drake needed her help to climb down. His legs were too short, and he was moving like a marionette with tangled strings. Random, purposeless. The poor kid was slipping deeper into his own head, probably reliving memories of Pyot. She wondered if he'd had a large family. Drake's file at Bick had been scarce on biographical details. Wait, she said when he trudged off again. Let's take a break. The sand shifted as she sat down, making a depression where she could rest her tail. The sand was damp beneath the surface. It made the seat of her sweatpants clammy,
but this was still the most comfortable she'd been since leaving Beck. Ugh, this feels nice. I could lie down right here. Drake plopped down unceremoniously, as though a capricious puppeteer had cut his strings altogether. He mumbled something. "What's that, Drake?" "Might flood," he said. "We'll get going in a minute, just need a breather." Niobe knew he was right. He'd warned her about flash flooding in the desert. It didn't take much for a rainstorm to spawn a deadly gully washer. But she had larger concerns at the moment. She scooted closer to Drake. Sand trickled into her sweatpants. "How you doing, kiddo?" His shrug was so minute as to be almost invisible. She nodded in companionable silence. A gritty breeze ruffled his hair. It dusted them with ash, traced new patterns of moonlight and sand along the soft bed of the arroyo. She hoped Drake didn't notice how the wind from Pyote smelled like soot. She couldn't see his face. A cloud bank had swallowed the moon. Maybe it was time to get out of the arroyo. "You know, Drake, there was a time when I hated my power, and I hated myself for having it. It just hurt so damn much. But I eventually realized that if I didn't have my power, I'd miss out on lots of happiness too." He pulled away from her. "I'm not happy about what happened." His shoulders shook freely now. No, of course not. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that sometimes it takes a while to understand the full extent of these things. I used to think that my power was useless and cruel, but it isn't. We wouldn't have made it this far without my children. You see? Nothing. Good. Drake struggled to force the words out between sobs. He fell against Niobe, pushed his face into her shoulder. "Killed them."
He stopped holding everything in. Finally, she held him while he cried. The moon set. He cried. The clouds thickened. He cried. It didn't rain. Drake was tired from their cross-country journey, but the thought of the Bick and cops on their trail kept him going. He'd done some practicing with his sling when they stopped to rest, but hadn't come close to hitting what he was aiming at. He was determined to get better at it, though. They were near Wink, but the blazing remains of Payat from the previous night were still etched in Drake's mind. Niobe decided they should move only after dark. Without Zane, a chopper could sneak up on them too easily, given how little cover there was. Tonight, they weren't going any farther, though. Niobe had twisted her ankle earlier, and it was still pretty swollen. She'd picked an area of scrub not far from a farmhouse for them to hide out in. It was a moonless night, and she'd already crashed out. Her heavy, even breathing annoyed Drake, since he dreaded going to sleep. The dreams didn't come all the time, but they seemed more real now because he knew they were true. Drake couldn't do much about most of the things that were making him miserable, but he had a plan for getting some food. A hope, anyways, if he was lucky. He was due in that department. The nearby farmhouse was a 2-story job, which meant the bedrooms were almost certainly upstairs. There hadn't been a single bark to indicate the presence of a dog, since a pooch would have killed his plan altogether. Moving as quietly as possible, Drake headed toward the house. There was a chain-link fence around the yard, and he walked around it, looking for an alarm sign. Nothing. He struggled over the fence and plopped down on the other side, then crouched and hurried toward a shingled wall. Drake gathered himself for a moment and took deep breaths. The reality of breaking into a house was a little scarier than he'd thought it would be. He walked slowly to the back door, noting that there was no food bowl there. No dog for sure. Drake grasped the cold metal handle on the screen door, and it turned with a click. He crept up the steps and let the door close behind him. Once inside, he took time to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. There was a single doorway leading into the house proper. He spotted a refrigerator directly on the right. Excited as he was, Drake waited a long time before opening the fridge door. A rush of cold air from inside the refrigerator ran over Drake, but he hardly noticed. He grabbed a carton of milk and set it on the floor. This was the closest thing to happy he'd been in a long time. He closed the door and took a gulp of milk. The beam from the flashlight caught him flush in the eyes. "Hold it right there, Mr. Thief." If the shotgun hadn't told Drake the man meant business, his voice sure enough did. Drake raised his arms over his head. "Don't shoot, mister. I was just hungry." His heart was thumping in his chest. The man turned on the kitchen light. He was old and had more hair in his bushy beard than on his head. He set the flashlight down on the kitchen counter. "Well, son, you can get food at a restaurant or a supermarket. My house isn't either one." He kept the gun leveled at Drake. "I didn't mean anything. Just let me go and you'll never see me again." Drake pointed at the food he'd left on the floor. "Want me to put it away for you?" The old man shook his head. "You go sit over there." He nodded toward the breakfast table. Drake did as he was told. "I'll get the county sheriff out here. He'll give you something to eat, and plenty more besides." The old man moved to the doorway Drake had come in through and picked up the phone from a handset mounted on the wall. "Please." Drake started to feel wrong. He tried to control his fear, push it deep down into his gut. It was going to happen again, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Put down the phone, or I'll blow your head off." Drake recognized Niobe's voice. His panic went away. "Get down on your knees and set the gun down behind you," she said. Drake saw that Niobe had only a piece of pipe in her hand, pressed against the back of the old man's head. If the man turned around, it was game over. But he didn't. He knelt and set the shotgun down. "Find something to blindfold and tie him up with," Niobe said, then mouthed, "No names." Drake understood. Minutes later, the man was bound, and his eyes covered with a bandana. "I'm cooperating," the old guy said shakily. "No need to do anything stupid." They carried him into the next room, out of easy earshot. It was a bedroom. Niobe took care not to brush the man with her tail, and to keep it hidden behind her back in case he could peek under the bandana, while she and Drake half lifted, half pushed him onto the bed. Mostly they pushed. Drake was too short and too weak, and her bad ankle wouldn't let her take most of the weight. Drake panted quite a bit from the exertion. The kid needed to eat some vegetables. The exertion worsened the throbbing in her ankle. She whispered in Drake's ear, "Check the bathroom. Try to find some painkillers. Aspirin, ibuprofen, whatever," she said, "but leave any prescription bottles alone." He went. Niobe stayed behind, keeping an eye on their prisoner. Thanks to Drake, the feds would have a new lead on their location as soon as this man freed himself. They needed help. She considered propositioning the man. It would obliterate their attempts at anonymity, but with luck, her children could more than make up for that. And then she realized she was thinking like Pendergrast. Children as tools, means to an end. Never. Never. Then again, Drake didn't have a chance if she didn't have another clutch soon. She argued with herself, hating herself from both sides, until she noticed the computer on the desk in the corner. A beige box and a small monitor, with little brown smudges on the mouse and keyboard from years of use. "Do you have an internet connection here?" The man on the bed was silent for several moments. He realized she was talking to him. "What? Does your computer have internet? Now why the hell would I want that?" Niobe slumped against the wall. For a moment, the briefest of moments, it had felt like they actually had hope. With an internet connection, she could have sent a message to Michelle, could have begged her for help. She roused herself, fearing what it would do to Drake if he witnessed her despair. She went through the closet. This, more than anything else, made her feel like a true burglar. But until Niobe had another clutch, they needed better disguises. The man on the bed heard her rummaging through his things. "Take anything," he said, "just don't kill me." Niobe said, "We won't hurt you, I promise." She rummaged through the closet. "We're not here for your money or valuables either." She found a skirt that fit. It was sized for a full-figured woman, which was perfect for hiding Niobe's tail. She wondered where the man's wife was. Then she saw the jewelry atop the dresser. One gold band and one diamond ring, next to a wedding photo of a smiling couple. The groom was a younger version of the man trussed up on the bed. The bride was a Zaftig brunette. One corner of the photo was draped with a black velvet band. "I'm truly sorry for your loss," said Niobe.
Gather up whatever food you want to take and put it in a garbage bag. Then wipe down everything else you touched with this. Niobe gave him a handkerchief. Hurry. Drake quickly grabbed bread, cold cuts, cheese, some bananas, and a few other items, like matches and the flashlight. After putting his loot into the bag, he dutifully wiped down the fridge door and chair for Prince. Niobe gave him a stern look and jerked her head toward the back door. "What in the world did you do that for?" she asked, once they were safely outside. She was limping noticeably. Drake shrugged. "I was hungry. I just want to try and feel normal again. Food helps. At least it used to." "I understand. Let's get as far from this place as we can before morning."
Those knots are tight, but hell, get out of them eventually. Found these. They might help. Drake jingled a set of car keys. "Good boy," she said, extending an open palm. He reluctantly dropped the keys into her hand. They headed over to the garage and swung the creaky doors open. Inside was a beat-up blue Suburban. Niobe unlocked the driver's side door and let Drake in. She inserted the ignition key and turned it. The engine made a feeble effort at turning over, then died. "Out of gas," she said. The air went out of Drake. "This is Texas. How can people here be out of gas? There are oil rigs everywhere." "Looks like we're still on foot," Niobe said, easing out from behind the wheel. "Wipe anything in the car you touched and let's get out of here." Drake used his shirt tail to do as she asked. "Are you okay to walk?" "I'll be fine." She started off again, slowly, Drake at her heels. He felt like there was a bottomless, black pit ahead of them, somewhere in the distance, waiting to swallow him up. When the time came, Drake wasn't sure he wouldn't just walk right in. Drake's skin was bright red from panhandling all morning. Niobe stayed hidden. The feds had their descriptions plastered everywhere, so her sunburn was milder. She watched him from the shadows of an alleyway, where she sat on a trash can, trying to ignore the pain in her ankle. The plastic shopping bag jingled when he set it at her feet. They'd fished it out of a trash can in front of the Walgreens around the corner. Now it was heavy with coins. "Got a few quarters in here," he said. Niobe fished through the bag. "Mostly pennies, and a few paper clips, and lint, and gum wrappers. But here and there, sunlight glinted on dimes, nickels, and quarters." She counted out a couple of dollars. "Good job." Niobe handed him the coins. He looked to be on the verge of heat stroke, the poor kid. "Why don't you go into the store and get an ice cream sandwich and some water? It's air-conditioned in there. Want me to get you anything?" "Nah, I'm good," she lied. "Enjoy the ice cream, but don't wander off, okay?" "Yeah, I know." She waited for him to disappear around the corner before taking up the bag and walking to the far end of the alley, where the shadows smelled like urine and worse things. The coins were heavy. The handholds in the plastic dug into her fingers. The bag jingled again when she set it down in front of the crude cardboard shelter under the fire escape. It was basically just a refrigerator box, but the bundle of rags inside was a man. "Hey," she said, "I'm back." The man sat up. His face was streaked with grime. He picked at his hair. "You again. What'd you bring me?" Niobe nudged the bag with her toe. "There's a little more than $4 in here. That's $10, counting the $6 I gave you yesterday." Which meant sticking around here for another day, she thought. A day better spent on the move. When he didn't say anything, she continued. "That was our agreement, remember? $10. The homeless man hunched over the bag and picked through it rapidly with 2 fingers, like an inexpert typist. "Lots of pennies. Can't do much with pennies." "Please," she whispered, "we won't last much longer without this." Every second wasted in negotiation made her nervous. Drake would come back soon, and she didn't want him to know about this. He'd feel guilty about it. The man's gaze flitted between the bag full of change and Niobe's face. She tried to angle her body to keep the worst of her acne in the shadows. The man grunted. "Kay." He motioned Niobe to lie down in his nest. "I can't do it that way." She playfully waggled the tip of her tail at him. The look in his eyes made her worry that he'd back out, and she regretted the vain attempt at bonhomie. But he shrugged and relented. After that, they worked out the mechanics quickly enough.
He breathed with his mouth open, grunting in short little bursts. It smelled like he had a rotten or abscessed tooth. Niobe prayed it was his only health problem, and that if he was an addict, he wasn't using needles. She jumped to her feet as soon as she felt the first egg forming. Her erstwhile partner rolled over, cleaned himself on his bedding, and didn't stir after that. Trash cans rattled as she doubled over in pain. Her ovipositor widened and deposited the first egg under the fire escape. She already had the names picked out. Avender, Aubrey, and Abernathy for boys, Agatha, Akina, and Allie for girls. Another egg followed the first. Only 2 children this time around, a smaller than average clutch. Maybe they'll be twins, Niobe mused. She felt the first tickle of consciousness, a tentative hello at the world, as the eggs hatched. Mama, thought Avender. Avi, my darling, give me a kiss. Mama, he thought, I don't feel very well. Niobe's heart felt like it had been punctured with an icicle. No, 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 not now. Avender popped out of his egg. The boy was slender and beautiful, covered in fine golden hair, though missing one hand. He took a step toward his mother. Mom, he said, It trailed off into a gurgle. He toppled over, clutched his stomach, then melted. His sister Agatha also drew the Black Queen. Niobe was still crying beside the puddles when Drake returned. West Texas was the platonic ideal of hot, arid desolation. No people, no cars, just scrubland and dirt. It felt downright post-apocalyptic, which, given what Niobe had seen of Pyote, wasn't so far from the truth. They'd been walking since before midnight. A band of pink on the eastern horizon limned the gray sky, sunrise in the offing. The nascent day felt bright as noon to Niobe's dark-adapted eyes. When she stumbled over a snag of sagebrush or a dry stream bed, it was from exhaustion. They walked through a field, parallel to the highway, but roughly 50 yards away, so that they wouldn't be seen. Not that it mattered, they hadn't seen a car all night. Water sloshed in the near-empty bottle when she went to take a swig. Dawn twisted through the thin plastic, forming a little hourglass-shaped spot of light on Niobe's blouse. 2 swigs left, at most. She called ahead to where Drake trudged through the field. Here, finish off the water. He didn't stop, didn't slow down. Hey, Drake, I'm talking to you. The only sound from Drake was the scraping of his tennis shoes on hard-packed soil, as he stepped around a creosida bush. Niobe raised her voice. You could have the courtesy to pretend to listen. I'm trying to help you, in case you haven't noticed. Drake was becoming increasingly sullen. He'd withdrawn into himself again. They hadn't spoken about it, but clearly the Black Queen clutch had demolished his hopes. Hers, too. She'd keep Drake alive as long as she could, though without help, that wouldn't be long at all. In the meantime, a little cooperation would have been nice, maybe even a thanks now and then. The bitterness receded as quickly as it had washed over her, leaving in its wake a profound shame. She hoped it was exhaustion making her feel this way, resentful, irritable, or maybe she wasn't as maternal as she liked to think. She picked up her pace, drew even with Drake after a few strides. Drink this, she said, holding the bottle under his nose. Yeah, okay. She studied him while he unscrewed the cap and drained the bottle. His sunburn didn't appear to be getting any worse. They'd swiped a tube of aloe vera lotion and some SPF 45 sunscreen from the farmhouse. Something twinkled on the horizon. Then it disappeared. Then a flash, and another twinkle. It came from where the highway receded into the distance. Car coming, she said. Drake shrugged. He tossed the empty bottle aside. He knew better than that. They might be able to refill their bottles, if they got lucky. He was giving up. The decision manifested in countless little gestures, actions, evasions. She examined the glint on the horizon. For all she knew, it was a cop or state trooper. But this death march was killing them just as surely as scare would. Sleeping in ditches all day, walking all night, it had to stop.
The car was closer now, a rapidly growing blob of red and silver visible through the haze. It was still the only car in either direction. Stay here, she said. Keep yourself hidden. Niobe took a deep breath, then half-jogged across the field to the middle of the two-lane highway. Her ankle screamed in pain, but she ignored it as best she could. She stopped, facing the oncoming car. Drake hunched down behind a bush. He called, "What are you doing? We need a ride." The white noise hiss of tires on asphalt reached her ears. Niobe swallowed, trying to keep the anxiety out of her voice. "Stay hidden, Drake." She could see it more clearly now, a rounded, burgundy-colored thing bearing down on her. No lights on top, though with Niobe's luck it would probably turn out to be an unmarked cop car, or Scare. Niobe raised her arms, palms out toward the approaching vehicle. The car's shape became apparent in the rapidly closing distance. She recognized it from television commercials she'd seen back at BIC, a gas-electric hybrid. That makes sense, I guess. The question was whether or not the driver could see her. The car didn't slow down. She waved her arms. Closer, louder. Niobe clenched her eyes shut when she could hear the whine of the engine. The road noise lessened, the engine relaxed. Niobe cracked one eye open. The car was rolling to a halt. Sunlight glare on the wide windshield prevented Niobe from seeing inside the car. She waved, tossing out thanks as she trotted over to the driver's side. The window slid down with the whir of an electric motor. Niobe got a strong whiff of clove cigarettes. "Thank you so much for stopping," said Niobe. "By Crom's beard, you scared the daylights out of me." Niobe had no idea who Crom was supposed to be, but that wasn't the odd thing about the woman behind the wheel. Not compared to the fur-lined chainmail bikini, the crimson-colored cape, and the axe sitting on the passenger seat. The bikini did not complement the woman's figure. Was that a sword on the back seat? Niobe wondered if heat stroke had scrambled her brain. "What brings you out here, noble wanderer? Huh? Nah, never mind. Need a ride?" "Yes, badly. Please." "It's traditional to just stick out your thumb when you're hitching. We've been out here for hours. There aren't any cars to hitch rides from." The woman raised her eyebrows. "We? Damn. Yes, me and my friend." Niobe waved at Drake, motioning him to join her. "We ran out of gas money back in Wick," she improvised. "You've been on foot since Wick?" Niobe nodded. That much was mostly true anyway. The driver stuck her head out the window. She gave Niobe the once-over, then the same for Drake. "You guys have been on foot too long," she said. "Tell me about it," said Niobe. "Please, may we ride with you, just for a while?" Niobe had never imagined that the clunk of electric door locks could sound so sweet. She felt like crying. Thank you," she repeated. Drake hurried over. Niobe opened the back door for him. He wrinkled his nose at the cigarette odor, but it didn't stop him from scrambling inside. "Next stop, Barbarian Days," said the driver as Drake buckled his seatbelt. Niobe and Drake exchanged a silent look. "Barbarian Days?" He shrugged. It sounded like some kind of festival. Well, that explained the outfit. Niobe held the axe in her lap when she buckled in. It was plastic. The driver raised her window. She clicked the air conditioning up a notch. The car was surprisingly silent when they pulled away, causing Niobe a moment's disorientation when the landscape outside the car started to slide past them. She had never ridden in a hybrid. "You getting enough air back there, kiddo?" Niobe turned, looked over the seat. Drake's eyes were closed. She slumped down in her seat, tempted to drift off under the caress of chilled air. It felt like heaven. The upholstery stank like a cheap bar, but at least her feet could rest. "I'm Mandy," said the driver. Niobe blurted out the first name that sprang to mind. "Yvette," she said. She motioned toward the back seat with a nod of her head. "That's Xander, in back." "So," she continued, "Barbarian Days." The driver smirked. "Never been, I take it?" "No." "Lots of people there. Maybe not so many nowadays, with the oil crisis." She paused to light a cigarette. "It hasn't stopped you?" said Niobe. "Most of the time I work behind a desk, processing medical billing for an insurance company. 3 days out of the year I can strap on a cape and become Red Sonja." Niobe nodded, unsure of what to say next. The driver dragged on her cigarette, then tapped ashes into a tray, affixed to the center console.
It hung over a charging cradle holding a cell phone. Mandy saw her gazing at the phone. "You can use it, if you're wondering." "Aye, thanks, again. It would be a huge help." Niobe pulled the phone from the cradle, careful not to knock down the ashtray. She thumbed through the menus, thinking, who could help her? Did she even know any telephone numbers? No, but she did know a few email addresses. Mandy, where exactly is Barbarian Days? Cross Plains, birthplace of the late great Robert E. Howard. Michelle, help, please, I'm in danger, please come. I'm in Cross Plains, TX, Niobe. Niobe wasn't accustomed to using such a tiny keypad. Thumbing out the email to Bubbles took a long time, but after she finished, she thanked Mandy again, closed her eyes, and slept. The Tears of Nephthys. The Third Tier. Nick. Kevin Andrew Murphy. The Café du Monde prided itself on beignets, chicory coffee, and never closing, even for hurricanes. Ellen didn't know if the last was such a wise idea, but since committee aces were like cops and got the 2 former items free, she wasn't exactly going to complain either. The wind wailed outside the iron shutters, and Ellen shivered. Her beaded flapper gown was not exactly suited to the weather, but then again she had a psychic allergy to off-the-rack. Jonathan had no such problem, and had somewhere acquired a new sport coat. Ellen was about to comment on it when Michelle blew in, her latest Andorra-style caftan flapping around her currently svelte figure. "Zombies," Michelle said, succinctly. "They're at it again." She glanced to their table. "Grab your coffee. I'll explain on the way." The explanation did not help much. All Ellen gathered was that A. Reverend Wintergreen had been holding a prayer vigil at the Superdome, B. buses were in the parking lot to evacuate people without transportation, and C. zombies had shown up, wreaking havoc. Michelle found a spot at the edge of the parking lot. There were indeed a huge number of buses, and an even more enormous crowd of people waiting for them, soaking in the rain. But havoc was a bit of an overstatement. "This is your fault," stated Mayor Connick, storming up to them, rain dripping off the brim of his umbrella. He was not looking at Michelle or Jonathan.
Wasps. She turned away. "I'm not even going to ask." With one finger, she lifted the choker from her throat, Ellen's throat, breaking contact between skin and brooch, severing the channel. "Ah," said Jonathan, as Ellen handed him the sketch. "Nice to have met your mom?" Ellen attempted a grin. Jonathan looked at the images, and his wasps did as well, turning as one to examine each face. A few crawled over them, then began to shake their rear ends, doing a waspish Macarena. Then the whole cloud, the lower half of Jonathan Hive, took off, dodging raindrops. "Fly," Jonathan called. "Fly, my pretties." He turned to Ellen as she folded up the sketch sheet and slipped it in her purse. "I've always wanted to say that." "I think you just said it to CNN," Bubbles pointed out, indicating the lurking news crews. The Reverend came over next, his suit split down the sides and ground with mud down the front and presumably the back, but otherwise no worse for the wear. "Oh, my poor boy," the Reverend said, falling to one knee and grasping Jonathan's left hand. "May I pray for you?" "Got any prayers for people who lose their asses?" "Samuel 6, 5, and 16, the Reverend said brightly. "God's right ahead of you there." He bowed his head, clutching his cross and his Bible in the other hand. "O Lord, please bless this poor sinner and fill him with your Holy Spirit. Let him be filled and made whole. May—" "Oh my God," said Jonathan, getting religion rather abruptly, staring at the dark sky transfixed, eyes so wide they were almost glowing. "Oh my God." "Brace yourself, it's coming." Reverend Wintergreen bowed his head. "Are you seeing God's kingdom, my boy?" "Worse," breathed Jonathan. "Harriet." A swarm of wasps fell from the sky, clutching to Jonathan for dear life, and 3 seconds later, the wind followed, a raw blast of screaming fury. Ellen clung to the handles of Miss Partridge's wheelchair, Jonathan only anchored by the Reverend holding his hand. And the next moment, the hand ripped free, crumbling away at the wrist into green motes, the rest of Jonathan eroding away as well, until nothing was left but an empty wheelchair that was wrenched from her grip.
Ellen was flung back, finding herself caught by the even greater mass of the amazing Bubbles Michelle, her rock in the storm, almost literally. And after an interminable interval that was probably just minutes, the first wave passed, Harriet lulling to a driving rainstorm. "Jonathan," Ellen breathed, looking at the shamble of humanity. He was gone. Bugsy's been scattered before. He has to save himself. Bubbles held her. "Ellen, you're my ace in the hole. I need you to track Hoodoo Mama. How are your detective skills?" Ellen clutched the ermine-tailed purse still slung across her chest. "Professional. Good. What I needed to hear. Meet me at the hotel at nightfall." Of course, it was not Ellen who was the detective, but Nick. She walked far enough back to the quarter to find a bar where she could seek shelter, then took out his hat along with the sketch. "Hey, Nicky," Ellen thought, "we've got a problem." She briefly filled in the details. "Good detective work," Nick complimented her. "You and your mom are hired." "Nick, I'm serious. What do we do now?" "No great mystery, Elle. Just legwork. Ask around." And so began what felt like a demented pub crawl, going from one shuttered business to another, pounding on doors until they found someone to let them inside and look at sketches. Josephine Hebert was known mostly by face. A few folk knew the name Joey and that she was sometimes seen around Congo Square. Doubt she'll be hanging out, Ellen thought, but she has to get her corpses somewhere. Good thinking. They struggled to the nearest funeral home, where they found that Josephine Hebert had instituted a "don't ask, don't tell, don't get strangled by the zombies that walk out the back" policy. She was also in the habit of sending them home when they got a bit ripe, but the traumatized mortician neither knew nor wanted to know where she lived. Nick went back out into the storm, clutching his hat. Halfway down Royale, Harriet hit again. A shutter tore off a building nearby, and Nick dove to safety, in the process letting go. Ellen watched his hat go flying down the street. "Nick!" she screamed, louder than the wind, rushing after it. But as fast as she ran, a hurricane was faster, and the old fedora blew up Royale until it caught on a wrought iron balcony, plastered against the metalwork a story up. Ellen raced. The ironwork was twisted with roses and vines, painted black, cutting into her hands, but panic numbed the pain. She was almost to the balcony when Harriet lulled and Nick's precious hat fell to the street. Ellen jumped down, stumbling, lunging for it. For Nick. The wind rose up again, stealing him. Twice she almost caught the circle of felt. Twice more Harriet taunted her. Then the hat fetched up against the legs of a child. At least the stature and the American hero brickbat children's jumper said child. Above that was a rubbery, ebony-skinned cross between a gollywad, a cyclops, and a sea anemone. The Joker child picked up Nick's hat in his its tentacles and held it. "My hat," Ellen called, rushing forward. "Give it to me." The child's eye went wide above its fanged mouth, and it ran, Ellen chasing, her own mouth open in a wordless scream. Only when the water overtook her did she realize that it had not been her the child had been running from, but the levee breach behind them. She tumbled end over end, swallowing mouthfuls of the muddy Mississippi, then came up, gasping and sputtering. But a lifetime on sailboats and yachts made for a strong swimmer, and a mid-calf silk dress was not the least practical garment when swimming for your life. Nick's hat bobbed a ways away, floating like a paper boat. The other direction, the child surfaced, squalling, thrashing its tentacles. Ellen knew drowning terror when she saw it. Despite having drawn a joker designed for water, it had never learned to swim. She prayed for Nick to forgive her, but knew he wouldn't if she made any other choice. Wouldn't make any other choice himself. She swam for the drowning child.
Its tentacles whipped around her, almost drowning her in the process, but she ducked down and it released her. She surfaced and caught it from behind, letting it wrap its tentacles around one arm. It was hard going, but at last she got to solid footing. "You okay, honey?" The Joker child clung to her wordlessly, but seemed unhurt. Ellen glanced back to the flooded street. Blocks away, a speck may have been Nick's hat. The wind blew. It was gone. Her shoes were also gone, lost somewhere in the floodwaters.
but she didn't need shoes to hotwire a car. At this point, she didn't even need to channel Great Aunt Leela. The Joker child seemed enthralled by this, and Ellen was glad it found larceny so entertaining. She didn't know what she felt. Joy at having saved another human life? Fear that she would never find Nick again? Anger that she had been forced to choose? Maybe grief? Reverend Wintergreen was on stage at the Superdome, leading prayers. Ellen wasn't the only one who had lost someone, but she knew him. "Oh yeah," he said, looking down at what Ellen had brought him. "Suffer the little children. What's your name, my child?" The Joker child gurgled wordlessly into the microphone. "It's PJ," came a chorus, actually a duet. Ellen turned as Rick and Mick forced their way through the crowd of Joker refugees near the front. The Joker child wrapped its tentacles around both their necks. "You find PJ's mama?" asked the one with the goatee. "No," Ellen said. She didn't know whether PJ was Rick and Mick's son, or niece, or maybe just some child they knew. PJ was alone. Ellen paused. It was a long shot, but maybe not that long. Mick and Rick had known everyone on the seedy side in Jokertown, and New Orleans couldn't be that different. "I'm looking for someone too." She took out the sketch. It was waterlogged but intact. The twins studied it. "Oh yeah, that's Joey," said the one with the goatee. "Foulest fucking mouth in the quarter. She lives in a red shotgun over on Trem, by the old St. Louis cemetery. Can't miss it. Hoodoo marks chalked all over the front. She's Hoodoo Mama, right?" Rick and Mick both laughed. "Joey?" said the first. "Nah, she's just a street punk. Hoodoo Mama's this old Creole witch, blind as a bat and older than grave dirt. Calls up hellhounds to serve her, and the dead are her eyes, even the pigeons." Ellen nodded. As she left, a young black woman reached into a suitcase and handed her a pair of pink sneakers, which Ellen wore back into the storm to make her way to the hotel. Nick was gone. Nick, the brave one. He'd been with her so many years, and now a piece of her heart had been ripped out, blown away by the hurricane. But when she stepped into the main foyer of their house at the Place d'Armes, she heard a voice. Not Nick's, but "Jonathan!" Ellen cried, throwing her arms around him. "Oh, thank God! I lost Nick." She hugged Jonathan, not knowing what else to do, and grief finally came in great racking sobs. "Sorry." Jonathan sat with her on the couch, held her. He was a brave, hat. My condolences," Michelle said. "I only just met him." Ellen scrubbed the tears fiercely from her eyes. "I know where Josephine Hebert lives." She took a breath. "She does dead animals as well as dead people. There were some pigeons the other day that I think were her spies." "The creepy ones on Bourbon Street?" Jonathan asked. Ellen nodded. "She's got a bunch of zombies, too. Checks them out like library books." "Well, I'm pretty much invulnerable," Bubbles said. "Nice to be you," Jonathan said. "What if she suffocates you with zombie pigeons? She's just a kid anyway. You already blew up an old lady on CNN. Want to do a punk kid for an encore?" "No," Ellen said, taking a deep breath and trying hard not to think of Nick. "Personally, I'd like to wring her scrawny little neck. But Miss Partridge didn't think she was all bad, and all we need is for her to stop pulling this shit." She exhaled. "And the easiest way to do that is to get her on our side. We need to talk." Jonathan and Aaliyah hid behind Bubbles as she knocked on the door of a chalk-marked red shotgun on Trem opposite the cemetery. There was no answer. Bubbles knocked harder. A minute later, the door was opened by a very tall, cadaverous bodybuilder who loomed over Bubbles menacingly. "Look, Morticia," Jonathan said to Aaliyah. "She has her own lurch." "Fuck off," the zombie croaked. Bubbles only held up a beautifully scintillating bubble. "Listen," she said, "we'd like to speak with Joey Hebert, or Hoodoo Mama, or whatever she wants to call herself. And we can do this the nice way, or the not-so-nice way." "You fuckers got balls," the zombie finally croaked, "but I ain't playin'.
You fuckers steal little kids? Lilith was taking them to other hospitals, Bubbles explained. There was a hurricane coming, Harriet. The zombie stared. The weather fucker kept saying she was going to Houston, but I guess you cocksuckers knew what you were talking about after all. He opened the door farther, stepping back. It was an invitation of sorts, and as they walked in past more and more zombies, Aaliyah paused, stricken. The third zombie was a girl, barely 17. She could have been Aaliyah's sister, except for the cuts on her wrists. The American Hero t-shirt she was wearing showed the jackalope from the current season instead of Simoon. Aaliyah put out her hand, almost touching the girl's face, then stopped, looking her own death in the face for the first time. Her hand began to shake, her fingernails drifting into sand. Take off the earring, Ellen thought. Now, I can handle this. Aaliyah didn't have to be twice. Even oblivion was preferable to the awful truth. And as she slipped the earring out with one hand, the sand snapped back into place on the other. Ellen stood eye to eye with the dead girl. She was acutely aware that while Bubbles was invulnerable and explosive, and Jonathan could turn into countless stinging insects, all she could do if the zombie decided to strangle her was scream and flail at her purse while trying to put on an earring. And even once she had the earring on, there were no guarantees that Aaliyah would be any help. She missed Nick even more, and for all the wrong reasons. She sniffed then. Inside the apartment was the peculiar odor of lemongrass, and Ellen realized it was coming from the zombies. "That's Van Van oil and Chinese wash," a girl's voice said to her unanswered question. "Us hoodoo women use it for root work." Ellen turned her head, looking away from the honor guard of zombies, across the room to where the young woman lounged in a purple wingback, flanked by two large, menacing, undead pit bulls, and lit for mood or just lack of power by a dozen large votive candles marked with Vodun Veve patterns. It was a pose calculated to intimidate, and was doing the job admirably. "It's your crutch for making the zombies," Jonathan surmised. "Fuck no," said Hoodoo Mama. "I just use it to keep the fuckers from stinking up the place. Axe doesn't last long enough. Sometimes fucking old school works best." She gestured to the matching purple couch facing her chair, its back in convenient throttling range of the zombie honor guard. "Have a seat. Let me get you some refreshment. You fuckers like beer can chicken?" "It's pretty good," Bubbles allowed, sitting in the middle of the couch. Jonathan sat down to the right of her, and Ellen perched on the opposite arm. Hoodoo Mama smiled proudly. "Nobody makes it like I fucking make it." There was a thumping and banging then, from the kitchenette to the right of the couch, and the closest zombie, a woman in a Kiss the Chef apron, went and opened the door of the refrigerator. A quartet of headless plucked chickens gambled out of the bottom drawer trailing butcher paper, clambered up to the nearest counter by means of a stepladder, and proceeded to sodomize each other with beer cans provided by the zombie. She offered the remaining cans from the six-pack to Jonathan and Bubbles, who passed, watching the chickens in horrid fascination.
Ellen, however, accepted, smiling, and popped her can as the zombie served the last to Hoodoo Mama. It was a test, and when the girl raised her beer, Ellen did the same and drank. It was cold, refreshing, and what she needed. "You think I can get a job at Brennan's?" Ellen shrugged and took another sip of beer, keeping the earring carefully palmed in the opposite hand. Bubbles and Jonathan continued to stare as the sodomized chickens proceeded to break thence in a roasting pan coated with seasoning salt. "You're a fucking cold bitch, you know that?" Ellen chose to take it as a compliment. "I've been dealing with the dead for a while." "So, who the fuck are you?" "I seen these fuckers on TV." Hoodoo Mama jerked her beer can toward Bubbles and Jonathan. "I ain't seen you before." Ellen gestured to her throat with the hand with the earring. "You can call me Cameo." The girl squinted at her. "You're that fucker from the hospital." The zombies all took a step forward. The zombie pit bulls bared their fangs. Ellen came to her feet as well, armed with nothing more menacing than a can of weak beer and the earring of a hysterical teenage ace who'd probably be even less help. "So are you." So what? You're going to electrocute me now? I could, Ellen lied, but my power's more than that. I channel the dead, and I channel their powers. You've already met my friend Nick. A beer can was not a will-o-wisp, but if she held it in her fingertips, it felt the same. And Hoodoo Mama could see the pose. He's the shocker. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to betray any emotion or any hint that she would probably never be able to call Nick again. But don't worry, you got your licks in. Hoodoo Mama snorted, leaning back in her chair. Guess I did. She gestured to the zombies, and they stepped back to their former positions, all except for the chef, who proceeded to put the chickens in the oven and adjust the dials. You ran over my ass, too, Jonathan mentioned lamely. The girl ignored him, still looking at Ellen. She took a sip of beer. So, she said after a while, this morning, that really fucking was Miss Partridge? Ellen nodded. Fuck, the girl swore. I really liked that old lady. She was one of the few fuckers who ever gave a damn about me. She rubbed at the corner of her eye and then slammed her beer, seeming to reach a decision. So what do you fuckers want? Ellen glanced to Bubbles, who was sort of official spokeswoman, even if Ellen had been doing most of the talking. Well, Bubbles said slowly, what we'd like is for you to stop screwing us up. We're trying to save people's lives here. What about that fucking vampire bitch, Lilith? The girl glared. She's been stealing little kids. I ain't read much of the Bible, but I fucking know about Lilith the child stealer. There was a glance between the committee members, and Jonathan was the first to answer. She just thought the name sounded sexier than teleporting Eurotrash girl. Josephine Hibert handed her empty cam to the chef zombie. Okay, I'll fucking give you that. You know, Bubbles said, there are 2 more storms. We could use your help. Jonathan opened. The UN does have some money. Fuck that, Hoodoo Mama snorted dismissively. You know how many fuckers die wearing wedding bands and fucking diamond engagement rings? I've got a whole fucking box full of bling. She gestured to the mantelpiece. Amid the candles was a makeshift altar, with feathers and shells and the photograph of a woman who would have been attractive if not for the ravages of hard living. And beside the photograph sat an old wooden jewelry box. Ellen stifled a ghoulish itch to open that box and see who lived inside it. Bubbles sighed. All we really need is a truce. Hoodoo Mama shrugged. Okay, fine, you've got it. She glanced to the 3 of them. Anything else you fuckers want? There was a long, uncomfortable silence, with glances between Michelle and Jonathan, and between Ellen and the watchful eyes of all the zombies, before she finally settled on Hoodoo Mama's. Can you really see through the eyes of the dead? Even animals? Josephine Hibert grinned proudly. Fuck yeah! Hope is a thing with wings. In this case, a dead pigeon. A whole loft of 'em. I lost something when the levee broke, Ellen told her. A hat. An old gray fedora. You fucking want me to look for a hat? Yes. Ellen bit her lower lip. It belonged to my friend Nick. Hoodoo Mama gave her a sly look. You can't work your mojo without a personal object, can you? No, Ellen admitted. I know you don't want money, but if there's anything else, anyone you'd want to talk to? She glanced to the photo on the mantel, the candlelight flickering over the tired woman's face. Josephine Hibert looked as well. You're a fucking dangerous bitch, she said at last, but fine, I'll keep my eyes out. But not because you'll let me talk to my mama. I'll do it because I saw what you did for PJ. You ain't as cold a fucking bitch as you let on. Ellen broke eye contact with the dead woman's photograph to look at her daughter. Thank you. Hoodoo Mama nodded, then looked at all of them. So, are you gonna get the fuck out now, or you still want to stay for dinner? There was a second awkward silence, broken a moment later by a digitized version of Tiny Bubbles. Michelle looked to the zombies, then fumbled open her Hermes bag and got out her cell phone. Ellen glanced over and was able to read the text message just received. Michelle, help, please. I'm in danger. Please come. I'm in Cross Plains, TX.
Niobe. Bubbles quickly stowed the phone back in her bag, but was visibly disturbed. Would you be terribly offended if I took a rain check on the dinner? A friend of mine needs help. Hoodoo Mama flicked a hand. Fine by me. Y'all should come for Thanksgiving. I do self-bastin' turkey. Back at the Place d'Armes, Ellen let herself into her room. She didn't like old rooms. They came with too much history, and this one was no exception. Whatever the reason, and today there was a particularly excellent one, the maid had not been in. Slowly, reverently, Ellen put her purse on the dresser, took out Alia's t-shirt, and hung it up to dry. Then she picked up Nick's jacket and sat down on the bed, clutching the fabric with both hands. The tears came again, but there was no memories, none strong enough for her to call him back. It was an empty shell, without even a trace of the ghost of the man she'd made it for. There was a soft knock on the door. "Who is it?" Ellen choked out. Jonathan. Can I come in?" She didn't answer, and he took that for a yes. "Are you okay?" "Do I look like I'm okay?" "Not really, but you seemed kinda glad to see me earlier. And, well, I was thinking about what Nick said to me before." He sat down on the bed beside her. "About how a man should treat a lady. I haven't treated you very well. It happens. When you were sleeping with Alia, I was thinking about Nick." "Ouch." Jonathan sighed. Ellen looked at him. "Were you honest when you said I was easy on the eyes?" Jonathan grinned, his eyes twinkling poison green. "I think we both know the answer." He reached out and touched her hair, which was in a state after the levee breach and the hurricane. "But I think we could both stand a shower." Ellen looked mournfully at Nick's jacket. Then she set it aside. Nick was dead, had always been dead as long as she'd lived, to everyone but her at last. Jonathan was alive, and he wanted her. And if some bit of Nick's wisdom, his gentlemanliness, his simple gallantry, had passed to Jonathan, then good. And even if not, he tasted like nectar to her, to Ellen, with no other soul in between. He reached up, pulling her dress and her slip both down by the shoulders, working the zipper and letting the whole fall into a beaded buell around her feet. She did the same with his pants, his bony thinness making this simple, and a half-minute later they were both stumbling into the shower, laughing as they worked the taps and got the right temperature, soaping and exploring the shape of each other's bodies.
Starting fresh, starting clean, with no other impressions. The suds ran smooth down her body, and he stroked her breasts, touching her nipples, bringing them full and alert, until his talented tongue tasted each in turn, then traced his way down and then up. Then he entered her and embraced her, and they kissed. No ace powers, except the honey of his taste and her hands on his back, feeling the impressions of the women who had touched him before. There weren't very many. They tumbled out into towels, Ellen letting him take the hotel robe. "Fresh linen," she said. "It's a bit of a fetish of mine." Jonathan grinned. Easily done. He ducked out into the hall, and a minute later came back with an armload of fresh sheets, stripping the bed and making it for her. She lay down atop the bed, naked, and they set to the second round of their lovemaking. Halfway through, Ellen reached out to the bedside table and retrieved the earring, the simple bit of silver and Swarovski crystal. She handed it to Jonathan. "Be a gentleman and do the honors." "But I was wanting to be with you, and last time you were wanting to be with her." She placed a finger on his lips, stilling them. "This way you can be with us both. Care for a threesome?" He grinned. "I contain multitudes. Sex with me is never that few." He then leaned down and kissed her, then the next moment slipped the earring into her ear. "Wake up, sleeping beauty. Your Prince Bugsy awaits." "Jonathan?" asked Alia. "What happened?" "Everything's fine," thought Ellen. "Hoodoo Mama's not going to bother us." Alia took stock of her body, Ellen's body. "We've been having sex, just picking up where we left off." Jonathan's eyes twinkled. "You okay with that?" "Oh, yeah." She reached out and grabbed him. Political science, 401, Walton Simons, Ian Tregillis, Mandy parked. The car near what looked like the center of Cross Plains. She adjusted her gear, which was probably a good idea, and they all got out. He'd gone maybe 2 steps when his nose caught the scent on the wind. Corn dogs! There was no other smell like it on the face of the earth. Maybe Bubbles was near the corn dogs, maybe not, but that's where Drake was going. The street he was walking down would have been the main road in Pyote, but even Cross Plains was a lot bigger than Pyote. He imagined what it would be like to chow down on a corn dog, cotton candy, and a huge Coke. Miserable as he was, food had always done the trick for him. He'd been starving lately, and had even been nibbling on bits of his own sunburned skin when he knew Niobe wasn't looking. Drake stepped out into an open area and stopped dead in his tracks. It was like he'd gone from Texas to WoW in an instant. There were people, grown-ups, walking around with swords and helmets and shields. Some were wearing furry pants, and others even smaller furry pants. There was one man wearing a scary-looking preacher costume. He had a sword and an old flintlock-style pistol. Then Drake saw a woman. She was wearing a chainmail bikini. Even the she-elves in games wore more than this woman. Mandy fit right in with these folks. There were plenty of normal people, normally dressed anyway, but they didn't get Drake's attention. There were also a Ferris wheel, some bumper cars, and one of those rides with the spinning cups. Right now, food was all he wanted. He had enough money to get what he needed. If Bubbles was going to take them away, he wouldn't need to beg anymore. The first normally dressed person Drake came to, he asked, "Is this Cross Plains?" "Yes, it is." Drake's depression lifted a bit. The soreness in his skin and feet melted away. They'd finally made it. A black man in a long, dark robe walked slowly by, nodding to the crowd and tossing plastic snakes to them, while loudly saying, "Doom, doom." He had a deep voice that was scary in spite of the fact that he wore eye makeup. Drake got in line at the concession stand, scanning the crowd for anyone who looked like Bubbles. He'd seen her on the first season of American Hero, and was confident he could spot her easily enough. She was big, not just big like Drake, but really big. The line moved quickly, and soon Drake was at the front. A man wearing a red Barbarian Days apron and a horned plastic helmet gave him a quick smile. "What can I do for ye, by Crom?" "I just need a corn dog and a Coke. Small, medium, or barbarian-sized on the drink?" "Small is okay, thanks." Drake wanted the big drink, but he also wanted to finish up quickly and get back to Niobe. The vendor pushed the drink and paper-wrapped feast to the edge of the wooden counter. $6.50. Drake fished out the money and turned to walk away, but bumped into a large man. He was unsteady on his feet, and his t-shirt smelled like beer. "Sorry." Drake quickly sidestepped him. The man pulled a plastic sword and waved it around. "Kill your enemies. Drive them before you. Hear the lamentations of the women." "Okay," Drake said, through a mouthful of corn dog. "I'm on it." Niobe had hated the smell of corn dogs for almost as long as she could remember. Ever since the time in 4th grade when she came down with the flu and sicked up chunks of hot dog and cornmeal under the jungle gym during recess. Barbarian Days smelled like corn dogs, gamey turkey legs, cheap beer, sweat, and the occasional whiff of manure from an upwind feedlot. And it was hotter than hell. "Where is she?" asked Drake. "She'll get here. She has to," said Niobe. They'd been searching the crowds all afternoon. So far, they'd found no sign of Michelle or anybody else from the committee. Niobe wondered what Barbarian Days were like when a tank of gas didn't cost a small mortgage, and people were more inclined to travel to the middle of nowhere. There were gaps in the midway, where absent rides and games of chance should have been. She hitched up her skirt again. It hid her tail as long as she kept it curled around her waist. Her tail ached. It was like having a bad kink in her neck after sleeping funny. Drake stopped next to an overflowing trash bin buzzing with wasps.
"Are you sure," he said, retying his shoelaces, "she got the message?" He paused, watching her. Niobe? She was staring at the trash bin and the wasps. Niobe stepped closer to the bin, where the smell was stronger. "Thank God! Are we ever glad to see you?" "Who are you talking to?" Drake asked. "Did Michelle send you, or the committee?" Drake looked back and forth between the wasps and Niobe. He looked skeptical. "Hello? Bugsy?" The wasps did nothing to indicate that they were anything other than wasps. "Damn," Niobe sighed. "Well, it was worth a try. Let's get something cool and escape the sun for a while," she said. The snow cone booth might give them some plain ice if they asked nicely. They couldn't afford to spend their last dollars on junk food. She could have sworn they had more cash. Drake's appetite at work again. The snow cone booth was situated next to a stand selling deep-fried candy bars. They stood in line behind a 5-foot-tall Conan and a 6-foot Valeria. Cute couple. Niobe eavesdropped on their conversation. "But the jackalope is dead weight," said Valeria. "I'll bet the diamonds will drop him next. They have to." Conan shook his head. "Jack hasn't had a fair shake yet. He can deliver, unlike Spin Doctor. All he does is change his hairstyle every week and hope people like it. That's just freaking sad." Zane would have enjoyed the conversation. He'd followed the new season of American Hero as closely as Living on the Lamb would allow, right up until he died. The breath caught in Niobe's chest as she thought about it. She shivered, tucked the sorrow away where she could embrace it later, and thought about what to do next. Drake touched her elbow. "Hey, look!" He pointed toward a row of picnic tables under a green plastic sunshade. Through the crowd, Niobe glimpsed a very large woman, taking up most of one bench, her back to them. She appeared to be wearing a cape. Not Michelle's usual attire, but it made sense if she wanted to try to blend in.
Niobe took Drake's arm and pulled him through the crowd, calling, "Michelle!" Michelle didn't hear them. Somebody jostled her. Drake's arm slipped out of her fingers. Niobe turned to face a tall woman in a skin-tight leather bodysuit. It wouldn't have been out of place among the other costumes, except that it covered a body much shapelier than was the norm here. Niobe wondered if the woman was a prostitute. "Hey," Niobe said, "please watch where you're going." The hooker tipped her head at Niobe. She flicked a waist-long black braid over her shoulder. "My apologies," she said, and melded back into the crowd. They made their way to the picnic tables. In addition to a cape, the overweight woman also wore plastic armor and a toy sword. She wasn't Michelle. "Crap," said Drake. "Face it, she's not coming." They made another round of the festival, then another. At times, they glimpsed other obese women. Many of the festival goers weren't exactly small, in line for rides or the tour of the Robert E. Howard House, but no Michelle. Drake and Niobe also cruised the Midway, where the highest concentration of people lingered. The sun was low on the horizon when Drake went to go use one of the porta-potties. Niobe waited for him. Here, near the toilets and dumpsters, Barbarian Days smelled overwhelmingly of outhouses and rancid grease. The crowd was getting louder, rowdier. Some of these people had been swilling beer all afternoon, meaning they probably suffered from impaired judgment, which gave Niobe a sad, desperate idea. Drake returned, wiping his hands on his pants. She asked him, "Can you wait here? I want to try something." Drake wrinkled his nose, as he had done in Mandy's car. "It stinks here." "Fine. How about you wait for me over by the Tilt-A-Whirl?" She pointed at the ride, farther down the Midway. "I shouldn't be gone long." "Why? Where are you going?" "To get help, I hope." Finding a willing partner was easier than Niobe had expected. There was no shortage of men half blitzed out of their minds who'd spent the day staring at bikini-clad women. Additionally, it was getting dark out, so by keeping to the shadows, she could ensure they didn't see her face easily. It didn't reflect very well on the patrons of Barbarian Days, but Niobe stood in no position to judge. She met a man calling himself Solomon. He led her behind the dumpsters to stand against the tall retaining fence that separated garbage from the rest of the festival. It wasn't love, but it was a private degradation. "Is there anything I can do to help you along?" "Shh," he slurred, trying to concentrate. "This never happened before, I swear." "Uh-huh, really?"
Jesus, Chris, he said, that's a tail. Technically, it's an ovipositor. Ugh, that ain't helpin'. Just forget it, she said. This isn't working. Wait, this is better. In the end, Solomon gave her 2 boys and a girl, Benedict, Baxter, and Belit. Niobe named her new daughter after one of Conan's many girlfriends, in homage to barbarian days. Benedict, scarecrow thin with cobalt blue skin and white hair, was a one-man waste disposal unit. He devoured half a dozen empty bottles while waiting for his siblings to hatch, an ability influenced by his birthplace. Lithe but muscular Belit had the agility of an Olympic acrobat, gold medal material, without a doubt. The lights on the Midway went crazy when Niobe took the youngsters to meet Drake. "Hope you like it, Mom," said Baxter. When they didn't find Drake in front of the tilt-a-whirl, Niobe panicked. "They caught him, and it's my fault. I shouldn't have left him alone." Belit somersaulted straight up one of the tall light poles. She scanned the crowd. "He's over there, Mom," she pointed, "buying cotton candy." Niobe sighed. "That figures," she muttered. "Niobe!" A familiar voice came out of the crowd. She spun around looking for the owner of the voice. A woman darted through the throng toward Niobe. She waved. "Michelle!" Relief coursed through Niobe so strongly that it threatened to wash away the last of her strength and leave her collapsed on the Midway. "You found us," Michelle winked. "Eventually. Sorry we couldn't get here sooner." She indicated her companion, whom Niobe had disregarded until Michelle introduced her, a stunning woman with long black hair and eyes like silver orbs. "This is Lilith," said Michelle. "She gave me a ride." "Thank you," Niobe said. Lilith looked her up and down, studying her. Niobe shied away from an intense, quicksilver gaze. The woman radiated sexiness in waves. Niobe felt like an insignificant bug next to her. "A pleasure to finally meet you," said Lilith. She even had a husky voice. Michelle frowned. Niobe hugged her. "You found us," she repeated. Tears of joy tickled her face. "Thank you for coming. We wouldn't have lasted on our own much longer." Drake returned, munching on a stick of cotton candy. In the corner of Niobe's eye, Lilith tensed, took a tiny step backward, then stopped herself. When Drake saw Niobe talking to Michelle, his shoulders slumped in relief. Niobe grinned at him. "It was worse than you realized," said Michelle. She took Niobe's arm, squeezing it. "But you're safe now." "Worse? How could it have been worse?" "Your friend isn't who you think he is." "Oh crap," said Drake. Niobe, Michelle, and Lilith looked at him in unison. He was looking past them, up the street. "Niobe, what's wrong?" He pointed. The crowd on the Midway had thinned out. Probably, Niobe realized, because of all the cops at the edge of the throng. They cleared a path for the leather-clad woman they'd bumped into earlier in the afternoon. Her long braids swung back and forth like a pendulum as she strode toward them. Whoever she was, she wasn't a hooker. Assassins and kinky call girls had similar fashion sense. "Wait," said Michelle, staring at Drake. She looked very pale, and not as pretty as she had a moment ago. "That's the friend you've been protecting? A kid? Who'd you think I was with?" "The most dangerous fugitive in America," said a man's voice. The words didn't frighten Niobe nearly as much as the cocksure tone of their delivery did. "Public enemy number 1. A man in a well-cut business suit swaggered through the crowd. He elbowed his way between 2 policemen to join the leather-clad woman. Niobe turned back to Michelle. "What have you done?" Michelle shook her head, looking dazed. I didn't know. It was all for nothing. Everything Niobe had done to protect Drake, everything she'd endured, everyone's she'd sacrificed. Meaningless. All flushed away thanks to the amazing bubbles. Amazing was right. Niobe grabbed Michelle's arm. "What have you done?" Her face felt hot. So did the new tears trickling down her face. Whether they were tears of sorrow or rage, she couldn't say. "I trusted you. They're going to kill him," they said. Michelle turned to face the swaggering hick and his companion. "You didn't tell me he was just a kid. What else didn't you tell me?" Niobe grabbed Drake's hand. "Run!" They headed away from the man in the suit toward where the crowd hadn't thinned out. Behind them, Michelle's voice rose above the hubbub. "I do not appreciate being used."
They hadn't run more than a few yards, Niobe pulling at Drake for him to keep up, when a paunchy, middle-aged woman stepped out of the crowd. She wore a silvery cape and a black bodysuit that covered every inch of her body except her face. The cape might have been natural at barbarian days, and she might have been just another festival-goer, if not for the huge German shepherd at her side. Niobe turned in a slow circle. Behind them, the Hound of the Baskervilles and the woman in the silvery cape. Before them, the swaggering man and his companion. And all along the edges of the crowd, half a dozen cops. They were surrounded and outnumbered. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Drake had been happy. Now, looking at the people who were there to take them in, he felt almost sick. They'd walked halfway to hell across Texas, and for what? So the person Niobe had counted on to help them could turn them in?
The crowd was backing off, far enough to be safe from whatever was going to happen, but close enough to see. The big man in the suit spoke. "My name is Billy Ray. I'm a federal agent. Stand away from the kid, lady. If you cooperate, things will go better for you. Resist, and well, just drag your sorry ass away, kicking and screaming." He smiled. Ass-kicking, obviously, was what this guy did. Niobe put an arm around Drake. "Go away, he's just a little boy." "Yes, go away." Bubbles walked up next to Drake and Niobe. Her large shadow enveloped them both. Billy Ray made a fist. Drake turned his head to look behind them. The woman in the shiny cape and her dog stopped. "What do you think you're doing, balloon girl? It's 4-1. Billy Ray pointed to his friends. "Not to mention the fact that we represent the government of the United States. Your government, in case your memory needs refreshing." Bubbles looked around slowly. "If my government can't get by without harming children, maybe we need a new one." Drake knew about Bubbles from TV and the web. He started punching her with sharp jabs. Maybe it would help build up her energy a little, although she was really big already. It hurt his hands, though. "You're making a life decision here, a mistake you won't be able to walk away from. The committee means squat to me. If you cross us, you will go down, and it's gonna hurt." Billy Ray grinned. It was the nastiest excuse for a smile Drake had ever seen. Bubbles laughed. It wasn't a girly one like Drake expected, but more of a "you are so dead" laugh, cold and brittle. He hadn't ever thought of Bubbles as scary, but he sure was glad she was on their side, for the moment at least. "Really?" Bubbles said. She turned sideways, holding one palm out toward Billy Ray and the curvy woman decked out in black leather, the other at Moon and her buddy. A torrent of small bubbles poured from her fingertips, like she dropped 100 bags of golden marbles that moved in pools toward the government agents. It was a conservative move, just to keep them at a distance. Billy Ray whispered something to the leather-clad woman next to him and patted her on the butt. A burning sword materialized in her hand, and wings of flame sprouted from her back. She rose gracefully into the air, holding her flaming sword in a striking position, and flew toward them. That was when every light in Cross Plains went out, all at once. An instant later they came on again. Some of the rides jerked to a sudden halt, while others began to speed up. The tilt-a-whirl was tilting and whirling madly, out of control, and shrieks were coming from the Ferris wheel. The lights went out again, on again. Shouts and screams echoed through barbarian days. Drake gave a quick backward glance and saw the giant dog waiting patiently on the edge of bubble carpet. The caped woman had vanished in the sudden chaos. Bubbles tossed a couple of medium-sized missiles at the flame-winged woman, keeping her from closing in. Drake heard a gunshot from behind. It picked one of Niobe's kids off her shoulder, the dark blue one. Niobe spun, slipped, and fell.
Her momentum rolled her to the edge, and 2 cops sprang from the crowd and grabbed her by the arms. One of the remaining kids, the really muscular one, started bouncing around like a rubber ball, pounding on the cops. The larger of the 2 policemen grabbed Niobe and twisted her arms behind her back. Drake lost it. He was tired of being chased all over the Southwest and tired of getting pushed around. Crouching low, Drake launched himself across the bubbles, gliding on his belly to where the cops had Niobe. The lights were going off and on and off. The rides had all gone crazy. People were running everywhere, knocking into each other. Bubbles hit the flying woman in the legs with a bubble, spinning her awkwardly in the air. 2 more bubbles quickly followed. The first knocked the burning sword from her hand, and the second caught her in the solar plexus, sending her to the ground, down in flames. The cops were too busy with Niobe to notice Drake, so he jumped the smaller of the pair and bit his ear, hard. There was a crunching noise and a scream. A bit of flesh came off in his mouth. Drake felt a pair of hands rip him from the man's back and toss him to the ground. He got up as fast as his fat body allowed, spitting dust and blood. The shorter cop had a hand to his mangled ear, but his partner had drawn his pistol and pointed at his face. "Go ahead," Drake said. "Try it and see what happens. The bullet will melt before it even gets to me." A tiny spark of doubt crept into the cop's eyes, but he kept his gun leveled. "Get down on the ground, face first." Drake shook his head. "You've got 3 seconds to set down your guns. Otherwise, this town is gonna end up just like Pyote." The memory made Drake sick inside, but he wasn't going to let it show. "They did tell you about me, right? 2 seconds." His heart was jackhammering, but he wasn't afraid. 1 second. Say goodbye. The officers put their guns on the ground and exchanged frightened glances. Drake picked up one of the pistols and pointed it. He turned to Niobe. "Cuff them." She looked at Drake like he'd transformed from a fat kid into a lion, but after fumbling for the cuffs, managed to get them snapped around the cop's wrists. "It's going to be okay," she said, as the second of her kids joined them. He could tell from the expression on her face that Niobe was talking telepathically to her kids. It made him feel left out, but right now it was necessary. Drake turned around to see how Bubbles was doing, just in time to see her turn to Billy Ray. "Next," she said. Ray bellowed and launched himself at her, landing inside the bubble ring. He punched her several times, blows designed to kill or cripple. Bubbles swelled a bit and laughed. Snarling, Billy Ray dropped to his knees and grabbed a handful of dirt, flipping it into Bubbles' face in a single swift motion. "Now," he yelled. Bubbles wasn't entirely blinded and reacted faster than someone as big as her should have been. She grabbed Billy Ray and rocked backward, pulling him on top of her. A large bubble formed between her and Billy Ray, and she sent him and rocketing into the air. Billy Ray exited the fight in a trail of expletives, some of which Drake had never heard before, as he was catapulted into the bumper cars. Runaway cars started banging into him, keeping him off balance. Niobe's other kid, Drake realized. Then he saw someone out of the corner of his vision. The woman in the shiny cape moved purposefully through the now thinning globular carpet toward Bubbles and clamped her hands on her shoulders. Drake could tell it was hurting Bubbles, but he couldn't imagine how. It didn't matter what he thought, though. It was happening, and he had to do something about it. He still had the gun. His dad had taught him how to fire one, but if he used it, he might kill someone. One thing Drake knew for sure, he never wanted to kill anyone again, in spite of what he'd said to the cops. He remembered his sling. With all the practicing he'd done, anything within 25 yards was a hittable target. That put the caped woman right at the edge of his range. Drake pulled out the sling and tightened the loop over his pudgy, sweating finger.
then fished out a stone and placed it in the pouch. He whirled it in several rapidly accelerating circles, then let go. Drake didn't see where the stone went, but clearly he'd missed his target, maybe by a lot. Bubbles was on one knee now, and the caped woman still hadn't let go. Drake focused his breathing like his Aunt Tammy, a yoga teacher in Austin, had taught him, and visualized his rock taking the caped woman in the head. He wound up again and let fly. There was a sound like a walnut being cracked open a couple of rooms away. The caped woman collapsed. Bubbles staggered back to her feet. Drake pumped a fat fist, but his celebration lasted no more than an instant.
The giant dog had its teeth in his cuff and was dragging him away. He punched at the dog's face, but his blow barely caught the snout. "Help!" he yelled. Niobe's acrobat kiddo leapt to his rescue and bounded around the dog, wailing on it with her tiny fists. The dog snapped at the kid, catching a leg. The dog snapped again. For a fraction of a second, the kid was free. Then the dog's teeth crashed down on her small chest with a crunch. Drake looked into the dog's cold eyes, wanting to gouge them out with his bare hands, but the dog continued pulling him along the ground, keeping him off balance. There was a flash of metal. The dog howled and let him go. Niobe was holding a long sword in her hands, cocked at her shoulder for another blow. The dog bared its teeth. Somewhere nearby, a car engine revved. The dog was turning its head when the truck slammed into it, sending the canine howling into a small knot of people. Niobe helped haul Drake up off the ground. "You okay?" He nodded. "This is Baxter," she said, lifting her last kid onto her shoulder. He's good with anything electrical." She got into the truck on the driver's side and set Baxter onto the seat. "Let's get out of here." "Right behind you," Drake said. He piled through the open cab door into the seat. Drake glanced back and saw the caped woman moving. He felt relief. Billy Ray ran up and helped her to her feet. They were shouting at each other when the woman with the coal-black hair and ball-bearing eyes wrapped them in her big black cape. All three of them disappeared. "Buckle up," Niobe said. Her tail was taking up a lot of space on the seat. He wriggled his fingers under it and found the seatbelt. Drake frowned. "What about Bubbles? We'd be goners if not for her. Of course, she'd dropped a dime on us in the first place." Niobe glanced down at Drake's seatbelt, which he dutifully buckled, then looked at the rearview mirror. "I've got a plan for that. Hang on." She put the car into reverse and backed up into Bubbles. There was a heavy jolt that Drake felt in every part of his body, even though he'd braced himself. He stuck his head out the open window and looked back. Bubbles had gotten bigger. Niobe kept her foot on the gas, spinning the tires in the dirt without moving Bubbles an inch. She continued to swell in size. "Cool," Drake said, popping his head back inside. "Smart move. Time to hit the road." She changed gears into drive, and off they went. "Nobody will be following us. Baxter's seen to that." Baxter looked up and smiled. Sure enough, when Drake looked back, the road was empty. Every other car in Cross Plains seemed to have a dead engine. Drake looked out the side window and watched the town roll by, which didn't take long. He'd never seen much of the world outside Pyote. If things were different, and people weren't chasing him and trying to kill him, this might be fun. But it wasn't. "How much gas do we have?" Niobe squinted to check the gauge. "About half a tank." Drake checked the glove compartment. In addition to the owner's manual, maps, and receipts, there was a candy bar and a nearly full bottle of Jack Daniels. He pulled both out to show Niobe. "Want to split the candy bar? Fine, but put the booze back in the glove compartment." They were munching happily on their respective halves when he heard a heavy thump above their heads and a burning piece of metal cut through the roof of the truck. Leather-clad fingers curled under the torn metal and ripped away the roof on Drake's side. "You can't escape, sinners." Drake could feel the heat from her sword and fiery wings stealing away his breath.
The bottle? Drake! Niobe screamed. Hit her with the bottle! At first, what she said didn't register, but then he snapped to it. He snatched the Jack Daniels from the glove compartment, turned his body to face the woman above him, and cocked his arm. He threw it at her hard and straight, and she reacted instinctively, fending off the bottle with a sweep of her sword. The glass shattered on impact, and its contents sprayed outward, immediately igniting and enveloping their pursuer like a fiery hand. The leather-clad woman lost her balance, bouncing off the bed of the truck and into the road behind them. "Jesus," said Drake, "I forgot about her." The wind from the hole in the cab roof whipped his dirty hair about his face. This blows. He looked down at Baxter, who appeared to be thinking the same thing. Niobe was silent for the next quarter-mile or so. "Drake, would you really have blown up back there?" He gave her a look like she was from Mars. "Of course not. I mean, my power is awful, and I wish I didn't have it. I don't ever want to blow up again. But since I'm stuck with it, I might as well use it for scaring people. Sorry if I scared you too. You're the only friend I've got. You did good, Drake, particularly when you went Mike Tyson on that policeman. Yeah, we're a good team." He patted Baxter's head. Drake leaned his head to one side and closed his eyes. It had been a long time since he listened to the sound of tires on asphalt. The rhythmic noise reminded him of life before the accident and provided him just enough comfort to let his mind slip into sleep, finally dreaming about the future and not the past. Double helix. I will redeem them from death. Melinda M. Snodgrass. Kids come out of eggs. I really shouldn't be telling you this. Carnifex will kill me when he gets back. But Jesus, she lays eggs, Stuntman is saying, and his disgust is evident in the way he almost chews the words, as if looking to spit them out. Scare has brought in an RV to serve as a command center. Outside, the fallen Ferris wheel has lost its little cars, like nuts spilling from a branch. A harsh wind is blowing, carrying dust through the door to coat the floor in grit. It carries the faint scent of corn dogs and cotton candy. The wind seems to be pursuing me across continents and time zones. Where is the director? I ask blandly. A fearsome hailstorm begins beating on the metal roof with a sound like giants banging pots together. I have to lean in to hear him. I'm back to being Noel. It feels odd, and I realize I have been morphing between Lilith and Bahir for days, with scarcely a stop-in to visit me. In Paris. The Attorney General is arranging for a plane to get him and Lady Black back. That creepy committee chick. That's not how men usually react to Lilith. Since it was after hours, every alarm in the world went off, and they got arrested. I hide my pleasure at the memory. My last words as I dropped them and teleported away were, "Art is broadening, Mr. Ray. Take the opportunity to improve yourself." Stuntman shakes his head. And the arrests aren't going to stop there. Warrants have been issued for Bubbles and Lilith. God, I'd love it if I could catch Fat Chick before Ray gets back. This genetics, I nudge. She's gotta fuck somebody to lay a clutch, so we've been trying to trace her that way. While I admit sex in times of stress can be a lovely release, why would she? I make a gesture toward my trousers. She can't have the clutches without sex, and the freaks are helping them. They're like little mini aces. His hand indicates something about 2 feet tall. I have to feign ignorance, but I had seen the power at work last night. And the powers are always different. That's how she got out of BIC. I wish him luck on the search, and tell him we'll pool information. I then step outside and proceed to backstab him. The street is awash with runoff from the abrupt thunderstorm. The air smells of ozone and dust and desert plants trying to grasp at the rare and valuable moisture. The smell of carny has finally faded. I use my BlackBerry to log on to the VicApp network that lists criminal activity across the 50 United States. The network tells an interesting story of 2 ATMs that have been mysteriously emptied of money. I'm finding it hard to read. My eyes seem filled with grit.
I pop another Black Beauty and continue.
The security camera on the first robbery shows only the top of a head, as if the robber is on his knees, or a dwarf, or perhaps a mini-ace. In the same vicinity as the ATMs, there has been a rash of stolen cars, abandoned after they run out of gas, and a carjacking. One of the perps had been caught, a midget. He's in custody in Center, Texas. I locate the place on Google Earth, unbutton my collar and loosen my tie and unhook my belt, transform into Bahir and make the jump between. It's a relief to feel the flesh pull and shift and return to Noel. The binding in my crotch was becoming rather uncomfortable. Center is another dismal Texas town that looks as if it has been dropped like a turd by a passing bird. It's easy to locate the jail. I walk in. The officer behind the desk is young, with a too prominent Adam's apple, a shock of straw-colored hair. He tries to hurriedly hide the girly magazine he was perusing beneath the desk. "Help you, sir? Do you have an impound here? My car was jacked near Cross Plains." "We may have the guy." He opens the gate and invites me back. Jails the world over have the same smell: stale booze, sweat, shit, piss, and blood. We walk down the hall while I check for security cameras. There is one, but the indicator light is dark. There are a surprising number of cells for such a small burg. I hear labored breathing as we approach the last one. A tiny figure is seated on the thin mattress of the cot. He leans back against the wall, a hand pressed to his chest. He is whispering softly to himself. A prayer? A string of curses? I can't make out the words. A shock of carrot-colored hair falls across his sweat-beaded forehead. I shake my head. No, not the guy. The cop looks disappointed, but I don't want to spend time filling out paperwork for a crime that never happened. The street is lined with low-end businesses. I slip behind the 7-Eleven and transform back into Bahir. I make the jump directly into the cell. The little man opens his eyes and looks up at me. They are pain-filled but brightly intelligent, with a wry light in their cinnamon depths. "Well, this is something you don't see every day," he rasps. I press a finger to my lips, lift him in my arms, and take us out of there. It's all mental, but I feel too tired to travel very far. I spent a relatively pleasant evening in the old town of Albuquerque, New Mexico, a few years back. There was a nearly deserted parking garage directly across the street. I jump us to the top floor. It's deserted. Americans really do hate to walk. I allow my features to shift back to me. "Thanks for the rescue," the little man says, "but why?" "I'm looking for Niobe," I say as I lay him down on the cold concrete floor. "That's nice. You're the one who caused all the chaos at Cross Plains." "Yep." The word resonates with pride and something else. Love is the only way I can describe it. "Got her some traveling money and a car, did you?" I kneel at his side. "Might be." I keep a flask of brandy on me at all times. Along with cigarettes, a gun, and a knife, it means I'm prepared for almost anything. I hold it to his blue-tinged lips, and he sips hungrily. "I don't suppose you'd tell me where to find her?" "Nope." Again, there is a wealth of information in a single word. There is determination and, unfortunately for me, not a hint of bravado. Clearly, the homunculus is dying. Hurting it will only hasten its death, and probably won't garner any results. My knees are aching, so I sit down, and now the rough concrete is digging at my seat bones. Usually, I'm not this aware of physical discomfort. I must really be tired. Trying to keep my tone very conversational, I say, "You know, I won't be the only person who will figure out how to find you." "You seem brighter than they are," he says. "Granted, but they do have the resources of the American government. And Mom has us." My reaction surprises me. Instead of finding it unbelievably creepy, I find it sadly touching. "Your mom?" There's a faraway look in the strange eyes, as if he's hearing a distant voice. "Yes, she loves us. Love you too."
For an instant, I think he's talking to me, and there's a sudden tightness in my throat. I shake my head hard. I did my best, he whispers softly toward the stained concrete overhead. His eyes close briefly, and the pain-racked features soften. A pager starts to buzz. Breath-stopping panic constricts my chest and sets my gut to aching. I start pulling them out. I can't remember where I put them. I assign pockets for each pager. Why can't I remember? Oh, Christ, not that one. Please, not yet. Not yet. It's not the Med Alert pager. It's the committee pager. I'm holding one in each hand. The urge to throw John Fortune against the wall is strong. Instead, I mute the page and thrust it back into a pocket. I start to put away the Med Alert when a small hand closes on my wrist. Who's sick? The tone is gentle. I answer, my dad. Why did I answer? I've had one. Mom's had one, the little man adds quickly. It snaps into place. There are more than 2 people in this garage. She's here too. So she would know when we were dying. Course, she knew anyway. We're part of her. You always die? A mute nod. How many? 179. I remember all their names. He has a name? Of course I do. I'm her son. I'm Baxter. You don't forget your children. I'm suddenly back in my parents' yard. And what did you get? You. The sob erupts from my chest, tears across my throat, and echoes in the garage. The little man lays a hand on my arm. I wave him off with one hand, cover my eyes with the other. I'm all right, just tired. I pull away my hand and stare into his eyes. Can she see me, or does she only know what he's telling her? I try to look through him to the woman. I'll bring him to you. What? I can bring him to you, so you can see him before he dies. I just need to know where you are. Don't do it, Mom. It's a trick. He'll hurt Drake. No! Urgency makes my voice rough. Don't let him die without seeing you. It hurts to swallow. I don't know this man who's suddenly living inside my skin. Bloody hell, I'm melting down. Dad, are you listening? The homunculus grips my hand. She says to bring me to her, he whispers, and he tells me where they are. It's like carrying a corn husk or a nautilus shell when the inhabitant has vacated. I can't pinpoint a hotel room, so we arrive in the parking lot. The asphalt is cracking, and there's only one car. The Rube Goldberg contraption on the hood and the faint smell of rancid grease and French fries indicate that it's been rejiggered to burn cooking oil. The motel is 2 stories with exterior entry, just a concrete strip. The sign declares it to be the Sleep-In. Underneath it used to read American-owned, but someone has tried to paint over it. As I hurry past the front office, I smell the pungent aroma of Vindaloo. I'm taking the stairs 2 at a time. Is he still breathing? I can't feel his heart over mine, which is wildly beating. They have the corner room at the far end from the office. A pudgy young teenager is holding open the door. I recognize him from the photo Ray displayed. I rush into the room. It's dingy, the spreads are threadbare, but it's meticulously clean. She's waiting. The photo from Bic doesn't capture her. In the photo, she's ugly. In person, her life and soul are in her gray-green eyes. She spares me not a glance. She gathers Baxter into her arms and settles onto the end of one bed, holding him in her lap. It's hard for her to arrange the fat, bristly tail, but I scarcely notice that. It's a Pieta. It's okay, kiddo. Mama's here. She has a warm, low voice with a husky little catch in it and that overlay of East Coast money. The little ace reaches up and tangles his hand in the chocolate-colored hair that falls over her shoulder. Drake, Niobe says, would you go get me a Coke? I think there's still a few cans in that machine. The nuclear ace goes. Is that wise? I ask. She shrugs. You either brought people or you didn't.
And I don't want him to see this. He knows too much about death. She leans forward and gently kisses Baxter on the forehead. The small chest is barely rising and falling. She's softly humming. I don't recognize the tune. I stand there feeling gauche and decidedly de trop, but I can neither move nor look away. So, this is death when you care? I try to remember all the deaths I've dealt. I can't. I try to remember if I cared. I didn't. I try to picture holding Dad when he passes. I can't. I'm afraid. The death is so subtle that I miss it. Only Niobe's soft sobs tell me it's happened. She closes Baxter's eyes, quickly kisses each cheek, and hurriedly lays him down on the bed. The small body melts, leaving only a smear on the worn bedspread. She looks up at me. Her eyes are filled with tears, but she seems at peace. Thank you. I squat down in front of her. How do you bear it? I don't think I can. She pushes her hair behind her ears. She is frowning, thoughtful. You'll do it for him, because you love him, and he wouldn't leave you alone if you were dying. And that says it all. We sit together in silence. Then she asks, "Who are you?" "I'm Noel Matthews. I can get you out of here." "They're going to kill him." I jerk my thumb toward the absent Drake. "And if you try to stop them, they're going to kill you too. There's nothing you can do." I cannot leave him. That's what I can do. He's a living bomb. They're right. He's too dangerous to be allowed to live. I can feel my frustration rising. A lot of people are dangerous, and when they kill, they mean to. Drake is a little boy. He didn't want to hurt anyone.